rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp. Ooh.
And we're live. So Tournament 4 is back here. It's the final day. We have the playoffs, so the quarters and the semis, and also the grand finals today. So this is where some teams have already gone home in the groups. Now they're going to be going on here in the playoffs. I'm joined by Tangerine and Mona, and we have a very exciting day today, guys. And, let's talk about our first match as we bring up the schedule, too, so everyone can sort of look at the schedule and the graphics. So, Tangerine, our first match today is Reverb Aqua. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Oh, I'm so excited for this one, Avast. The Sky Battle is just going to be going back and forth. Two incredible teams facing off against each other right off of the bat. I am looking right towards this DPS battle immediately, though. There's going to be some sparks flying today.
And Mona, you know, looking at the rosters here for Reverb and Aqua for our first match, do you echo that it's going to be the DPS diff, the DPS battle here, or are there going to be more players to watch out for?
I mean, I think there will be more players to watch out for, right? You got Josh and Recurve. They like the Pharah. You'll be seeing, especially on like the first Cough match, you'll be seeing a lot of that Pharah and Echo duels coming out. But I think what's going to be the most important here is the tank line and how they're going to be playing around it, especially, right? Like, they're not going to be playing the orthodox comp, so you're going to need a lot of flexibility there. You can't just be running like a Ryan Zarya, Winston Zarya every map. You're going to be able to be like flexible and, you know, help support that Pharah, like Pharah Echo DPS line always coming out.
Okay, so definitely there's going to be more players to look out for, and you know, we have a lot of matches today, and also remember in the quarterfinals, whoever loses does go home. There is not a second. There's no elim, no double elim here, so high stakes as you look at this bracket. And looking at the rest of the day here, are there any other matches that you feel like are going to be absolute bangers? Tangerine, like anything else besides Reverb Aqua?
Ooh, I mean, I'm looking at that Saskatchewan Roughriders versus Women Love Us game right now. Saskatchewan Roughriders look like an absolute beast of a team going into this bracket playoff. So any match that they're in, there is going to be some sort of absolutely incredible energy coming in with the match.
And Mona, would you agree with that same match, or is there another match you have your eye on in the quarters?
I'm looking at British Seals and High Ground Rhinos. I think British Seals are probably the most like exciting team to watch coming into this tournament. They like it's just their gameplay is just the most fun to watch. It really has been the entire tournament.
Okay, so we have some different picks here on our makeshift desk for right now. One team is currently ready, as they're both in lobby, but they're just one team is apparently not here at all. So never mind. I thought they were both in lobby, but apparently one of the teams has just not shown up. So hopefully they do show up at some point, because we have to get the map drafts and everything. Well, then let's talk about our matchups here a little bit more then, as we talk about Reverb and Aqua. Reverb, they've yet to drop a map, or I think they dropped one map, but they definitely haven't dropped a match yet here. And Aqua, they've also had like a pretty, I would say, a little bit rougher of a time in their own group there. They've dropped some maps. When you look at these two teams, Tangerine, do you feel like there's a favorite here, or do you feel like it's going to be relatively equal?
I think just because of play style, actually, I honestly might favor Aqua just a little bit. It seems like Aqua really struggled when Recurve was getting consistently shut down and not being able to go on these crazy flank excursions that he always goes on. And Saskatchewan Roughriders were really good at shutting down Aqua when it came to that. I don't know if Reverb, with their more chaotic play style and completely spread out type of play, is going to be able to plug off the off angles as well as any other team would be able to do. So I'm favoring Aqua just a little bit in this matchup. It's definitely going to be close, though.
Okay, and Mona, would you agree with that? Do you feel like you have a favorite, or is it going to be pretty equal?
I'm going to disagree on that one. I'm going to go with Reverb. I'm looking at like, you know, just some of the names on that, like obscure reference, always like incredible sport gameplay. Crow Rift, they always do well when they're in the game. Like these are players that individually have shown that they pop off throughout like multiple sub tournaments, you know, BPL, just generally solid players. And, you know, I think there's a reason that they're 3-0 right now. They are genuinely a very solid team, individually talented.
Okay, and also, you know, even though we all hate to admit it, I do admit the hype for Reverb is real. You know, Joshin has never won like a map or a match in a sub tournament yet, and now they've kind of turned it all around here with Reverb. So I have to give credit where credit's due to Joshin. And also to answer your question, Arkmero, there's not a loser bracket because we did group stages, and so it's just single elim from here on out, but no double elim. We're still waiting for the second team to get ready. So Solomon, I guess what we could do is, could you show us the current standings and how they finished in the group stages, so we can talk more about, you know, how they got seeded in the quarterfinals? Because that way we have some fill material just a little bit. I don't know if you have that graphic ready. If not, then I'm going to tap dance off stage and we might just throw it. Actually, no, we have another question we can ask first. So let's start. Oh, wait, here we go. Perfect. So we do still have the standings here. As you can see from Group A, it's the top two that made it out of each group. And Reverb finishing 3-0, dropping one map. Women Love Us 4-5, going 1-2 from Group A. So, and how we seeded this, as you look at this, is that the number one seed from each group then got paired up with like we divided them by the SRs, and they got matched up with their next lowest like SR. So like the number 1 seed from Group A that had the highest SR or whatever, if it was Reverb, would have been paired up with the number 2 seed that had the lowest SR from a different group. And that's how we sort of seeded these quarterfinals. So that's that way we kind of had a little bit of seed in here, and we don't have double limb because we sort of got all their standings from the group stages. So let's talk about meta as we look at Aqua and Reverb. Oh, British Seal is actually number 1. Okay, not Reverb. Okay, good to know. But meta here, looking at Reverb and Aqua, if you were to take a guess, Tangerine, what are going to be the compositions we're going to see most throughout this series?
Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. There has been like, well, specifically with the Reverb side of things, their tanks have kind of just been doing anything and everything that they can. They've definitely been one of the most flexible teams that I've been seeing. Joshin's team has been incredibly flexible throughout. So there's definitely a wide array of comps we can see there, but we highlighted earlier that we're probably going to be seeing a good amount of Pharah or Junkrat as well. It's been interesting that Joshin's been picking up that Junkrat like a lot more than I've been seeing on any other map. So Reverb a little bit more chaotic. Aqua, they've been locking into kind of this Winston comp a decent amount, going in on the Reinhardt as well. But Double Bubble has been coming through pretty prevalently when paired with the Pharah. So I'm expecting to see a good amount of that coming out from Aqua here.
Okay, then now that we sort of have a handle on the meta a little bit, Mona, if we were to pick a player to watch from each team, what are those players?
I mean, I know there's the whole like flex DPS duo happening right now, but I want to look at, on Reverb, I want to look at Obscure Reference. Again, I said it before, just very, very solid support player. Like sometimes Sport isn't going to be able to do, make as much plays as they want to, but Obscure Reference, he's always got it coming out. On Aqua, I want to look at Mac Truck. If I'm not mixing this up, because I did do like a little quick VOD review on like their games beforehand. Mac Truck was on the tank line, and it was just ridiculous. Like they were switching, like they were doing like double main tank, double off tanks, like Winston Ryan. They're constantly switching around to accommodate the situation. So I think Mac Truck being able to, if he can get those like right picks going and perform as he needs to on them, he's going to be a very positive for Aqua.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because also other good bit of news there too is that the other team has made it into the lobby, and they have picked the first map. The first map is going to be Busan. So looking at Busan as we head into the series, then Tangerine, do you feel like this is going to be that one team's going to have an advantage on the control, or like what are we looking at?
I'm not sure which team would necessarily have the advantage on control. However, Aqua did play a Busan map like rather recently, and they just like absolutely stomped through it. There was barely any competition that was coming through. I believe that was I can't quite remember which matchup that was. However, it was literally just like Marlon the entire time, shutting down people on this DPS role. So might favor Aqua here. However, Reverb has had a lot of promising results coming out from control maps as well. So the control is honestly so up in the air for me.
Okay. And Mona, I mean, do you have anyone that you think is going to be favored on the Busan as a final point before I head out?
I think it has to be Aqua just because they played Busan more than Reverb had. It doesn't look like Reverb have played Busan yet, but Aqua have played it 3 times. So I think they've just got the experience on them for now.
Okay, makes sense. Well, I'm gonna let you guys take over the cast, and we'll talk to you guys later.
All right, yep. Thank you very much, Avast. We're going to be heading in here on to Sanctuary. It's our first map over here on Busan, and actually it looks like some fairly decently similar comps coming out. One variation, though, being the Moira coming out here for the side of Reverb, Joshin on the Echo as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... Joshin's not going to be able to go for any crazy place. He doesn't have the Mercy Pocket. He doesn't have break armor packs. It's going to be a lot more team-oriented, trying to punish out Cummies and Mac Truck if they get a little too aggressive on their dives, right? Hopefully trying to like dual recurve as well. Like, don't let recurve get in the same position as he wants to. Though it's going to be hard when he has the Mercy Pocket and Joshin doesn't.
Yeah, you need to be plugging out those flank angles, and Hyper Knight is just in, hitting the W key right now, piled on with Joshin's right click, just dealing so much damage into this backline. Point hasn't even unlocked yet. Cummies is going to be able to find a pickoff onto Crow, though. So Reverb going to be able to ultimately probably capture the point here, but with Crow down, it's spelling a little bit of disaster here. Joshin falling as well from Recurve. Those stray rockets proving to be absolutely deadly. Picks trading left and right, back and forth right here. However, with Reverb having control of the point, it could ultimately favor them. The res coming off on the Kummies though is definitely spelling a return here for Aqua.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua, they're managing to flip the point around. Those late picks on a Reverb were important. And I mean, you're looking at Rift, right? Rift is doing so much damage right now. He's trying to stall as much as he can. But the point does flip around to Aqua, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, even though, like, this fight's lasting forever. It really is going back and forth.
Yeah, and this is like the play style that Reverb have been playing a lot. They've been playing very, very chaotic styles, want to get right in there, down and dirty, disengage, and then just attack you from all angles.
Yeah, this switch onto the McCree from Marlon is very important, though. If he was on the Widowmaker, it was going to be a long, hard fought. But this way, you're going to be able to check Joshin and the Tracer on Rift a little bit more, right? Without any of the, like, Brig or Mercy to really pocket the DPS. One very good.
Obscure gets 2 picks right off the bat, but 3 come out of there for Aqua. The bomb from Max Truck, too, is absolutely huge. Finding the D-Mech, the tank line getting decimated by 1 singular bomb coming out there from Aqua. And they're going to be able to hold on to this point rather convincingly.
Yeah, that was surprising, right? Like, they're able to withstand these fights. And you'd think that with, like, the amount of burst healing that you'd have between, like, Lucio and Moira, that Reverb, they should be able to sustain those fights. But maybe if they can manage those cooldowns a little bit better, they should be able to last much better than they have in these last couple of fights. Because it kind of seems like a focus issue, really.
Yeah, a little bit. Lots of ultimates online for Reverb now. Focusing beam. Not going to be able to find the Mercy. What a great Valkyrie coming out there from Grunt. Fuck. However, we have a barrage coming through here from Recurve, which finds the D-Mech. Obscure is now out the game. Aqua raining hellfire from above. Can anybody put a stop to Recurve's dominance?
Yeah, he's just getting away with murder right now. They're focusing their attention onto Grunt, trying to force that Mercy off away from him, get rid of that pocket. Because without the pocket, the Echo wins that duel like 9 times out of 10, right? There, it's such a big advantage. Yeah. But Grunt is playing so well. He's taking as much damage as he can. He's backing out, making sure he's like shifting, cooldown perfectly. He's Vaporeon is always in a really good position to like be an escape route for him as well.
Got a little Gears of War angle going on there from Rift. Bomb lobbed over the top of point. Not going to be able to find anything. Joshin investing the duplicate and Primal coming out from Kummies as well. It's a stalemate right now on point, but Rift is going to make sure that does not stay the same. Finding the pick there. Can they get another on the Grunt? Grunt does end up falling thanks to Joshin's focusing beam. And now Reverb looking on the up in this fight. It was a great initiation coming out from them.
Yeah, that switch onto the soldier is insane. That last second Helix rocket was crazy. It was the actual fadeaway right before he died, right? But it's a good way. Like Grunt and Recurve, they've been able to move around well, and Rift just wasn't able to get the damage that we want to. Joshin can't get too aggressive because he doesn't have the pocket. So they need something with a little bit more mobility, a little bit more accuracy to really punish the 2 heroes in the sky, and they got it.
Yeah, now a Nano Barrage coming out, though Obscure not able to eat that damage. The off-tank down in the fight here for Reverb. This could potentially be last fight territory as Moreland pops out the Deadeye and finds a pick. Aqua snowballing so well right now. Rift is probably going to might be able to get this Tac Visor up. Doesn't have the healing pad, though, to be able to heal themselves. Overtime winds down. The wick burns out as Aqua takes the first round of Busan.
I mean, I said Aqua did have a bit of an advantage, right? They played Busan multiple times in this tournament, and they look like they were positioned like perfectly all the time. Like Grunt was borderline in water, right? Like he would drop to such low HP, but he was always able to drop to Vaporeon, who was staying in the back. And Reverb were just never able to finish them off. Rift could never find the one angle he needed to get in there and really stop him. And because they're playing more Lucio, like Joshin can't take these aggressive fights on the Echo, right? So he needs to be in a safe spot always around a corner and can't push these like late falling kills, which kind of drops Echo's like usability, right? If you can't use the focus beam to track down these low HP targets because you're put yourself in a dangerous situation, you're always going to be struggling on the Echo.
Yeah, and ideally the Pharah wouldn't be working as well into this Echo, but Recurve being incredibly skilled on that hero. Now switching over to the Doomfist for Mecha Base. Gets a little punch in with some poke damage. Almost ends up falling there. 2 picks coming out for the side of Reverb, though. They're pushing in. Hyper Knight swinging away right now. This baby diva is not going to be seeing the light of day much longer.
Yeah, that was great by Hyper Knight and Obscure, right? They know that once the Doomfist uses all 3 cooldowns, they're 1-man down for maybe 5 seconds, which could be, you with the speed boost and the Reinhardt, that's all you need to get in there, input a lot of damage. You can swing for free while they're lacking at DPS, and they take the point.
Yeah. Keying into their aggression right now is Reverb up against this Doomfist comp as the dive initiates in from Aqua. Blizzard will be popped here though from Rift, catching quite a few members of Aqua in it. It will be Marlon though finding the first pick. Trades will end up coming out. No tank lines right now on the side of Aqua as everybody just ends up falling like dominoes. Air Trick getting a triple kill as well there on the Lucio. What wonderful play coming out from him.
Yeah, he's getting really aggressive. The support line from Reverb, they're really picking it up. Crow, it was kind of an off angle, but they basically let him push back onto the high ground for free, and they had the window on the stairs, and there was just so much damage, and Aqua weren't ready for it.
Yeah, they're not allowing anybody to push through this choke right now. Deadeye popped out here from Marlon with the help of the window. Might be able to find something here. Not quite. The shatter actually from Hyper Knight. Ends up finding like 3 people on the ground. Immortality invested, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, great wall from Rift there. He was able to stop that high noon. Marlon couldn't get anything they wanted to do. And now Aqua, it's 63%, no ultimates. The switches might need to be coming out because all they've got is a beat to really contest this. While Reverb, they're coming up on 5 ultimates. And it's basically last 5 territory, right? Like, this is good. Aqua are struggling here to get something out of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult if you want to use the beat here aggressively. It's just going to be matched by Airtrek's beat. There's a very small window here for Aqua to be able to come in. They do the fake, though, managed to catch a few members of Reverb off guard, but they are using 3 ultimates to be able to come back in this fight, and it's just an ultimate diff right here, right now. Mona, as 3 people fall from the side of Aqua, and now Recurve trying to get something done, not quite able to. The pin off of the map as Commies trades his life for the opposing main tank. Just gonna try and touch here with the beat is Grunt, getting beat down so incredibly fast though, and in a wonderfully dominant fashion it seems. Reverb coming out on the upswing.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the biggest composition difference. I've just, like, the Reverb comp, as you know, this map's still going on, but it's just the staggers at this point. It doesn't really much. Rift consistently got so much value with his wall slowdowns. The Blizzard coming up relatively often. The windows from Crow were on point, right? They were letting them push onto the high ground, think they got it for free, but then they got the fire strikes through the window, which is just an instant wipe. Start out 5v6 on that last fight, and like just in general, Airtrek pretty aggressive, was making sure that Recurve was not getting any value on the Doomfist, right? If they went in, he was always there with the boop, making sure that he couldn't get the punches, the uppercuts, and even if they did get the uppercut, wasn't able to left click to finish them off because they were too far from the pellets. And it was just a really well played round by Reverb, and now they're switching it up a little bit, and you gotta hope, right? Like, this is a different composition. Can they keep up that consistency?
Yeah, in fact, Joshin actually going over to the Reaper here. We haven't seen a ton of Joshin Reaper, if I remember correctly, so this is definitely an interesting strat coming out for them. Other than that, it looks very similar to the comp that they held here on Sanctuary, just without the Echo to be able to contest Recurve in the skies a bit better. And this rotation is a very long one, and in fact it's used to disrupt Marlon. Rift finding that opening pick there, going to be the initiation signal here for Reverb as they jump onto point. Hyper Knight gets a little bit too aggressive though. Commies ends up taking him out. Trades right now for both teams. The boop doesn't actually end up finding Mactrop off the map. I thought might not have had the boosters there to be able to get back on, but Rift is not going to go down with the fight. Kicking and screaming right now. Recurve's barrage though coming up before the point even gets unlocked, Mona.
Yeah, that was a little rough. There was a bit of a miscommunication there from Reverb. Hyper Knight just kind of went in and the support wasn't there in time. The Reaper switch, I mean, the point hasn't flipped yet, but you gotta say, Aqua kind of had the advantage here. There's just not enough, but Reverb, they're stalling their hearts out. And with a lot of that damage gone from Reverb, yeah, it's over now. I think Aqua's got the ball.
Yeah, I think so too. And something that I'm finding so impressive here, Mona, Vaporeon and Grunt always pocketing each other. And I mean, I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. Pocketing your supports in the instance where they could be dying, it's the most important thing to do.
Yeah, it's, Rift on a Tracer is, I mean, that was a pretty nasty shot. Marlon is on one. Right, like, and they don't really have much to contest Marlon here. They're on Soldier and Tracer. I don't think either of them are going to be able to do much, especially if Joshin is trying to like check recurve that entire time. They've got to figure out a way to rotate around a position like they did and get Marlon. I mean, which they did in the first fight of the point. But then they need to like make sure they're on, right? Don't get too over aggressive. Don't get too over eager. You're at the 6v5. Just play it smart.
Yeah, luckily no picks falling victim to Marlon's headshots there as they rotate around on the point with that infrasight up. However, the Nano Pharah is up, does have that barrage, chooses to invest it, finds 2 players with it as well. Obscure's just not able to eat up the damage that Recurve is outputting right now.
Yeah, it is just too much, and they haven't been able to stop him, right? Like, on this, Rift, he's trying his hardest, but he's not going to be able to get much done. This Tracer, is struggling to find value, because Aqua, they're just playing so well. They're playing split up, but at the same time, they're always there to protect each other. And this comp is just brutal, right? I feel like it's showing the best of every piece of Aqua. Like, Marlon is hitting these nasty shots. Recurve is just getting an absurd amount of damage at all times. Cummy's a Mac truck, just always together, always on the right plan.
Oh, and now Marlon takes out Joshin at the beginning of this fight. That's so rough. That's one of the main components that you had to be able to contest Recurve on this Pharah. And now it's just snowball picks coming through. It hasn't seemed like Reverb have been able to get in a solid point contest yet.
Yeah, it is. And it's been rough. It looked like that first fight was winnable, but you know, that's just how Koth works sometimes, right? You look like you got it, but then the other team camps the point, and it's just, you know, stagger after stagger after stagger, and you're never really able to mount a good attack after that. 95 seconds, there's only 4 seconds left to get onto the point, but the switch onto the soldier echo might be what they need.
Yeah, it's a good bomb to initiate as well, and Crow makes sure that the res can't come out. That could actually be all she wrote here for Aqua on this point contest. Reverb trying to clean up the point right now. Finding the pick, though, is Marlon on a shot there onto Joshin, and the nick of time. Nano was invested there on the Cummies as well. They want this fight. They want to win it, but Crow is saying no. Crow finding 3 picks in this fight. Make that the D-Mech as well. Crow is showing some prowess right now on this Baptiste.
Yeah, Crow actually just flexed on him on the Baptiste. That was an absurd amount of like damage, pinpoint accuracy. You gotta think Marlon's like the hit scan like god of this round right now. He's hitting every shot, and then Crow just pulls it out of nowhere, and Reverb now have a chance. You're looking at the ultimates. They've got the window, they've got a diva bomb to pressure, and I like to switch onto the wrecking ball, right? If they play this right, it's gonna really limit the amount of impact that the Aqua DPS have right now.
Yeah, but Obscure's been using a lot of this defense matrix just to get rid of poke damage. Joshin, though, with the right click. What a good sticky volley landing out on the Recurve. This is exactly what Reverb needed to try and swing back into this map.
Yeah, and without the point now, Marlon was really going to struggle on the Widowmaker. As I said, he switches onto the McCree. The Widow is good when you've got the point, right? Like, you've got that high ground. It's really hard to contest. You're raining free damage, constantly getting fixed. But now you need the McCree or the Ashe to, like, you know, start pressuring the other DPS and not having to find, like, these weird all things. Because Busan, it's going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, and Rift is so deadly with these Helix rockets, almost finding Marlon before that fight even begun. Has attack visor to be able to use, and these stickies from Joshin have just been getting so much value. Mac Truck will be finding the trade, though, and Mac Truck also finding Crow. That's so bad here. Nano Boost invested as well onto Cummies and the barrage as well. Oh, my lord. I think it's over, Mona.
Yeah, they really did catch Reverb. Reverb were a little split there. Probably a little split, way too split. Rift was just sort of out there and didn't have many support to get with him. And when you're playing this Lucio and Moira comp, you got to be playing like tight together like that, because that's how you sort of get away. You healing or speed boost out of the position, and you're basically fine with sustain. But I mean, Reverb, they're just trying to stall it out, but no one on Aqua is falling. They're going to win it out. And it was Aqua. I don't know how to say this, but they were all able to just pop off like individually, and they were able to find the weaknesses in the Reverb compositions.
Yeah, and it's some great adaptation also coming through from Aqua. Recurve not getting punished as much, which has been amazing. The Pharah laying the barrage down on point here. It's going to be the final celebratory ultimate as the overtime wick burns down, officially giving the first map over to Aqua in this 1-2 series.
Yeah, again, Aqua, incredible performance, right? They found a lot of the weaknesses that Reverb had and played against it. Reverb also, I mean, they took a point, and you gotta remember, like I said earlier, Aqua have played on Busan multiple times while Reverb have been mainly playing Lijiang. So this map pick really does favor Aqua. And the fact that Reverb were actually able to make it so tight and so close and even take a point off of them should mean that map 2, like, it's not really over. It's not even close to over. Reverb genuinely have an incredible chance of flipping this and taking the win.
Yeah, I was honestly really impressed there from Recurve. I thought their style wasn't going to mesh well against Aqua's style of play. Reverb seemed to be enjoying, thriving in the chaos for the majority of their maps. However, they definitely took on a much more refined style of play, especially when it came down into Mecha Base. I was incredibly impressed just by how well their tank line was playing around everything, the tempo at which they were setting as well. It was really catching Aqua off guard, and that's something that they have to take note of. And I think that it can transfer through when playing up against this Pharah comp that they enjoy to play against, that just setting the tempo against them, trying to take that 6-on-4 fight could really start to benefit Reverb.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at just this map as a sample size, you got to think that when it comes to these slightly more open maps where you're allowed to play the Pharah compositions with the Winston, really get a little bit more aggressive in there. Maybe Marlon can, flex on the hit scan a little bit. That is where Aqua are going to be at their best, where they're going to be looking not only at their best, but almost unbeatable. Super strong performances, like just insane amounts of damage coming out at all times. But in positions where you might be able to, get a more brawl composition, play the Mei and the McCree or Baptiste like Lucio, like that is where Reverb just looked so much better than Aqua, where it wasn't even close. But as I'm saying this, the next map is Numbani, where I'm thinking, right, with map pick, it might just be that they are looking to minimize the power of the Pharah by like forcing the Echo Maker, the Echo, right? Like the Echo. Because this is Reverb's pick. They're going to Numbani. They got to know that this isn't like a sort of broad composition, but they still want to play their heroes, their agents, and Echo is one of them. Echo is something that Joshin's really comfortable with, and it can really dominate Pharah on some of these maps, especially first point Numbani.
Yeah, but something that Joshin really has to take into account here is Marlon on this hit scan. Marlon has been doing an incredible job so far at contesting this Echo, and Joshin needs to be incredibly aware of that. And Reverb in general going into Numbani could find it a little bit difficult if the Pharah comp does come out, especially on first point defense. A Pharah could potentially be useful. However, with the angles that Echo is able to cover, naturally you would favor the Echo player a bit more. However, it still seems that Recurve is able to find a good amount of value with their Pharah pick, and I'm looking towards Reverb to maybe start to shut down these flank angles a bit more.
Yeah, and I'm looking at like the other parts of Reverb, right? Like their tank line,
right?
They've shown flexibility. It looks like they're going with the Winston Diva, and it's the supports that I was mainly curious, right? Because they basically forced the Mora Lucio on 2 points, especially like when they were playing that Echo, and it wasn't really like working out for them. So I was curious if they were going to force them Mora Lucio here again, where I don't think it would have worked. But they're going with the Ana Mercy, which is interesting, right? Because they don't have one of the compositions that like me and you were casting in the yesterday. Numbani, incredibly strong defense. They had the Ashe, Brig, and the Ana, which I think is probably the best way to hold Numbani first point, because that's such a strong core that there's really nothing that like they can do about it. You got Bash, you got like the Boop, you've even got the Coach Gun from Ashe as well to like pressure off the dive. But with this Airtrack, he's going to be like, he has to be on it. He has to be flipping between Josh and Crow all the time. Otherwise, Crow can get caught off really quick, and they can sort of man down instantly, basically.
Yeah, that's why you really enjoy having the Brig, especially on such a dive-heavy map that is Numbani. Also, we saw a lot of double shield come out yesterday. Surprised we're not seeing that here from either of these teams, but the fight is starting to initiate here. This is really Pharah angle coming out there from Joshin. Does end up taking a direct rocket. However, Airtrek is right there, has Joshin's back with this pocket. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to pan out, though. Recurve manages to find the pick. Cummies as well onto their opposing main tank partner. Obscure will end up taking out Vaporeon. Actually, this is starting to look really nice here for Reverb. They took out 2 key components of Aqua's comp, but the boop on the Airtrek, that's going to signal the disengage here for Reverb, most likely, despite the fact that the Nano Boost goes off on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, as that Fargo was happening for such a long time, there was basically a 4v war happening on point, and while Aqua looked like they had the better of it, it looks like Reverb have managed to come back in. And Rift and the tank line with Saddest and Obscure are just did incredibly well to pull it back. And now what looked like a surefire win for Aqua just flipped completely around, and Reverb have got the point. Not even a tick was gained for Aqua.
I mean, that was just a teeter-totter of a match going on right there. What a great nano boost coming off onto Rift. I thought that Reverb were not going to be able to hold that. But thanks to some heroic plays coming out there from Rift and Crow, they are going to be able to hold on here. Joshin's still on this. Fora, the pulse bomb getting eaten though. That's a nice, good start to this fight, as well as Joshin falling in an unresable position. This is looking incredibly rough here for Reverb. The direct rocket lands here onto Airtrek, not going to be able to find the pick though. The Valkyrie remaining too elusive on this Mercy, and Sadist is in your backline right now with the Primal Rage, finding so many picks. The value coming from this monkey is incredible. This tank line is showing up from Aqua.
Yeah, the tank and support lines are currently like they're playing so well together. Sadist and Obscure are constantly like they're staying alive and they're knowing when and where to push, right? They will leave, you know, Cummies, Mac Truck, Recurve. If they're going aggressive, they say fine, we'll focus on the McCree because their spawns are actually a little bit closer. The way the Numbani first point works, the defensive spawns can genuinely get there pretty fast, especially if it's someone like Rift or Airtrek that falls. But Airtrek also, he's managing to get, like, he's got the moves, right? Like, he's moving everywhere.
Yeah, Recurve's having a little bit of trouble with this Fara duel at times, it seems, as well. Marlon will actually initiate in this fight here with a Deadeye. Joshin, no! That's so unfortunate. Recurve taking advantage of that situation as well to lay down the barrage in the area where Joshin could have possibly been rezzed. Aqua putting matters into their own hands there and taking first point in Numbani.
Yeah, you know, Numbani first point, it's hard to it is genuinely very hard to attack as they're getting these staggers. Obscure gets found out. Looks like Rift trying to find something in the back there, but he gets pressured out by Marlon on the McCree. And you gotta say, second point, it's pretty hard to defend, and they're sticking onto this Farrakhan. You know, I gotta respect that they're still going for this Far duel no matter what. But it's going to be hard for Rift, especially on the second point, to contest that, like Marlon on the DPS, trying to put pressure on the backline when possible. Especially because while there are some flank angles on this map, it seems like the corners are so tight and so close together where you can't, like, you're not able to maximize the value as consistently as you want to. You've got to play this really well.
Yeah, definitely has to play this incredibly safely as the bomb is lobbed in from Obscura, ends up finding Marlon. That's great news for Joshin and Airtrek. They're going to try and move in now with that hit scan threat out of the way. The nano boost comes out. Does not end up finding any value though, as the bomb will end up claiming Joshin's life. The pharmacy down now for Reverb. However, it is met with a trade-off onto Vaporeon, but no supports for the side of Reverb currently in this fight. The Primal Rage is just battering Sadist all around this map right now, and Aqua take that rather convincingly.
Yeah, they do, and I'm trying to think about what happened there, because Sadist he was just tanking that Primal, because he had his ultimate there, right? And he was going to have the advantage because he was going to pop the ultimate second. You generally get the advantage there, but I think he was just caught out with a hit and waited too long. That's a big sleep. That's going to minimize a lot of that pressure. And with the purple native, Recurve's got to back out of there. They can't play aggressive here like they want to. It's going to allow Reverb to come back in and take some of that space.
God, that was nasty coming out there from Vaporeon. What a wonderful sleep, and the initiation starts. Primal Rage and Valkyrie invested here from Reverb on this initiation. Met with the Deadeye, though, going to D-Mech Obscure. Sadist finding the Primal, though, on Vaporeon off the map. This is looking good for Reverb. They're going to be able to start to mount this defense.
Yeah, I mean, but I feel like we've said so many times, oh, this is starting to look good for Reverb, but then Aqua just kind of pull it out of nowhere, right? They're not a team that gives up. You're looking at the ultimate economy for both teams. Third point, again, just like first, it's a very hard point to attack. It seems like defense just gets so many opportunities, and this fight for high ground is pretty important, especially when these Faras are trying to duel it out, how the hit scans are going to be able to manage it. And ultimates are pretty neutral on both ends, as it looks like Reverb are the first ones going in.
Yeah, and it's a good nano boost to initiate here from Reverb. It gets a nice amount of cleave coming out there and keeps Sadist alive and healthy throughout that cleave as well. Not actually going to manage to find a pick because Grunt is using that Valkyrie, pumping out so much healing right now. Joshin's Barrage also not able to find much, but the McCrees are able to find some nice value as Map Truck lays down the bomb. The fireworks come out onto Sadist. How unfortunate here for the side of Reverb. They're only going to have one more attempt here, most likely, to mount this defense.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be coming out with stalls, right? Like, it's getting so close, and like they just don't have much to stall him. They've got the Diva Bomb, which is going to be helpful. Sadist, he's got to try and get this Primal as fast as he can, but he's just melted immediately.
Yeah, having no support ultimates is so hard to be able to stall this point, honestly. And with the Primal Rage coming out from Cummies, battering people off of point, absolutely bullying the members on Reverb right now. Recurve finding some nice stray cleanup picks as well for a flashy ending to Numbani as Aqua cap point 3 with 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, capping, like, just full capping Numbani in general is always something to be proud of, right? It is just it's an incredible feat. It's a really hard map to attack on. 1.5 minutes on the clock, that's going to be rough. That is rough for Reverb to come back to. And you got to wonder, right? Like, there are some instances where it's just not working out for them. Like, you're looking at some of the bright spots.
Yeah.
I think Airtrek and Crow on Sportline have been doing a really solid job. Like, Airtrek, like, just movement is incredible. He's really being able to dodge those direct hits and staying alive as long as he can. Crow, he's shown that on, like, Baptiste and Ana, he's got incredible, like, he's mechanically very skilled. He's hit a couple sleep darts onto Recurve already. He's consistently trying to keep his tanks up when he can, but it just feels like they're getting so much pressure. They need something to peel for them, right? Like, they need, whether it's one of the DPS or the tanks, to be there to protect them a little bit, like, as well, so they're not always just sort of on their own trying to save themselves. They might have a better opportunities here, and I think that'll come down to a bit of a composition switch, which it looks like our Reverb are doing, right? They're going they're sticking with the Winston Diva, but now they're going to Tracer McCree, but they still have the Mercy. So it's going to be interesting to see how Airtrek is going to be, you know, pocketing the DPS or tanks and where they're looking to get the value here.
Yeah, a new challenger is also, some new challengers have emerged here from Aqua. You know, this tank line has definitely started to step it up. Mack Truck and Cummies in particular. Cummies, they have been absolutely incredible with these initiations. They have been finding so much value on this Winston, and Sadist just unfortunately has not been able to find as much value unless it was on that first point defense. However, we're going to see what happens as Reverb start to mount up for their first attack. 30 seconds already off the clock though, and not much has really happened. I think right now they might just be waiting for an opportune moment, and they have found it. Recurve got just a little bit aggressive in there in that room. Sadist trying to capitalize on it, not being able to find anything, and the anti-nade comes out onto Obscure. Not going to get taken out though. Some well-disciplined tank play coming out there from Reverb, but Sadist and Obscure are just so low. Crow getting doved in the back as well. Not enough healing to be able to keep them up.
Yeah, Recurve able to build that ultimate up so quick. He's just getting an insane amount of damage. Already 20 back to another ult. Like, they have not been able to check him. When Recurve is able to like pop off on the Pharah, he's just, it's just too much for Reverb to handle. It's too much for a lot of teams to handle, right? Like, it's not even a knock on Reverb. Yeah. You got to figure out, like, it's just the way he plays Pharah. You got to be able to change what you're doing to sort of punish him, to at least punish him or play around or something. And Reverb just have not found the answer yet.
No, they really haven't. And honestly, they haven't been sticking with the Moira pick either. They used to be running a comp that was like specifically tailored for Recurve to not be able to find value, but they've stopped running that comp since they come into Numbani, and instead have opted in for this interesting dive comp. It's very, very set forward, very straightforward, and it looks like Sadist is not going to be having a fun time with that, despite getting the nano boost coming into that fight, not finding a lot of value with it and falling first. However, the DPS are going to be making up for it right now on the side of Reverb. The res does come through onto Sadist as well, so up 2 in this fight right now are Reverb, and the Valkyrie coming out from Airtrek is likely going to be the nail in the coffin for Reverb to be able to cap first point Numbani in a decent amount of time.
Yeah, and you know what? They were able to find a bit of an answer for Recurve. They didn't kill him, but they basically forced him away from the point, made him take a bad angle to where he couldn't get value, and then the rest of the team cleaned up the rest of the fight because they know that, like, that insane amount of damage that Recurve was pumping out wasn't going to be a factor. So that was really well played. A bit more of an open map here, especially on, like, second. Joshin on the McCree should be able to get a little bit more value here and, you know, pressure Recurve as much as possible, but Aqua, they've got so many ultimates lined up. But again, Joshin with the high noon crow fighting grunt, second point, hard to defend, and they were able to flip this around.
Yeah, that was a little bit ambitious, I think, there from Recurve, trying to shut down the Tracer instead of laying in more poke damage onto the side of Reverb. Well, that's where they've really been finding a lot of troubles, is when their backline is under a lot of pressure, and Obscure kind of has to go in several different directions to protect against this Recurve span. But now Aqua are getting pressured out of this top room as well. Nano Boost invested in here for Sadist to try and plug in as many holes for Reverb as possible. 0.01 meters left, and the bomb tries to come over the top of point, but the point has been capped, Mona.
Yeah, I can't believe that. Like, that was... It seemed like it was all going so well for Reverb, then Aqua were pulling it back, but the point was capped in the end, as they're still going aggressive. I don't know, like, Reverb, they don't have the people back for that. You just couldn't go for that. You had to back out toward your own for a second, but I do like that they're going a bit more aggressive. That's going to minimize the amount of poke damage they're taking in general. If they can get in there before any of the, like, Aqua DPS can get in position to get all of that poke out. And Marlon a little over eager again, and this is where they need to punish. They need to be able to find the follow-up kills here before Marlon gets back.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Marlon ends up falling here. Actually, that's a huge bubble. That bubble did so much splash damage individually on the recurve from his own barrage. A little bit of return to sender damage coming out there. A great bubble just came out there from Sadist, and now thanks to that, Reverb are going to be able to mount up what could be their last push.
Yeah, the problem here is that Airtrack did get caught out, and but Marlon falls as well. So this is an opportunity, right? There's so little damage here that maybe that lack of main support won't be as much of a difference as Reverb are just cleaning this up.
Yeah, and the pick comes through onto Vaporeon as well. Recurve getting battered into this side room on this Ashen. Interesting recontest pick coming out there from Recurve. Probably just trying to get something done here with the dynamite damage, but the peel is just too good here for Recurve. Obscure in the backline protecting their supports right now, and it's just cleanup on point here for Reverb. And look at this time bank, Mona. Even if Aqua stalled this out for like 2 more minutes, it's still going to be an incredible amount of time here capped for Reverb. Aquas somehow have to come out with some heroics, and they're just not able to get it done. Reverb capping with 3 minutes and 4 seconds on Numbani.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's caster curse, maybe I'm just stupid, but I was like so impressed with Aqua with the minute and a half, bigging them up, and Reverb just doubled it. 304, an incredible attack. And you were sitting there, and I was just I was doubting the Numbani pick for a while, right? Because I thought the Echo would come out and it would be able to pressure Recurve, but they found their own way to go against her, right? And they were able to minimize all that poke damage. And I think that switched on that second point where they were just going aggressive. They found out that one time where they went in really hard, really aggressive. They were able to get so much value off it because it minimized all the poke damage that Aqua were coming out. And they were, you know, they weren't going into these fights 6v5, but like 3 people on half HP. They were going in, they were on full HP, and they were not letting Aqua get into position, because that's where they're going to get value, right? If the McCree can set up, if the Far can set up, that's how they're going to get so much more value. And Reverb they just said no. They got in aggressively. They didn't let them get in there. And that's exactly what they need. Or are they going to be able to do the same on defense? It's a little bit harder to control the tempo when you're on the defense, right? Because especially with Monty First Point, there's a lot of ways that they can sort of like get in there. Aqua can try and, you know, sneak up the point a little bit, put themselves in undeniable positions or punish them. But I think Reverb showed a lot on those last 2 points. That means that they're really in this.
Yeah, they definitely are in this for sure. And that's something that we talked about in the break that Reverb really needed to tap into. They needed to tap into their aggressive side a little bit more. And it is paying dividends right now for Reverb. They are looking so clean on this Numbani map. The dive is initiated on here, immediately slept and hit with a huge anti-nade. Mack Truck not being able to eat that's going to beat themselves up just a little bit. However, Sadist does end up falling. That's an interesting turn of events there coming out for Aqua. This is looking on the up and up for them, but as you've been saying, Mona, it has just been swinging back and forth throughout this entire series. The res comes through and Obscure finds a pick on the Cummies, but Aqua out of nowhere find 3 picks out of the bat. Obscure is trying so hard to keep Reverb in this match, though. Finding 3 picks in this? This is absolutely absurd. This is anybody's fight right now.
Dude, Crow is not human. Crow is just hitting everything. Takes down the Farah, hits a sleep on a Marlon as going in there. He is basically almost single-handedly giving Reverb the chance fight back here. His big nano set is going to be able to do so much here. That was insane. Like, that was inspirational on the gameplay.
Incredible on a gameplay coming out there from Crow, especially with this nano boost initiation that we see going on. They need to be able to shut down Recurve here, though. The barrage comes out. Obscure is not able to eat all of the damage up. This is looking dire now for Reverb on this defense. They might not be able to fully hold first point here, thanks to some heroics coming out there from Recurve.
Yeah, full holes out the window, but they did manage to force to overtime by the second. Like, if they're off the point for even just a little bit, it's going to be hard for Aqua to come back. You're looking at the ultimates here. Mac Truck, Diva Bomb, it's going to be a good way to force people out of point. Grunt, Mercy Valkyrie, a little bit more sustained when necessary. Help Recurve maybe get a little bit more aggressive, maybe build up Molt. But Reverb, they've got 2 tank ultimates. That's going to be important. If they can get a good primer here, pressure the backline enough, force them off, they got this.
Yeah, what a good bomb coming out there from Obscure. It actually made sure to get people inside of that little Ateria room on the side in the shop. No, the Primal better people on the points.
Oh. I remember saying it was the tank line there is so important, right? Like, it was the 2 ultimates they needed to force Aqua off the point if necessary, right? The Diva Bomb initially, someone just tanked it, right? Because it's nervous. You don't want to all get off and then risk C9ing just because of the bomb. So there's always a chance that like one person is just going to be caught out on the way to like touch point last second or not play around the shield correctly. And then the Primal there, as everyone's scattered from the bomb, just to make sure that no one touches. You can't even call that a C9. That was just, you know, they had the ultimates to do that and they played it like perfectly. But they did manage to cap. And now Reverb, 3 minutes, they basically got a cap and win another fight.
Yeah, this is gonna be definitely difficult here for Aqua, but it's looking plausible. You know, Grunt definitely had that Valkyrie to be able to use on point, but it was just too much tank pressure that was coming out from Reverb there in the end of the last fight, as you were saying, and everybody just got literally forced off of point. I don't think it was a C9 either. It was just incredible heroics coming out from the tank line of Reverb.
Yeah, they're just doing so well. Airtrek and Crow on the supports as well. They're just, like, Crow is an animal. They need to find, I think what they need to do here is they need to get Crow in a position to maximize his value because he's just on fire, right? He's hitting the sleeves, he's hitting the nades. Every single left click is like going perfectly well. They can find a way to just get him into position, get him on the high ground as safe as possible, and you really can mount a recurve and keep up his team at the same time.
Yeah, and also Crow is getting these nano boosts so quick because of the poke damage that's actually coming out from Recurve. It's a little bit of a blessing in disguise here for Reverb. They don't want to be taking... Oh my god! What is that? That is such a crazy sleep. However, most of the members of Reverb are ending up falling low. Using that nade incredibly aggressively might end up leading to their downfall. It was just some great focus fire coming out there from Aqua.
Yeah, they got the sleep on there, which is big, right? Like, that's so much damage coming out, but they kind of misplay that. They go like the low ground where the sleeping target was. You gotta ignore it, right? Like, I know it's exciting, they're sleepy, you want to be able to melt it. You have to ignore that, go on the high ground and pressure right now, because it's basically a 6v5 for maybe like, what is it, like 5-7 seconds for free. And instead of taking that, they woke up the target and weren't able to clean up the kills because they just weren't in a position to do it effectively. They got a little overeaten.
Yeah, and now the dive coming through. Sadist trying to get up there. Just taking a soft dive right now as the nano boost gets initiated. Marlin ends up finding the pick, but it's a better pick coming out from Sadist. Traded, though, thanks to Recurve's barrage. Will end up getting rezzed out, though, by Airtrek. It's a great res, too. Being able to have both of your supports in the fight while Aqua is down so many members is so incredibly important. They're likely going to be able to cap first point and get a nice little ceremonious kill there onto the Diva just for fun.
Yeah, a minute and a half. They basically got, 2 or 3 fights to cap this. And it was, remember, it was a tight hold. It wasn't too far in a second. It was right around that corner where Reverb were able to manage to stop them. And look at the ultimate difference right now. Reverb, they are coming up on a 5 ultimates. Aqua, they've got 3, right? They've got the Diva Bomb, High Noon. These are, again, 2, almost stall-y ultimates where they can force Reverb off the point, but they also have so many to where if Reverb takes this aggressively, they are completely favored to take this. Look, it's right around the corner. Aqua needs to get out of the way.
Because Kummy's got the bat spawn, by a split second, could unfortunately not able to touch point. Oh no! Joshin doesn't cancel the Deadeye. It's gonna force the res out from Airtrek. A great bomb coming out there from MacTruck. This is the initiation that Aqua need. They want to try and win it right here and hold this point. Sadist is having something to say about it though, as Kummy's ends up falling, but the recurve barrage is huge! Finds 3 people with the nano boost as well in tow. That is wonderful for Aqua.
They took so long to get anything going. They just let Aqua go in. There was no reason that in that fight, Aqua should be the one setting it up and setting it at their own pace. And now it's 20 seconds. There's 1 fight left. They need to pull something magical out there. No ults on either side, except Obscure has the bomb, which could be enough, right? Well placed. This could even catch Recurve in the Mercy right now if they wanted to, but it needs to be placed perfectly. There it is coming out. Does it find him? No, they're able to manage it and back out, and the fight goes on.
Huge incident coming out there from Crow as well onto the top right high ground. Pressures out so much of the DPS coming out from the top right side. But Sadis just gets absolutely run over. No main tanks on either side. Airtrek will end up getting the res though. So this is looking good for Reaver. And a huge sleep from Crow. Doesn't end up finding that pick. However, the bomb is going to clean up Vaporeon. Aqua are looking just a little bit too worse for wear right now. Unless Recurve can come out with some incredible heroics, which actually it might be able to do. I don't think that's it though. Spawn advantages were out on the side of Reverb. And Reverb, what an absolutely stellar map from them. 1-1 in the series. It's going down to the wire, Mona.
That was unreal. It was a matter of seconds, right? If they didn't get that kill onto Reverb, he had the Mercy Pocket ultimate. He really could have flipped that around there. It was genuinely game of seconds. Like look at this. This fight is going completely in Aqua's favor, right? They were able to set up the engage for Recurve to get that maximum value. They had the power boost nano already, and it's just Reverb. They found the answer to this Pharah composition that they needed, right? They need to play aggressive. Do not let Aqua set up these fights. It has to be at your own tempo. Don't take this poke damage. And sometimes they're doing it right, and they steamroll second and third in line. But sometimes, they've got all these advantages, and it's just not working out for them. And this third map, it's going to be in Aqua's favor. And you got to think, right? It is the Pharah comp. They're going to pick a map that favors a Pharah composition, but is that even going to be enough, right? They might have to start switching around how they play, because it looks like Reverb, they're slowly finding the answer.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to figure out how to take it to this Aqua team. Reverb really keyed into their aggression there, and it favored them so well. We talked about it before heading into the match that was something that Reverb had to do. They had to make the adaptation if they wanted to be able to take this map off of Aqua, and they end up doing it, and they do it so swimmingly as well. However, it was a slaughterhouse coming out there from both teams. Both teams managed to cap third point. It went down to the wire overtime. Incredibly close match. So even though Reverb are starting to find their footing here within this match, it's definitely not over, and I could literally see this going any direction right now, Mona.
Yeah, it really can. It looks like they're taking a bit of a bio break for the players. So let's go a little bit here. Let's take time to think about it. Third map, it's going to be an escort map. Aqua's pick, where do you think they're going?
That's a really good question, honestly. For escort, there is a possibility, possibly maybe Dorado. I haven't necessarily seen what escort map Aqua prefers to pick, if I'm being completely honest, but something where the Pharah can find value, and Pharah has been known to come onto Dorado a decent amount of time. It also could potentially play into the strengths of their comp style that we've been seeing so far. They enjoy playing this Winston dive, playing this more refined style of dive with Recurve on the Pharah, and it could also make it a little bit difficult for Reverb, as they've been having some difficulty taking positions on the high ground, but they've been doing really well when all of the fights have remained on the low ground. So Dorado could potentially be a good map pick here for Aqua.
Yeah, I think so too. But remember, there are two streams going on right now, so there's still another game. The other quarterfinal is happening. We can toss back in there while this break is happening. Make sure you're getting all the Overwatch right now. And it looks like that game, British Seals, High Ground Rhinos. Actually, it looks like that game is finished. High Ground Rhinos 2-0. They've managed to pull out against British Seals. I thought British Seals had it. I genuinely think British Seals were I said in the pre-match, they were the team that I was most excited for. And I mean, I wasn't able to see it, but 2-0, that could have been a rough one. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a rough one. I'll have to go back and watch that one just a little bit. British Seals looked honestly incredible in their bracket plays, and to fall 2-0 right away is a little bit unfortunate. Sorry to British Seals. They have done an incredible job though in this tournament so far, and congratulations to High Ground Rhinos making it into the semifinals. However, we are still going on with our match here. 1-1 right now is the scoreline of Reverb up against Aqua. It is just an absolute fireworks show of a match coming out right now from both of these teams, and honestly, the entirety of each team, every single member has been pulling their weight.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know where to give praise to on either team. They're constantly it's just depending on the moment, it's a certain person popping off. I think for me though, Crow on it is just It was crazy. He's hitting shots onto the far to pressure them. He's keeping his tanks up all the time. But like the pockets that he changes between like Sadist or Joshin or whoever needs it is great. Able to always be there for his other support. He's hit game-changing sleep darts, right? Like if he's not hitting those sleep darts consistently, Reverb aren't pulling out a win like that. But we are coming into map 3 finally, and it's Rialto. This is interesting. First point, you will see the Pharah. Second point, yes, but once we start getting into third, we start getting into these enclosures. I don't know how either team is gonna like set out.
It's definitely interesting, especially with Aqua being so heavy on the Pharah. However, it's kind of a sleeper pick for Pharah, if I'm being honest. You can see this little building over on the left side where the camera is focusing on right now. Pharahs love to play around that angle on defense, and it's so difficult for poke damage to be able to get done because you can just duck and cover behind all of this buildings. There's a lot of natural cover, and honestly, Pharah is a little bit of a sleeper pick coming out here on Rialto, but it's a great one. And do you see that? I think Crow just set up for a nade right now. I'm interested to see if this lands.
Yeah, he had the lineups there. Reverb, they're going back to their tried and tested, but it's what they came up with as the answer to the Aqua composition, and it worked on Numbani, right? They found a way to work. They're playing really far back. This is a bit more of a brawly composition, but they are willing to stay back a little bit, make sure to get away from that tower as Rift just dominates Marlin.
Absolutely one clipped. That was actually disgusting coming out there from Rift. Whoa, what a good read there though from Recurve. Understands that the recall 3 seconds. Recurve understood the assignment, just pre-fired on that angle right there, and it one shot to 150 health target. It's a little bit unfortunate for Rift, especially since the spawn will favor Marlin coming back here into this fight.
Yeah, this is a little bit where like Josh and flexing onto the McCree, maybe like something like an Asher Widow would have been a little bit better here, but it's not sort of in the market as Reverb. They're taking in so much damage right now, like, and then anti-nades are coming out as well, and this is where the Widow, it's a big open field. They've got to be very careful or find a way to pressure Marlon a little bit more.
Yeah, this big open field is definitely going to be favoring Aqua's comp just a little bit more, in my opinion, but it's Joshin who's going to try and even up the score right now. Nano boost onto Recurve, though. Will the Nano Pharah be able to get some value? And in fact, it will find Sadist. However, not getting much more value beyond that. It's going to be up to Mac Truck and the tank line here of Aqua if they want to be able to continue this fight. Primal Rage battering the DPS into a corner. Slept, though, by Crow. I feel like a broken record consistently saying that, but Crow is just finding so many high-value sleeps.
He really is, right? They are game shooting Josh, and that's a nice shot onto the Cummies just to get him out there, slow down the pace of this fight a little bit. And even though they lose Sadist, they're a little bit closer to their spawn. They're going to be playing around this corner anyway, so it won't be a problem. As Marlon, he gets up there, he tries to find the shot. What's a little bit better here is the Widow should realistically be getting a little less value, right? They can play under that bridge a little bit more and really minimize this value, and it's where Joshin is going to be able to find more, right? And because of that, Marlon's going to have to go into positions that Rift can try and catch him out as the Nano comes out to keep Sadist alive.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate pick, though. Joshin ends up falling really, really early there. Another sleep from Crow. I mean, it's just consistent. Life always has its constants, and that is just one of them. As Sadist ends up popping Primal into the backline, though, of Aqua will manage to find Vaporeon. Reverb holding on for dear life onto this point, and it's all thanks to the tank line right now of Reverb getting so much work done.
Yeah, they've done it. I was talking about it earlier, right? They found the answer. I think they really did. They like that far pick, right? They want to go into it as well, but it just wasn't working for them. And sometimes you just gotta like swallow it and switch up the composition, play what's gonna get you the win. And Reverb, they found it, right? Marlon, he's trying his hardest. But they just can't find this opening, right? Like Aqua, they find these picks, but they're not able to sustain these fights long enough or find the finishing touch in there. But Reverb always have it.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult, though, here for Aqua. The initiation comes through. Nano boosted Winston into the back line. Oh, Mac Truck finds such an important bomb there. Getting air track and Joshin is so huge. Rez comes through as well. It's going to be a 4v6 still here in favor of the side of Aqua. Nano boost just to be the nail in the coffin here as cleanup comes through on the point. Aqua are definitely not going to go down here without a fight.
No, they're going to be, it looks like, if they can get that res off, they do get the res off onto Obscure, and Crow and the rest are still alive. They still got supports. They can stall this off for a long time, potentially build up ultimates, and when this fight is Recurve's on 2 HP, he has to back out, and there's only a couple seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Cummy's pop Primal there to try and get people off a point, thinking that it was still salvageable. However, Reverb are definitely finding their swing back into this, and it's all off of the back of Air Trek, and the overtime wink is burning down. Wait, they don't even have enough time to be able to get a recontest here. Incredible heroics coming out there from the support line of Reverb. They have just been so consistent this entire time. Air Trek is going to be able to fall within this fight, but it's all blue in the kill on the left side of the kill feed right now. Reverb just gonna get some cleanup picks going on right now, but for the most part it looks like they're going to be able to do it. It's the full hold on Rialto on Aqua's map pick.
They hold him on to the first point, and while it looked like it was all over, right, like they came in,
wow,
they got a lot of those picks, but Air Trek, like, he managed to get that res off, the most important res possible, onto Obscure. I don't know how he lived through that, how he wasn't able to be punished, and it's just one little, either a lapse of concentration and one opportunity that Air Trek found that able to switch the tide of the game, right? So many times in Overwatch, you're watching this today, you see, like, you know, the main take get like the crazy primal off with a couple kills or the DPS pop off, but it's these plays from the supports that can change the tide of a round, change the tide of a series, and give Reverb a chance in this tournament right now. Like, they still got a lot to do. They still got to win probably 2 to 3 fights and get through there. But they're playing. It's such an improvement from map to map. You're seeing improvements from each of these players in the way they're playing that you got to think like it's got to be them, right? Like, it's momentum is on their side. The momentum is building.
Yeah, it's definitely swung so incredibly far in a Reverb's favor right now. If I was Aqua, I would definitely be incredibly scared. Air Trek has been so consistent here on this Mercy, and backed with heroics from Crow, I'm convinced right now that this is the best support line that I have seen throughout this entire sub-tourney. They are looking incredible right now, and there's really no other words to describe it.
Yeah, but at least on defense, Aqua, they've got Marlon. Marlon can set up in a really strong safe position there. It's going to be a little bit harder to pressure off that Widowmaker when they're on defense. Pharah as well, able to play around this pyramid like tower a little bit more. Get assist damage. He didn't get that move off. I thought he did. But and now, again, it looks like Reverb, they're playing it slow. They're just taking the high ground for now, and they need to get in the appropriate positions before they can dive. Oh, there goes Josh.
Oh, what a good boop. Recurve is so good with these concussion grenades, though, looking incredible right now. The boop off on the Joshin is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult here, but Rift consistently goes into the backline and always finds these pickoffs onto Marlon. I'm surprised that Aqua haven't caught onto this and tried to protect their Widowmaker a bit more. It's a concentrated dive coming out through into the backline as well as Sadist finds Vaporeon. Nano boost into Aqua right now. This is so dire for Aqua. They're trying to contest point right now so they can potentially get in another point contest, but it's looking a little bit worse for wear. The barrage will be decent there though from Reverb, but they might be able to get the pick onto the pharmacy thanks to that sleep, and they will.
This is just throwbacks to Kareev like 2019. Like, it is unreal. And they're there now. Look, the card has been slowly moving this entire time. It's barely one fight territory. I don't know if Aqua are gonna be able to contest as Comies gets naded again, and it is looking dire for Aqua right now.
Yeah, the fight's breaking down on point right now. Aqua on their last.
Oh, they're not
and they didn't get onto the point, Mona. No. Oh, so unfortunate. Honestly, it was still like very much in favor of Reverb in that fight. Not the way you want to go out, but man, Reverb, what just incredible heroics to be able to swing back into that match with such momentum.
It is just the way they were able to bring that back, right? You literally saw like physical improvements to their game, like map after map after map, and it all came together for unreal dominant Rialto gameplay. That was like the game of the tournament so far.
I agree.
Well, we've seen the match. I have to say that was a nasty match. I mean, myself, Crow, that guy popped off. That guy actually hard popped off. I mean, that's respectable. So Reverb, they get to continue now, and sadly Team Aqua, they are eliminated, but they put up a great fight. I think overall they can't be too disappointed with their tournament run, which was just thrown together last second. So if you're gonna pick some storylines to walk away from here, let's go Mona. If you're gonna pick let's go for Team Aqua here. What are some positives they take away from this match?
I think the positives is that they have a really strong game plan one that can like turn the tide. Like Reverb are a good team, and they were able to dominate them on a couple points with their like original game plan. And I think if they can find the little micro adjustments they need when other teams start adapting to it, they're a contender.
For sure. And we have to, and then Tangerine, Reverb, looking forward, where are we feeling about Reverb? Do they make it to grand finals?
Oh, I think that they definitely could. And I have to say, I do think that the best support line does lie in Reverb right now. They look absolutely unstoppable. This support line is just consistently finding so much value out of literally thin air. It just randomly appears, generates out of nowhere. So Reverb can definitely take that one with them. Their entire team just looked to be on point today.
Well, and here's the bracket, by the way, because while this was going on, British Seals actually lost 2-0 to the High Ground Rhinos in the quarters. So then our first semifinal match is going to be Reverb versus High Ground Rhinos. Coming up, we're still going to have the Saskatchewan Rough Riders, Women Love Us, and Komodo Knights and Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So I consider that a pretty interesting upset as well, with British Seals going out so early to High Ground Rhinos. In addition to that, we have ourselves an interview. So Mona, Tangerine, I hope you guys are ready for an interview, because we have Joshin and Recurve from Reverb and Aqua, respectively. So let's start here with Recurve. Recurve, you know, their team may have went out, but I feel like it was a pretty good run. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there wasn't huge expectations for you guys coming into this anyways. It was just a team of friends.
Oh, yeah. Everybody on, like, Aqua is, like, all, like, really good friends of mine. And I'm sorry I'm getting a little emotional. I got, like, really bad news before the game, like, right before, that I have somebody in the hospital right now. So I had to play through that, and that was rough. But, it was rough. I gave that everything, man. I gave it everything. I really did. I still go winless in these tournaments, which sucks, but it was a really fun game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the bad news, but have you know that all the people watching, they enjoyed watching Aqua play. They loved the run so far. You know, Mona, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Recurve?
It was exciting gameplay right there. What do you think was the, so what do you think are some of the positive takeaways you have from this tournament coming out of it, right? Like, you guys still put on a pretty good showing, got out of groups. What, like, do you have any sort of, like, takeaways coming out of it?
I did great with my friends. That's my only takeaway. I got to play with my, like, people I met online that turned into, like, some of my best friends that I'll ever meet. I am a little bit mad that I didn't get to, like, adapt. Joshin switched over from Farah to Kree after he got, like, 15-0'd or something for a little while. And I just never adapted. I could have switched over to Ash or switched up a comp, but they made a really good adaptation. I felt like I was still getting value out of Farah. Man, I could have done so much more on that last fight on Nimbani. I know it was only like 2v5, but I felt like I could have won that if I just hit one more shot on Tracer or something like that. But it's always going to be like coulda, shoulda, woulda things. But it was a really fun game. I wouldn't have wanted to go out to anybody else, I feel like, and I hope Joshin gets the win now.
Okay, and Tangerine, really have a question that you would like to ask Recurve?
You know, I was honestly just so impressed by your gameplay pretty much throughout this entire tournament. Truly looking like a star there up on the screen. I don't think I necessarily have any questions to you, more or less just a word of congratulations. It was absolutely wonderful to be able to get to see not only you, but get to see this Aqua squad do so incredibly well in this tournament, especially since, like you said, this was just mostly like a fun group of friends, and that's exactly how you want it to be. So I'm very, very impressed by Aqua's gameplay, and especially your gameplay, Recurve. Incredible job done by Aqua all around.
Yeah, I do want to say, just as a last thing, thanks for everybody like rooting for me, because I usually get like the villain kind of thing in these tournaments, so I don't get much of that. I get people rooting against me, but it was really nice to go back into the chat and see so many people wanting me and my team to win. So thank you, appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Recurve, for showing up. I know it's some really tough news, but everyone appreciates you playing and the team you threw together and all the branding. And I know it must be really tough right now, but I appreciate the interview, and you're free to go. And
yeah, I didn't mean to do the dog died, cat died.
No,
died
it's
thing,
I mean, I understand it. Yeah, it's understandable for sure. It's just part of life. No worries at all. Well, thank you so much, Recurve.
Thanks, Josh, and it was fun. Peace.
GG's.
So that leaves Joshin, Mr. Joshin of Reverb. So you're advancing to semifinals, Joshin. Your opponent, the High Ground Rhinos. They've just defeated British Seals, who many thought were going to be they were a very strong team. How do you feel about heading into that matchup versus the High Ground Rhinos? What are you thinking about that matchup?
High Ground Rhinos. A lot of my friends are on that team. Signet, Butters. I don't remember the full roster actually, but I know there are like a lot of friends on that team, so I'm excited to play them. I've not watched any of their games. I think I've catched one actually, but I don't remember what they played. So.
Okay, well, so good insight. So we don't know what's essentially, doesn't remember what's happening, but that's fine.
Well,
Who needs
to go
in there? Just go in there and do it. Yeah, for sure. Mona, do you have a question for Joshin?
Yeah, so you did end up having to make the composition switch to, check Aqua a little bit. Who was the one who came up with this idea to switch? Was it something you prepared beforehand, or was it on the spot? And, who's the one leading that charge?
It was pretty much on the spot. My teammates just told me, I think it was Rift. Rift swapped to McCree. We tried to defend Numbani at the end, and he said he pretty much didn't get focused at all. So we were just like, well, we just put me on McCree and Rift on Tracer, and yeah, that's just how it kind of happened.
Okay. Tangerine, one final question for Mr. Joshin.
Yeah, so one fight that stuck with me like incredibly well was definitely your last point defense that you held just then on Rialto to close out the series. And I'm wondering, you guys were down so many players in that fight, but still you decided to commit the Valkyrie, commit the res, and go for it. Who is the mastermind behind all of these plays?
I mean, it should be pretty obvious. It's Crow. 4.6k current, top 6 or whatever he is.
Okay.
Very good player. He's pretty much like he makes all the plans. He's a little bit quiet during the team fights, but like when he says something, it's important. You're gonna listen to him, and it just worked out in the end.
Oh, the mastermind of the master player, Crow. Well, Josh, and if that's the case, then good luck in the semis. Reverb, they've gained a lot of fans here today. And there's a lot of people rooting for you and the team. Coming up next, we have break. And then we're going to go to our next quarter match, which is Saskatchewan Rough Riders versus Women Love Us. And we will see you guys after the break.
being there.
Hey, we're back. What has happened?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I'm
Yeah.
this way too dank. Way too dank. Should I like rejoin or is it reloading? Okay.
I got you.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Well, okay, we're back. Sub Tournament 4. I'm joined by Pioneer and MFG here on the desk, and we're about to head into our third match of the day because if we can throw up the bracket real quick, Solomon, we just finished on the main stream. We finished Reverb and Aqua. It was kind of a banger of a match. High Ground Rhinos beating British Seals. Maybe someone say it's an upset at 2-0 in the other corners. And now coming up, the Saskatchewan Roughriders versus Women Love Us. And heading into that, Pioneer, I don't know. How are you feeling about our upcoming matchup? You know, do you have a particular side you're leaning based off the branding of the teams or the players? Like, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Oh, we got some pretty interesting branding here, as you can see by both names. Women Love Us. Nice, interesting names. Saskatchewan Roughriders, probably the wordiest name we've ever had to have, which is kind of annoying as a caster, but, you know, we deal with it. I'm probably leaning toward Saskatchewan. Obviously, you know, 3-0'd their group, full sweep, didn't drop a map. But I think Women Love Us, I mean, they look pretty solid their last match, so we'll see what happens. But I'm pretty sure USSR, they probably should take it.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's hard to abbreviate, I have to say. And MFG, looking at upcoming matchup, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I just say the full thing every time, honestly. And Women Love Us, how are you feeling? Who's your favorite?
So looking at both teams, I definitely recognize a lot of great players, but I think that Team Women Love Us, I think that they are able to pull upsets, I want to say, because I don't think a lot of people thought that this team was going to be as serious as they've been, but they have made it into the bracket, and that's very impressive. And also, I put together a little budget Mikasa cosplay for the cast, so I'm going to side with the women here.
That's smart. That's very smart from you. I'm a big fan of their branding, actually. I'm a huge fan of it, even. And then as we look forward ahead and just the players on both these teams, let's talk about some favorite players we might want to watch. Pioneer, do you have any players in particular that you think we should watch out for from both these teams? It can be, you know, just one from each that you think we should be watching for.
Looking at Women Love Us, I really liked kind of their last match, how Karts was playing. I think they did a pretty good job. They had him on a number of different roles, mainly on the McCree, and I think they did a pretty solid job on that. On Saskatchewan side, I mean, Dust has been around for a while when it comes to just various vast stuff, so DPS matchup between the two of them could be pretty interesting.
Okay, and MFG, one player from each team. Who should we look out for?
I think that for Women Love Us, Distortion has been showing a lot of great things, and I remember him from past gameplay, and I think that he's really full of surprises. And then for the side of Saskatchewan, Mara has always been a veteran of the competitive scene, and he can definitely have some wicked DPS gameplay.
Okay, excellent. Well, looks like Busan is going to be our first map of the series. I'm going to hand it off to you two, and good luck.
Oh, wait, never mind. We're back. Big pause.
We're going to hand it back to you after that handoff to us. Appreciate it.
I'm back. Did we pause? Oh, I left.
Game.
Okay, well, I got dropped. Well, okay, I guess then we have a pause. Never mind then. So Busan, let's talk about Busan then, huh? So Busan's the first map of the series. When I look at this map, I feel like I have seen Saskatchewan Roughriders play. I have also now seen the Women Love Us play, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel. And you know what? It doesn't matter. I don't have to decide because we're back in the match. So I'm handing it off to you guys again. So good luck.
All right, here we go.
Thank you so much. As everybody knows, we are in our third quarterfinal match of the day. You have the Saskatchewan Roughriders, your number 1 seed from Group D against Women Love Us, your 2nd seed from Group A. Should be a pretty good match that we're about to get coming up as both teams will start out here on almost basically mirror compositions from both sides, so we'll see how this position is taken here. Cards immediately deleting Dust. That's a very interesting pick, and you know, should put Women Love Us in the favorite to win this fight immediately.
Definitely, and a little shout out before all the action really starts. Spooky, congratulations on graduation.
Oh, we all have a little graduation, you know, congratulations on, you know, staying in school. Everybody stay in school. It's very important. But as like, so right now, point getting capped by Women Love Us, but while that happens, you know, their May is already, Yoshi's already down, so pretty fast push in here by Saskatchewan. They've already taken down 2, so this percentage that has been built up by Saskatchewan probably won't last much longer as they'll clean up this fight.
Yeah, Yeah, Women Love Us did have that initiation, so, and even though they got a little percentage, like you said, Saskatchewan's aggression allowed them to take it back, and their ult economy is also looking fabulous as Meester already has that window, and Dust even having a shatter, and Pomku even almost has the high noon. That could be a really deadly combo moving into this next push.
Yeah, right now the engagement will come in. Mara almost dies to that flashbang, but ends up getting an ice block early enough. Duel, all BAP utility is out for everybody as you see both windows, both lamps come out. Meester gets the better of it and then pays Ponko with the high noon from behind. Will get 4 and will clean up and finish this fight off.
Beautiful high noon there, waiting for the right time, because after all the ultimates cooled down from Women Love Us, the opening was able to be found there by Pomku, and the percentage is looking really good right now for Saskatchewan, but Women Love Us are about to have some key ultimates online as well.
Same engagement here by Women Love Us, trying to find a better opportunity this time than the last fight. They do get PP, so that should work out well for them. Texas Money Jr. will help out as finding his own pick, and this fight ultimately should be finished off by Women Love Us. You're going to see Saskatchewan try to get a few more percentage onto this point, but ultimately Women Love Us finally, off the back of a solid male, will get the flip back onto their side.
And Texas Money Jr. with that cleanup there. Important to note, Texas Money is ringing for Women Love Us and is on the off roll and support, but we can still see how Baptiste in particular, through Texas's gameplay, can be very useful as a DPS as well, which will give Women Love Us a good platform in terms of engagement because there's a little bit extra damage to go in.
Coming into this fight, all support ults are up by both sides. Texas Money will use that BAP window, just forcing Saskatchewan back. They'll wait it out, they'll re-engage, but they re-engage too early as Pomku walks right into a fire strike, is immediately taken down. The beats come in from both Lucios at the end of the day. Strategy should have a better one coming in after a second. The shatter will come down, finds 5 from Dust. Still though, this fight has not been finished out. Women Love Us is making it very difficult for Saskatchewan, but ultimately Meester will find 2 on the back end of the fight, and they will finally be able to flip this point back.
Saskatchewan's engagements have been so great in terms of the fact that they catch Women Love Us off guard, because we talked about how in that beginning of that engagement, Pomku went right into a fire strike almost literally, but they were still able to come and clean up the fight. So now approaching last fight territory, Women Love Us, they gotta go, unfortunately they gotta go past that 69% if they want to win.
Yeah, it's a nice little percentage number that Women Love Us was able to end on there, but ultimately they want to get it all the way to 100, and this fight should look to work out for them. Immediately picks are going onto their side, Hyper finding a couple, building up to that shatter, probably won't need it as they're able to just win off a pretty clean engagement. No real ultimates needed to win off that fight immediately. That's just huge for them as they're hopefully able to clean up this fight, flip it back, and hopefully defend until it can get to 99-99.
Their ult economy is looking very good for that to happen, because that Blizzard and the Shatter, if not used together, they can be used in these probably next 2 engagements that Saskatchewan's going to try to initiate. But they also have some key ultimates coming online as well, so this could be anyone's fight. It's all about the execution.
Yeah, speaking of execution, Hyper wants to execute fast and early, pushes in soon, drops the shatter, doesn't find a kill yet, but Dust finds a kill with their own shatter. Both Mays are down and out of the fight. This point is getting pretty close to being capped. Somebody will go up in the lead here. They engage with Pomku popping that dead eye, just zoning them away. The flip will go back, but somebody will need a touch here by Women Love Us. It'll be Thani. Thani is the one who touched and triggered that overtime. Karts, while this is all going on, wins the 1v1 versus Mara, but loses out to a flashbang. B coming out by PP, Godhand, hoping to keep his team up here, hoping to finish this out, but the tanks for Women Love Us are just popping off. They find 2 on their end, and this fight is just going back and forth. Donnie's able to get back into the reback after dropping the bomb, which is going to be pretty big for Women Love Us right now. Both teams still just trying to clean this up. Does go low, it will get taken out, but it's still either team's fight at this moment is going on so long that the people who died first are coming back off of the respawns. Mara, speaking of coming back from respawns, has come back, found 2, found 3, and maybe has won the fight already for their team.
DPS gameplay here is astonishing from both sides, but it does look like it's going to be Saskatchewan that's going to win it. But there's almost a borderline C9 moment there from the Women Love Us. It almost was an unfair win for the Saskatchewan, but going into round 2, I think that they They're mad. They wanna make this even.
Yeah, Mara might be feeling a little slighted. We didn't mention them in the pregame, so possibly coming out here showing what they can do. But yeah, that fight lasted so long, allowing them to come back, get 3 kills to help clean it up was just huge. But looking into, we're gonna get a bit of a comp switch up. You'll see both of the Winston Divas come out, almost full mirror matchups, but as you can see, we're gonna get a bit different DPS on both sides here.
I'm really interested to see how each team plans to play with their respective comps, because each team's DPS lineup, they can do so many different things. Like, I feel like Women Love Us's DPS can easily get picks off of the backline, whereas Saskatchewan, they're kind of better in a rush situation where they can all target one person who Pumku supposedly had.
Speaking of rush, this fight will pop off pretty fast. People going down on both sides right now. You're seeing this ult percentage of carts building up already 40% to that pulse bomb, doing a lot of work at this moment. Both teams still trying to fight over that cart positioning. Cypher going pretty low, almost de-mech'd, very close on the inch of losing their mech. They finally will, but it doesn't matter if Mara is able to get down hyper. So right now, the first flip looks like it will go over onto Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. The fight is still going on as they're gonna try to clean up the staggers, but already Mara with the Death Blossom, he is going super aggro, but yet still they have other ultimates they can use. Meester almost to that Coalescence, whereas Women Love Us for this next engagement, both tanks and both supports are very close to their ultimates, so they're gonna have to try to find a way to get in there to make sure that Saskatchewan can't use the ones that they're building up.
Yeah, the Coalescences should loom huge here. Both of them will be popped at basically the same time. Neither team getting a huge advantage from it, but to pop off with that strategy will pop their sound barrier to hopefully engage with the team. Sniper with the eat onto the pulse bomb, but they give their mech and ultimately die to the skill orb from Texas Money. And ultimately, Women Love Us looking to possibly still flip this, but they're having to use a lot of ultimates to do it. They've already used 2 both support ults. They popped the primal. Hopefully, though, they're able to finish this off without using any more else that could be bad for them. Saskatchewan looking pretty good as they've already got this point up to 56%.
Yeah, Women Love Us did have to commit quite a bit there, and Yoshi's copy is the only thing they have, whereas they look at the side of Saskatchewan, they have a lot to work with. So the things aren't looking exactly good for Women Love Us, but if they can get a pick, maybe Carts can try to get someone from the back line, they might still have a chance at holding this.
Wow, that goes this huge 5-man EMP out here from FaZe Poco. Will hope, send the hopes of Saskatchewan, to flipping this point back pretty easily. The nice bomb engage with the EMP at the same time. And instantly that fight, you blink and you miss it. It's already over, and Women Love Us sent back to the spawn.
Things aren't looking good right now for the women. They have more things to work with now that Thani has gotten that Diva bomb. But going up to the magical number now for Saskatchewan, things are kind of looking in last fight territory. Women Love Us need to act smart but also fast. But in the meantime, we can take a pause.
So nice little pause we have so far. Right now, it's looking like Saskatchewan's pretty solidly in control. When you're able to win a fight that easily off of just, a couple ultimates, as you saw with the Sombra EMP with the Diva bomb, is pretty huge for them. So already won the first one, but enough chatting about what will happen. Let's go back to what is going to happen as we're back into the fight already. Both teams engaging. Mara popping the Death Blossom, doesn't find anything. Solid job by Thani getting the defense matrix, and then also Yoshi copying the Diva to help out with the defense matrix as well. Both bombs have come out by both members, both Divas on Women Love Us. Haven't found anything yet, but it will still help by making space for the rest of the team. Cards comes in with the pulse bomb to be able to help finish this fight off. Women Love Us, it wasn't looking too good for them, but they should be able to flip this back, and they got a bit of a rough, time ahead of them trying to win this point out.
I think that Women Love Us did exactly what they needed to do, because if you look on the side now of Saskatchewan, they basically tried to use all of their ultimates to try to maintain control, whereas Women Love Us now are the ones that have more to work with. FEC, Texas Money, and Strachey have their ultimates very soon.
Yeah, the hack will come in onto Hyper, though. That could be huge. He's hoping to get back in. He will pop the Primal right at the end of that hack. So close to losing their life, but does get it off. Ends up finding Mara and takes down Mara as well. So, Women Love Us basically able to kind of push the Saskatchewan back a little bit. And another re-engage will have to come in here by the Rough Riders. Still probing.
Things are definitely looking closer now as this final fight territory for both teams. So this engagement is super important no matter how you look at it. But FaZe, Pomku looking for something deadly here.
Pomku looking for the EMP, and it will find 3. The bomb comes in as well. We'll find Yoshi. So the Echo already down. The Women Love Us looking to already have 1 person down. Thani will get demeched as well, so it's looking pretty good for Saskatchewan. Pomko finds another kill here, and at this moment it's looking pretty rough for Women Love Us. And right now the fight going back and forth. Mara will pop the Death Blossom, ends up getting killed immediately out of it. And unless some magical thing can happen, Saskatchewan is looking to finish off this point, finish off this first map to go up 1-0. It's just all a little bit of business at this point as they're just cleaning up some of these remaining staggers. Dust swinging around this point, trying to finish off, but it looks like Women Love Us will be able to flip this back though. So it looks like Women Love Us all this time has been burned down. They've got to 99 as well. It was never flipped by Saskatchewan. The Coalescence comes out by Texas Money, and it looks like Women Love Us have flipped this map, have flipped this point. They're going to bring us to a tie once they can clean up the staggers, and they finally do.
Man, that was Sask rough for the Rough Riders. But yeah, map 3, this is very close. I don't think anyone really expected it to be so close, because you can see on the screen Saskatchewan is the higher seed, so I think that everybody predicted that they would have an easier time winning this, but Women Love Us are super determined to get into that semifinal spot.
Yeah, so this is our do or die point here, Busan. We are headed downtown, making our way downtown, walking fast, and we'll see what we're coming out with. But it looks like we're coming out with the same compositions we just saw, right? So should obviously you would think would favor Women Love Us as they won that last one, but it was a pretty close map, and we should assume that we're going to get the same type of thing here. FaZe Pomko looking to find that engagement into back with a hack. A dive comes in, a jump comes in here by Dust, just making a little bit of space. Pomko helping out as well with some of these hacks, but it looks like trades are even so far on both sides. DPS down for each of our teams. So at this moment, point has unlocked. And while all this fighting is going on, you start to see Saskatchewan back up toward the point to be able to be the first ones to cap it.
Something that's really interesting to me that I did notice about their comps is that it seemed like the DPS kind of swapped, because now we have Karts on the Reaper and Mara on the Tracer.
Yeah, I guess they liked what they saw from the other person, but you should be liking what you're seeing here from Saskatchewan. They'll finally clean this up. A bit of a stagger here onto Thani. Tragic. You hate to see it. Don't do it.
Aww.
Sag. But with all that time, you see FaZe Pomko almost to that EMP.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Saskatchewan's ult economy, and they did a really smart move with that stagger, as sad as it was. Women Love Us do have some ultimates of their own coming up soon, though, but they do need to play this engagement smart and make sure they don't get trapped.
Coalescence out here by Texas Money, hoping to finish this fight off fast, and it does help Cart take down Mara. Right at the beat will come in by PP Guide Hand, but it might not even matter as Yoshi's able to just burn through Dust. Cypher finds one with the bomb, so the fight's still pretty even, but with all this time going on, the point is still continuously clicking up for Saskatchewan. Karts finds one with the Death Blossom. Both tank ults have been used here by Women Love Us, hoping to flip this point, hoping to win the fight. It looks like they might, but at the end of the day, you know, Saskatchewan is still pretty happy with how this has gone. They've got the point up to 72 so far. Even though they're losing the fight at the end, you know, it still works out for them at the end, because they will finish 77% as it finally gets flipped toward Women Love Us.
I saw this gameplay from other teams throughout the tourney as well, and I just noticed it here with Saskatchewan. When they were losing the fight, they didn't decide to back up and regroup. They decided to continue to stall because, as you mentioned, they left that fight with still a really good percentage. So if they manage to take the point back from Women Love Us, it's going to be last fight territory for them. But it looks like Women Love Us is going to try to go on the aggressive to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's a very quick and interesting pick onto Mara there. I kind of misses, so don't know exactly how it happened, but it will still help out Women Love Us as they gain percentage on the point themselves. Right now, Saskatchewan just plotting how they want to do this engagement. They have the Primal, they have the EMP, so they could look to possibly use the same together. The EMP comes out, it does find Texas money, but strategy very nicely done with the sound barrier to counteract it. Right now, Women Love Us looking on the stronger hand as the sound barrier waited up this fight long enough for the coalescence to come out from Texas Bunny Jr. And Women Love Us playing that fight pretty perfectly. Right now, Mara does find one, but we'll have to reset. Great job there by Strategy to be able to counteract that EMP.
Very nice gameplay from Women Love Us. They actually, that's what I was saying. It was like, man, if Saskatchewan takes this point, it's going to be over for Women Love Us. So we see that Women Love Us is like, no, MFG, we're going to stay on the point and we're not going to let Saskatchewan touch it because now we wanted to go to last fight territory, which looks like that's what's going to happen.
Exactly. MFG is not only almost mirror comps, it's almost a mirror example of what we saw in the last, point with Saskatchewan taking the huge percentage and then getting flipped. But here, Meeser decides I've had enough of this. Gonna find two with the coalescence right now. Dust going dangerously low, but plotting out their engages pretty well. Sound barrier does come in here by PP Godhand. Finally hoping to fully flip this as they have to do everything they can to win this fight. And it looks like Saskatchewan has done enough to be able to do so.
This is it for Women Love Us. Not this is it, the match is over, but this is it. Now it's the time for them to act. Because this is another situation just like on the last map we saw. Either team, this is do or die, because if Women Love Us flip the point, then they win. If Saskatchewan defends, then they win. So I'm expecting to see both teams throw out whatever they have, especially we see the Palm Coup EMP, but then we also see the Cart's Death Blossom along with Texas's Coalescence.
Speaking of that EMP, it does come out. Doesn't really finish off anybody immediately as Karts uses the Death Blossom to kind of zone people back from the engagement. But at this point, Dust and Mara going monkey on the entire other team of Women Love Us together. And it looks like they have maybe done enough. Dust is just huge right now at this moment, doing everything they can to win this point for their team. The bomb does come out by Stanley. Everybody scatters, but then re-engages back onto this point. Dust finds a third person in this fight alone. And ultimately, Saskatchewan looking to do everything they can. Our friends from Canada trying to finish off this fight, and they ultimately will and take our first map. Go up the series 1-0.
That was exciting to watch because it could have gone either way. You saw how Women Love Us looked like they were going to win with those engagements. So then we see the double monkey coming out and doing amazing work, Dust in particular. And as you did just say, Saskatchewan is now 1-0, but I am still very excited to see more because Women Love Us looked super strong there, even though they couldn't complete. Because look at it, it was 99-99 every map.
Yeah, it definitely was pretty close, right? Maybe a little bit closer than we thought. Saskatchewan coming through their group undefeated, didn't drop a map, still have not dropped a map, but Women Love Us already beat one team that hadn't dropped the map before against Reverb in the group stages. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. These two teams are looking pretty close right now, and we'll see kind of what it looks like going forward. I'm pretty sure we might be in a run for a full 3-map series. Women Love Us love to take us to 3 maps, so we'll see how that goes in the future.
I'm excited to see a 3-mapper because this is the last day of sub-tourney, so we're expecting the best of the best gameplay. I want every match today to be 3 maps, and then finals, I want to see a map 5er. But going into this next map, do you think that any team, we can talk about women in particular since they did just lose, do you think that they might switch up their comp a little or stick to what they were playing?
So I strongly assume we're going to see probably King's Row. Not only have we've been seeing it a lot, it's also the map that Women Love Us chose when they beat Reverb. And they basically played almost kind of similar. Like they've been playing a lot of the the rush style of compositions throughout the entire tournament. You saw, I think, a Baptiste instead of a Moira on that instead, and that's what you saw when they played Control Center, or not Control Center here, but Mecha Base, right? And you saw the Bap instead of the Moira. So we might get that flipped. We might see a Ryan instead of Winston, but I think the styles are still going to be the same, especially from Women Love Us. I think you should expect to see a brawl style. If they take us to King's Road, they might not, but that's just the assumption as we still wait to see what map we're going to get.
Definitely. And before we get into the other map, I want to do some player highlights because I think that on both sides there have been so many players that have definitely delivered, because we were talking about notable players to see during this match, and I definitely think that every single role has shown some great plays on both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at you saw Meester getting a few kills on the Moira, right? You saw, I mean, I think both, obviously Moira's not the highest skill ceiling of any character out there, but at the end of the day, when this composition, when you play these two styles, right, the whole what you're looking for, especially when that Moira is in there, is like, has the Moira used the Fade? If the Moira's used the Fade, all right, we engage onto the Moira. But you didn't really see that happening a lot. I thought both of the Moiras were playing very, very smartly throughout the entire time. Both Lucio's, I might be support main here, so I might be focusing on supports a little bit, but like you saw Strachey with the counter beat to the EMP that you saw before. So I mean, then definitely Dust, right? Just multiple fights where Dust has just kind of popped off, and that's been awesome to see. So I think all the players are playing up to a pretty high standard. What I would love to see though is if Saskatchewan's gonna play the Sombra, like more value out of the EMPs, right? They're getting big EMPs, but it doesn't seem like, usually you think EMP is a fight winning ultimate, but you're not seeing that happen a lot. So I'd love to see that coming out here for Saskatchewan.
And it looks like you did call it. We are going to be on King's Row. We now have Women Love Us repping the blue and Saskatchewan repping the red.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we got a bit of a flip here. Don't get confused, everybody. We just swap in sides here. It looks like Women Love Us will be on the defense here. So probably were the ones who brought us to King's Row. Saskatchewan deciding, hey, we want to attack first. And kind of seeing from Women Love Us, you're kind of seeing that same style of a bit of a rush.
Definitely. And both teams also have different players. On the side of Women Love Us, we now have Jay and Fancy. And on the side of Saskatchewan, it looks like Argon is now in.
Right now, then obviously the swap. You see Texas Money now onto the off tank instead of a support role. So right now, a nice little flashbang in there by Cards. Nice Ana nade by Meester is huge as well. And immediately Women Love Us barely get to even look at this point as they're already kind of behind the ball here. But Mara will find a pick, and it is an important pick as they're able to take down Fancy having to come back from the spawn. This will help, with their Baptiste down. That's primarily the most amount of the healing that you're gonna miss. And Mara just kind of chilling up here, taking pot shots, not really, challenged too much, as percentage already being taken here by Women Love Us.
We've got Mara and Coconut as the sub-tourney for disciples of the Brian Allen Farah gameplay, because being able to be up in the sky and pushing that damage allowed for his teammates to clean up the fight. You saw Dust get all of those finishing kills, and Saskatchewan is looking really good on their attack.
Yeah, immediately. That's a pretty fast fight. When you thought that on the side of Women Love Us they had a pretty solid defense that came out. Cards got the flashbang kill, but ultimately didn't even matter as Mars able to take down Fancy, and we immediately get into the street space right here. So into this next fight, we only really have one ultimately immediately online, and that's the one for Mara.
And now it's gonna be Women Love Us' turn to try to turn the tables. Carton specific, he's got that job primarily to take down that pharmacy because he is that long range hit scan, and then Jay can go ahead and do the ground front, but it doesn't look like it's working.
Yeah, this fight immediately cleaned up here. Mara finding 3 in it, as this far is just huge for the side of Saskatchewan right now.
There is going to be an opportunity for another recontest, but Women Love Us, they need to make sure they don't get picked off early, because if they can draw out this fight, they have a lot of useful tools, especially defensive ultimates as well. And Saskatchewan looking about the same. They just have to keep an eye on particularly Dust with that shatter that he just laid down.
As Shatter will come down here. Isn't a full cleanup, but Women Love Us still will be able to finish this out. Even though Dust was the one to hit that Shatter, it does not matter. They're going to be the ones to end up winning this fight, and in a good position, because this is going to be a long path back for Saskatchewan to get to the SCART.
That was a really good fight for them because they didn't overcommit too many ultimates, and you see that Saskatchewan just switched up basically almost half their team, so their ultimates aren't really up anymore too, because we now have instead of the Mercy, we have the Bat. Lucio is their new support. Now Mara instead of the Pharah. Rhyme is on May now.
Right in, right out. Arion looking for that moment to use that grab. The immortality field's already out. The grab comes out, but a shatter by Hyper to counteract it. Both of these ults come down, but nothing huge to come from it. Texas Money will find his off-take counterpart, though, as trades are happening on both sides. Pomku finds 2 in the midst of everything going on, finds 3, and they are just on a rampage at this point right now. 4 for FaZe Pomku as he sends Women Love Us on a rough ride back to spawn.
That was a one fight, definitely. Thank you to Pomku. But I want to point out too, Stretchy's beat usage this entire match has been stellar. When they were all caught up in that grab, she was able to put down the barrier to try to minimize the damage. It was just kind of like the snowball effect of ultimates from Saskatchewan that let them get past point B. But now with 4 minutes on the clock, they can't get too cocky, because in Overwatch, we've seen 4 minutes turn to 2 seconds in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, both main tanks down so far into this fight. And Women Love Us deciding to take all of this space, as ultimately they're the ones to come out on top. Even if Dust is down, they're going to be the ones to win this fight and keep this card pushing forward.
There's a little bit of a sense of desperation right now for Women Love Us, because if they don't successfully push out of here, they might have to swap to those touch characters and potentially lose their ultimates.
The High Noon comes out to possibly zone them out, paired with the Shatter by Dust. It looks to be huge. Dust in the backline at this moment. He gets the charge pin onto Strachey. Good lord, this man is unhinged. And right now, Fancy trying to do everything they can, but it is not enough, as fast time pushed in here by Saskatchewan. 3:14 on your time bank as they will finish our map.
Saskatchewan looked really clean on Kings Road, definitely, because particularly with their DPS, they were definitely able to create a lot of openings by going on that aggressive route. But I do think, though, those supports for Women Love Us are doing a stellar job. Just as that shatter came down from Dust, we saw Fancy put down the immortality field in order to try to save the team. And then again, I've been talking about Strachey's beat. So coming in on this attack, I think they do have the tools to try to negate the damage from the powerful ults that Saskatchewan has. The problem that they just need to face is trying to find a way to kind of tone down Saskatchewan's aggressive approaches.
Yeah, you look like, Women Love Us look to be in a good position right after, they got that fight win at the end of point B, right? And that's an amazing position to be able to win it, right? Because that's just so much time taken off every single time Saskatchewan has to come back. But Saskatchewan just ended up winning the next fight, and it didn't even matter. So hoping to see what Women Love Us will come out on here. Be interesting to see how they just try their best to hopefully match the same time bank.
I like the J Widow. Oh, never mind. But I like the picks here from Women Love Us. It looks kind of like a mirror, but they kind of have their own twist. They've got a Hanzo coming out to try to get some good picks, because we did see Jay for a second was going to go on the Widow, so they want to try to do the sniper route to get an early pick. So they have trust in their DPS to try to get that happening.
Yes, first Maywall comes out here by Jay, hoping the split off Dust does not work, but ends up, on the flip side, they do find Mara. So first pick will come into Women Love Us, as they already have a tick onto our point right now. The second DPS is down for Saskatchewan, and this should be a pretty fast fight win. Just a little bit of business end that they have to finish off here. But ultimately, hey, they need a fast push, and they got a fast point A take.
I think I'm an oracle here. I literally said the sniper's gonna be the difference for Women Love Us, and right off the bat, Mara gets headshot and dies. And I kind of like also that Women Love Us is not afraid. It looks like they're also going to try to do the aggressive route. And I don't think that's Saskatchewan plan for that, really. Although we did see on Busan, both teams have great fighting spirits. I think Saskatchewan may have underestimated them a bit.
It might look that way as Dust lifted up into the air and killed while he's in the air by the fire strike. And hey, that might be a solid fight that Women Love Us have to win without using many of their ultimates, as they can just take this free cart position. Cart's struggling a little bit on the wall ride. It's okay, we didn't see it. It's all right. But now they'll just open up this position, looking to, take this next fight as they have a Dragon Strike.
This next fight here, I think, is going to be important because it's good for them to continue this aggressive push, but we also have to be aware here that Saskatchewan is coming up with some pretty powerful ultimates. The Flux already gone off, so they just need to be able to defend against that, which they seem to be doing.
The Flux comes in, but the Dragon Strike will come out in response from Carts, and they needed a fast push, but I don't think we expected it to be this fast, MFG. Like, the speed as they are blowing through this map, we might get a 6-6 here on Kings Row.
Yeah, I didn't expect this, to be honest with you, either. Like, I feel like that both teams were going to complete, but I didn't think that Women Love Us would just so far do it so smoothly. I'm proud of them, but we do see now that Saskatchewan looks like they're in the better position in terms of ult economy. So now Women Love Us, especially on point C, need to take a little breather and be like, okay, we gotta find a way to kind of drain out their ultimates before we can go super aggro again. We have the time, we just need to make sure we don't lose it.
Yeah, they will force out that first ultimate. The Blizzard will find Strachey, so maybe a little bit of a disengagement here from Women Love Us. That's completely fine to them. One ult down. It's not a big deal. They, as you said, bringing out some of those ultimates, and they look like they're going to re-engage right here. But Dust with the massive shatter around the corner. Oh my word, it doesn't matter though, as it's a trade out here. Hyper with their own shatter with the bat window will help them, and it's almost a full team wipe. That first shatter by Dust immediately does not even matter. Nothing done by it, as Women Love Us are the ones that win that fight.
You know what? Women Love Us, I'm pretty sure it was their map pick, and I'm glad they picked this map because, dang, they just turned the tables. Look at the ults now. They're the ones that are in the better position. Saskatchewan's got, like, only the sound barrier, and that just went off. This might be a bad completion. Oh, Carts with the 3K!
It will be a fast position, as Carts was saying, hey, you guys were talking about Pomku, don't forget about me, as they blaze through this map. And they will have 3 minutes and 7 seconds in their time bank.
Oh my god, I'm super duper impressed right now. Like, I did not expect this. I knew that Women Love Us was very fond of Kings Row, but I didn't know that they knew how to play it with such execution, because I pointed it out so many times. They are able to drain out the ults of Saskatchewan, whereas at the same time, they don't use every ult they have, because so many teams kind of try to do that in desperation, and that leaves them defenseless for the next key fights. So props to Women Love Us, like, snaps for you.
Yeah, we always joke about how on New Bonnie there's no point B. I think we saw the same thing here on Kings Row, right? Maybe the defenses maybe won one fight on their point B, and after that, it's just the attacking team just has so much momentum rolling forward. So who knows? We might get a 6-6 here on Kings Row. If so, that's fine. Not like I need to eat dinner or anything anyway. I'm not upset about it. It is what it is. I got some trail mix right here, but I mean, hey, this is looking. Oh, we got a little hyper cam, right? A little hyper spectating cam. Looks like we're locked in. Love to see it.
I used to have trail mix. But look at Texas's positioning. That. Wait! Look at what they're doing. They're doing the cheese.
Oh, they're gonna do it.
But the teleporter's destroyed. Oh, they knew. Texas Money knew. That's why he was up there. He destroyed the teleporter. So smart.
Big brain here by Texas Money Jr. Immediately destroyed it, but they still have the sim, and they're still able to get these TPs off, as they will TP Pumpku onto this high ground. Now, smartly done here by Women Love Us. They are just going to hide under. You know, I try to say this in my ranked games all the time. People don't understand it, right? But all you have to do is LOS Sebastian, and you might not get as much value. Immediately, they start to come down. Oh my gosh, so they immediately drop. But Fancy's ready. Fancy will find Mara right now. And so at this point, it looks like, you know, another TP will come in, move FaZe Pumpkin onto another position. They find one. Dust gets a charge kill onto another. Dust again finding two into this. And hey, the initial plan probably didn't work onto the statue, but at the end of the day, if you keep running into a brick wall, you might break it every now and then.
Listen. I loved how Women Love Us approached that, though. Even though the Bastion was able to set up in the back, as we saw, and mow them down, they were still smart. They were smart. They got rid of the TPs on basically both times. They LOS Sebastian. I loved it. So I have faith here, because we see now, since this is the second portion of this after the 3-3, they don't get extra time. They only have 30 seconds now. So all Women Love Us need to do is win one fight.
We might have missed it, but Karts was on the flank. Ended up taking down Meester, but, you know, his teammate trades it out. The window comes in here for Fancy. A nice position here. Hyper gets a kill with a fire strike through it. Both teams are pretty even at this moment, but it's almost 10 seconds left at this point here for Saskatchewan Roughriders, but they are going to win this fight out. Though we will now get into overtime for the rest of the map, and we're going to see how Women Love Us take this next fight coming up.
I really like how Saskatchewan kind of has a great diversity in the terms of what DPS they're playing, because we see Mara on the Junkrat. And I think that's a great pick, because in this time where it's only overtime, you just want to do silly damage. There's no real strategy to it. In terms of Women Love Us now, their strategy is to be smart about this, because if they just go in and start blasting ults, but never mind.
They will go in and blast the Shatter. It is pretty big. The Diva Bomb comes out as well, but trades are on both sides. Dustin's down for Saskatchewan, so it looks huge. But speaking of huge, Argon with the Flux, he doesn't need a main tank. He's a tank himself. He will find two with his ultimate. Oh, this tire could be huge. It finds Hyper. It looks at the end of the day, Saskatchewan, through this overtime, are going to be able to continuously still push it.
See, if Women Love Us was gonna let me finish, I was gonna tell them to not blasting in ults, because it could be reckless, because they don't know what Saskatchewan has up their sleeves, and something like this could happen.
It is looking pretty rough at this moment so far for Women Love Us, but they're able to still win, right? Ponku will pop the Deadeye, doesn't find anything, but does zone him out. Oh my goodness, Jay almost gets caught out there. Very interesting position, but it might still work out as Karts finds Dust. But this has happened before. Saskatchewan is known to be able to win these fights without Dust. They do take down Jay, but the beat will come in from Strachey to be able to keep his team up. At this moment, the counter beat comes in by FaZe PP Godhand, and Texas Money Jr. kills his counterpart with the rock. I think he fell off the side of the map, but this Flex comes in also by Texas Money Jr., and this should be it. Ultimately, they should be able to stop Saskatchewan at this point, but hey, we still have Dust on the ball. Okay, that should be it. Pretty solid push here by Saskatchewan. Women Love Us have a lot of work to do to be able to win this map.
I think that Women Love Us need to, I think they're a little bit on adrenaline right now, so listen to me. Psychic power. All right, Women Love Us. You don't have to complete. You only have to go there, as we see clearly from the payload. But you gotta remember who Saskatchewan is, how much they're determined to win as well. You had a better time than them, but also now it's game time, because Saskatchewan can 2-0 this right now if they have a solid defense. So Women Love Us needs to play smart if they want to take this to a map 3. I believe we saw it on their first attack, but they just gotta keep that same energy going.
Defense? I've never heard of it. Not here. Not in my vast sub-tourney.
Jay?
Okay. I doubt we'll see Jay stay on the far. You know, who knows? We could. It might have been just a little trick.
Pausers? We have a Widow? Double Sniper. Okay. We saw Karts on the Hanzo doing stuff. Now we get to see Jay on the Widow, possibly?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see Saskatchewan off onto this comp. They decided to keep the Junkrat. Whenever I see Junkrat on Kings Row, I always think of the tweet that I believe it was Caden sent out. Every single time, it is stuck in my head. Throw out the monitor, it doesn't even matter. Junkrat on Kings Row, you just spam, you win. So coming out right now, speaking of spam, Karts is hoping to find a log here, hoping to find somebody, that one pick that's going to open up this point for his team. But should be hard against Mara on this Junkrat. Texas Money, ooh, nice little eat there onto the Junkrat mines, as a lot of space has been taken by Women Lovers. They've just kind of bullied Saskatchewan Rough Riders into the corner like a little bully in the high school, pinned them up against the locker. They've already taken down 2 people so far. This should be a pretty easy point cap. Women Lovers love to do this. You know, hey, point A is nothing to them as they're able to cap it and move on into point B.
You know what? Maybe these teams are just both attack teams. I think I've determined that from this, because both of them have just done stellar attacks. And in terms of defense, it could use a little work. But things aren't looking good right now for Women Love Us. But still, Saskatchewan, they're gonna come back. We see that both tank ults are basically halfway there. Meester already building up to that window. Women Love Us now have a steady pace right now, but still coming into this alleyway, they gotta watch their backs.
Yeah, right now, Karts already has that Dragon Strike Hyper. Huge advantage over Dust with the Shatter if he looks to use it early. The Dragon Strike will come in, does not find anything. They all stay up, but Hyper and Fancy and Karts have decided we don't need the Dragon Strike to get kills. We can do it the old-fashioned way, holding down M1, and ultimately Women Love Us blazing through point B, just like we saw in their first attack.
Oh my god, this is amazing! Like, that Dragon Strike, even though it didn't kill anyone, you kind of saw that it forced the Saskatchewan supports in that little area where the rest of Women Love Us was able to take them down. They're gonna try to do a recontest here because they do know it's a do or die situation, but they're not gonna be able to make it. So here it is! This is it! This is it! Hold on to your seatbelts!
No, it is a disaster. The recontest doesn't work out as Karts is able to find 2 through it. And, you know, maybe it's not too bad as the respawns hopefully come back in time, but that allows Women Love Us to just take all this space. This card is getting dangerously close to this point. Argon does have the flux. He fluxes up out of the Shatter. He doesn't get hit by it, but it doesn't matter. 2 of his teammates already down. That's both of his supports. This is probably over. This map looks done and dusted, no pun intended, as Women Love Us will finally finish off this map and take us into a map 3.
Oh my god! Okay, this is officially the most exciting match I've casted, because Women Love Us, they're taking it to a map 3, baby. Let's go. But I was a little scared, because that's just me, because I was like, okay, this is the last bit. They have a little bit to go, but Saskatchewan still's got ultimates. We saw them try to use them to the best of their ability, but the response from Women Love Us was perfect. Their ultimate timing really allowed them to succeed there. Now it is a 1-to-1 tie.
It is. We are tied here 1-to-1. You know, I think what teams need to start doing, you need to let Women Love Us win the first map so that they can't pick Kings Row against you, because obviously it doesn't matter. If you look at their game against Reverb, Reverb capped pretty solid time, nothing amazing, right? But still, you know, Women Love Us were able to come back, cap their own selves, and still win the map. You saw the same thing here. Saskatchewan blazes through the map. You think, oh my god, this thing is over. The series is done. It is, all right, let's wrap it up. Let's roll out. But it doesn't matter. Women Love Us. They're unfazed. It does nothing, you know, affects them. The mentals are so strong onto this team. They ended up capping in a faster time. And then, like, it was like, you know, it was nothing to them. It was a little bit of a scrim to them on Kings Row here. So pretty interesting. I'm excited to see what our third map will be, our tiebreaker. What are you thinking, right? What do you think of that Saskatchewan might need to, you know, switch up a little bit? Maybe it's a specific map you think would be good for them, or maybe like, you see like maybe a specific comp that might be good for them. What do you think they can do to flip this back and ultimately win this?
I think Saskatchewan needs to surprise Women Love Us again, because definitely Women Love Us has gotten a taste of their composition based on Busan. They managed to adapt to that and roll in Kings Row. So now I think that Saskatchewan needs to pull out the silly, the cool, something unexpected, but not something cheesy, because we clearly saw when they tried to do the Bastion strat, Women Love Us knew what was coming. It also depends on the map too, depending on what Saskatchewan decides to pick.
I'm thinking, all right, I'm going to use my big brain here. I'm thinking they need to go to a map that you can get, you know, shot in the dark. You know, this might sound crazy, but get Dust on the Winston. right? Oh, like big brain time. Obviously, we didn't see it coming. But if you think of a map like, let's say we do Rialto, I think Rialto Havana. I always get Rialto Havana. Yeah, Rialto. I get Rialto and Havana mixed up. But let's say we do Rialto, right? You can get Dust on the Winston, pretty solid map for you. I think that's when they had their best success. You know, when you're able to put him on just something that has a little bit more agency than the Reinhardt can. I think, you know, he just looked very, very clean, especially like on downtown when he was on the Winston. So that's my suggestion. Pretty interested to see what we do get. We're getting music in our ear. I'm trying to.
Well, unfortunately, your mix-up is gonna have to be correct because we're gonna go to Havana, not Rialto.
Okay. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Still work, though. Like, especially on point 3, there's a lot of open space, so we'll definitely possibly be seeing Monkey again.
Could be. But you know, Havana. If we do Havana, right, the opportunity to see some more snipers, right? We saw the Hanzo come out by our man, Karts, right? And we saw Karts a lot of value on that Hanzo, right? An immense amount of value on that Hanzo, right? Karts is not normal. Karts is good, but not normally, right? And so we'll see how that works out. Maybe we get a Widow, maybe we get a Hanzo, maybe we get a bit of double sniper. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ashe and Mercy pocket here. And so we'll see what these teams decide that they want to run.
And it looks like Yoshi is gonna come back in for the side of Women Love Us. Doesn't seem to be any swaps for Saskatchewan, but there is something that I want to do. Since this is the last map, I gotta get it in. So in honor of I'm gonna take both teams here because we got Women Love Us with the attack on Titan, and then we've got FaZe, PP Godwin, so we gotta go the Levi impression. Erwin, PP, PP.
Solid impression. Love it.
They're holding close here, Saskatchewan.
Speaking of PP, he just got hooked, and he just can't go into spawn, or else he would have been dead. Saved by the invisible barrier there. As Texas Money is onto the Roadhog. Oh, another hook onto Mara, and Mara's instantly just deleted, as Roadhog can do. Close hold, as you always see here, onto Havana. Looking up, you know, to be pretty solid for them, right? You know, that pick comes out, but at the end of the day, that's all Saskatchewan needs. You just need, Women Love Us, that's all they need. You just need that one pick to hopefully open this up for you, as you can come back with 6 and they'll have 5. You know, both teams still just kind of probing at each other right now.
I like how Saskatchewan chose to do the close hold because most teams wouldn't really want to opt for that, especially since Dust hit a shatter and didn't seem to find anything. But Texas Money Jr. is still getting a little bit low, so they're still looking pretty solid, question mark.
Dust doesn't find anything, but Dust does find themselves back and spawn as Women Love Us will finish off this fight immediately. Let's clean it up. Nice little, you know, little business end of things, and they'll be moving on to, you know, trying to finish off this point.
That's always the risk for close holds because if you're really good at it, you're able to drain a lot of time off the clock. So even if you do end up dying, it's like barely impossible for them to get there without another recontest. But then if something like this happens where the Women Love Us break that relatively early, there's a chance that they might be able to gain enough momentum to push it through because we see now the teams are starting to build up their ultimates as customary. Women Love Us look like they want to go the aggressive.
Oh my gosh, Karts finds another log onto PP God, and Karts, they have to get him off this Hanzo, doesn't even matter. Good lord, this man is just nasty on it, and that, you know, unfortunately, you know, now looking at Saskatchewan, they're gonna have no support ultimates coming up. Women Love Us have both of theirs coming into our second point.
Things are looking amazing right now. That aggression from Women Love Us, we just love to see it. But Saskatchewan, they did use a lot of ultimates there to try to get the point back, but it didn't go in their favor. So right now, they need to kind of take a step back a little and try to use this next engagement to build up enough ultimates to try to do a proper recontest.
Yeah, Karts almost gets picked off there, but People leaves out of the way, you know, able to save themselves. As Women Love Us is taking this high ground. Interesting enough, Saskatchewan, not much of a challenge for them as they're just able to kind of just walk and take up. And now look at all the space that Women Love Us has been able to take. Saskatchewan forced to do a long rotate down around the side and have to fight out of here, but that isolates them. They're all into the same corner. It's a huge blitz paired with the Dragon Strike, and that is just a recipe for disaster as a full team kill comes out here for Women Love Us.
God, you love to see it. Those beautiful alt combos. And I don't know why, because Women Love Us has constantly proven me wrong, but I was always like, no, you have so many alts on the table, don't use them all at once. And they don't. I don't know why I always have this fear with teams, but again, they look super solid. I don't even think that Saskatchewan can even touch. Look at how far up they're holding that beautiful control on the high ground. Coming into here with 4:30 left, and Saskatchewan really only has both tank alts to work with.
Yeah, and look at this MFG. They're forced to go close, but that just helps out Hyper. Huge shatter, gives their life for it, but Women Love Us getting the trades out, possibly able to still win this out. And it looks like they might actually, Mar gets one with the Dragon, but ultimately it looks like Women Love Us will be able to win that. And as I was saying, like, they have to hold close because there's so much time on this time bank, but it just works out well for Women Love Us as they will continue to keep rolling.
That flank shatter, Hyper, that was so smart. Yeah, I love it. And something else I've kind of noticed, Dust just now swapping over to the Reinhardt, but Saskatchewan hasn't really changed a lot in order to try to combat what Women Love Us has right now, because they're doing a pretty clean run right now, and it doesn't seem like Saskatchewan's adapting.
Yeah, you saw Mar try to do the Hanzo 1v1 against Karts, but decide against it. And right now, that might be looking like a bad decision so far, as Karts is just unchecked, uncontested, and another fight. I don't believe Women Love Us, they probably lost one fight so far, and that was at the beginning, but they're almost at the end of this map.
And Saskatchewan, Mara on the Doom kind of as like that touch character, but I've seen Mara do some great things on the Doomfist, so it's not over. It's not out of the question yet. And if Women Love Us do cap here, I do think that we're gonna see a Mara Doomfist again.
Yeah, the Dragon Strike comes out by Karts, not even needed, as the rest of his team is able to clean this up. Amazing time bank for Women Love Us. 2 minutes, 58 seconds as they steamroll Saskatchewan through this map. I guess you can say it was a bit of a rough ride for Saskatchewan through this map.
We're bullying Saskatchewan today, but now as we switch sides, do you think that Saskatchewan is gonna try something different? Because as I noted, they didn't really seem to come out with a lot of different looks that whole round.
If I'm Saskatchewan, I'm banking on the fact that this entire series, nobody's had good defense, right? So I would say just stick with whatever you already had planned, in hopes that, hey, Women Love Us didn't have good defense on Kings Row, we didn't, so maybe it's the same thing here on Havana, and that's what I would hope for coming out, because you just have to believe in what you already had, and maybe after a couple fights you have to switch something up, but I mean, Women Love Us looking amazing so far.
Saskatchewan, what are you doing? It looks like they're gonna try to do a pirate ship with the Bastion, the shields. Oh, that's in my eyes moment. Deary me. But I think that definitely it might be able to work, at least push them through a couple of points before Women Love Us figure out how to crack it, because even the best teams, they kind of get mowed down by the Bastion, especially right now. Women Love Us are also choosing to hold the close route, so you got to be careful here.
Yeah, it looks like Saskatchewan will try it. I guess they're going to do a little bit of trolling, right? A tiny bit of tomfoolery here, as they're going to try this pirate ship composition out. Oh my gosh, Texas Buddy Jr. just rushing onto Pumku, does not even care. Women Love Us ends up winning the fight, but they did lose Fancy, so a good amount of their healing is gone. They also lost Karts, who we know has been doing a lot of the damage for them. So, it looks like Saskatchewan, once they respawn, they should be able to win this so far. Women Love Us looking to just stall this out for as long as possible.
Just no fear. Seriously, look at this aggression coming in from Women Love Us. Literally, Dust can't even walk outside. And it's interesting that FaZe Pumku is still on the Bastion. Mara has tried a couple of different characters. We've seen the Farah, the Mei, but still Bastion. They're trying to get that set up still, but I really don't know if it's going to work, because Women Love Us clearly know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they've taken so long to get out of spawn and set this up that some of the respawns from Women Love Us have already come back. But Karts is down again, and it looks like finally they're going to, eventually win this up. Texas Buddy Jr. just walking right at Pumku. Doesn't work out, but successfully already a minute taken off of the clock, and that's exactly what you want to do with your spawn hold.
So now it's up to Women Love Us to take this in a different direction, because now they have set up. Saskatchewan has their full pirate ship in all of its glory. There it is. And Women Love Us have ultimates that can break this up. Particularly, we got the Yoshi Blizzard. So if he can get behind and throw it in without them seeing. But they got to play this smart because they can get mowed down, especially look at the aggression from the rest of Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it looks like the aggression is looking good, but what else is looking good? That shatter from Dust that will find 3. Ultimately, trades on both sides. Nice little freeze by, Yoshi to get that Blizzard off after freezing the D.Va so they couldn't eat it. And it looks like that should help out. Pumku does have, oh my goodness, a direct rocket into Carts. Good lord. Pumku, the damage boost in Bastion ultimate is just a recipe for disaster for Women Love Us, but they are still in this fight. They're still looking to finish this off. Hopefully, so when this Yoshi gets a melee kill on some PP Guardian in the front of everybody, and a Shadow Viper with the window by Fancy, somehow, some way, Women Love Us have turned this fight back around.
My mind hurts so much. Literally, it looked like things are going great for Saskatchewan. Pumku had a great rocket, and there was even a blizzard coming up from Mara when he was still on the May, but Women Love Us were able to somehow still land that nice shatter and clean up the fight. Mara back on the Farah now, another rhyme. Hopefully he can be able to get some more stuff. The Bastion not working anymore for Saskatchewan. Hate to break it to ya.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock right here for Saskatchewan, and I guess we might be needing to see some flips, and we will right now so far.
I'm at the edge of my seat because a minute left, last fight territory really for Saskatchewan, and I don't know because they don't really have much to work with. They only have the tank ults, whereas Women Love Us look like they're gonna have more in their arsenal, but it's basically all about their execution because if miraculously somehow Saskatchewan can find a perfect kill, maybe with this bomb. We'll have to see, but it looks like right now the ults are going to go still in the favor of women.
Yes, solid flux there by Texas Money, but a huge shatter by Dust once again, as we've seen all series. Cypher will find 2. His window isn't the best, and it doesn't look like it will help out Women Love Us, as ultimately, with 10 seconds left, wait, maybe? Yes, yeah, it should be it. This should be the fight. Finally, you're seeing Saskatchewan, all the way into overtime forced into, but will win this out. Interesting to see if Women Love Us try to recontest.
They have close ultimates. They have time to kind of get together. Rough Riders doesn't have anything except for the window. I think they'll definitely a recontest, but they gotta play it smart because right now the tanks are trying to go aggressive. The rest of the team's not there. Carts already falls, but anything can happen. Maybe.
Oh no, Carts goes down. Carts had the Dragon Strike, the one ultimate they needed to possibly win this, but they will invest the Blizzard. They are trying to win this out. It doesn't look likely, but Texas Money Jr. is still up here with Strachey. The flux is huge. Flux 9, a 619. As oh my word, Texas Money finishes it off. Goodness.
That's the most perfect way to end this match because it's unconventional and not expected. It's the Sig 9 that wins the day, not any skin.
I'm in a great agreement with you, MFG. That is the perfect way to finish this off. Bash shaking his head in disgust. But I mean, what other way did you want this match to end? Teams pretty even on both sides. It had to be. We could have been here forever. It had to been done this way.
Well, Women Love Us with 2 ringers, mind you. I believe there was 2 different non-starter players on that roster winning out, and like you talked about, Pioneer, the most unconventional way to win a series, I say, with the Flux 9. They're just a bit. So that means they get to advance to the semifinals, and I have to say, we look back and let's do a quick recap here. So Women Love Us, they get to go forward now. Saskatchewan Rough Riders are out. MFG looking forward for Women Love Us and who they're going to play in the semis. Because also, if we bring up the bracket, Solomon, Komodo Knights lost to Left Michigan Baby Eaters, which some might say could be an upset potentially. So it's going to be Women Love Us versus Left Michigan Baby Eaters. When you look forward to that matchup and what we just saw here, MFG, who do you think is coming out of there?
I think this is gonna be another meme match, to be perfectly honest with you. I definitely think that both of these teams have been interesting and also underrated because they have been like ever since the start of Sub Tourney, everyone's been kind of like, oh, they're like the funny team. They're probably just gonna meme, but like they're in the semifinals, so I think it's definitely to be close. I don't really know who's gonna do this, but I've seen literally just now Women Love Us have really good aggression, but I think Left Michigan Baby Eaters also is really good at strategizing, so it could go either way.
Okay, and then looking forward, it also are the upper bracket final, I believe, which is Reverb and High Ground Rhinos. So we've heard the lower bracket predictions. Well, actually, we haven't heard from your Pioneer. Pioneer, looking at lower bracket, which is going to be what we just talked about, which was which teams were those again? It was the Left Michigan Baby Eaters and my brain is blanking. Women Love Us, the team that just won. Yeah. My brain is blanking. How are you feeling after watching this last match?
Honestly, I might have to give it to Women Love Us. Just the resilience we've seen. They've gone up against two undefeated teams, two teams that people have said are probably the favorites to win the whole thing, and have beat both of them. Or okay, one they didn't beat Reverb, but close series against Reverb, and then here against Saskatchewan to beat them. I mean, I don't think you can count them out. Like until the map is over, until the whole series is over, I don't think you can count them out. So I'm on the women band.
Okay, so let's just say, looking at our final four teams here that are remaining now, we have Reverb. We have Reverb on upper bracket alongside High Ground Rhinos, Women Love Us, and then I lost them again, Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Gosh, my brain is just chugging along today. If we were to make a candidate run, if we were going to pick one team of the teams remaining here, MFG, who's winning it all from what we've seen?
You know what? As much as I love the Women Love Us team, even supporting it with the Mikasa cosplay, honestly, I think that Reverb has this in the bag. I have been impressed with Reverb ever since the very start. I've been rooting for them, and I'm happy to see them advance this far, and I think that they have the audacity to take it.
Okay, Pioneer, who's your pick to win it all after seeing the four remaining teams?
Part of me wants to, give a different pick to spice it up a little bit, but I'm gonna have to go with MFG. I think Reverb as well is rolling. They have had a couple close fights so far, but I think Aqua definitely underseeded. So I think Reverb is probably my favorite to be able to take it all the way.
Okay, and we also have an interview with Hyper and Karts, both from Women Love Us, ready to just have a quick talk. So let's start here with Hyper, the team captain. Hyper, you just had a big win. You've come out on top here. You're going to the semifinals. What are your expectations moving in against your next matchup when you're playing against the Left Michigan Baby Eaters? How do you think you're going to match up there?
I've heard nothing about them in this tournament.
Okay.
Which I think says, it says quite a bit of how much of a no-name they are. So, I'll come out. I think it's going to be a pretty easy game.
Okay. Well, Pioneer, do you have any questions you'd like to ask either Karts or Hyper?
Yeah, I got one for Karts. So, first map, pretty standard. Nothing was, crazy. But then we see you onto Kings Row and then onto our third map on Havana. Just swap the Hanzo pick and immediately just pop off. Was that something you guys already had planned? Was it just like, I think I'm feeling Hanzo? Or like what? How did that work out? And then was it like the third map you already decided you were going to pick Hanzo? Or did you like, hey, I got the high hand, my Hanzo's just popping off, I'm going to keep with it?
Yeah, so no, we did not plan. I didn't plan to play Hanzo like at all. I was probably going to be on Kree most of it, but I tried it out on Kings, and then it really worked out well. And I decided, I was feeling myself, so I played it on Havana, and it worked well.
Okay, that makes sense. And then MFG, any questions you'd like to ask either of them?
All right, I've got a fun question for you. So, how do you feel about the fit? I tried to rep the Mikasa look for you guys, because gotta love the anime reference.
As our team name represents, women, especially, if we come out and win this, they will flock to us. And that is just our goal. Even 2D anime women. So at this point, we'll take anything.
Amazing.
Great answer. Fantastic answer. As always, your branding to me has been my favorite so far of the tournament. So I've loved what you guys have done with the branding. And good luck in your semifinals match. I really hope to see you in the grand finals. It will be very sad for myself personally, but also can't root against Left Michigan Baby Eaters. But good luck, and congrats for making it so far.
Thank you so much.
You.
All right, we'll see you guys in the next game.
Thank you.
Okay, well, so coming up next, we have, I believe, the upper semis, which is going to be. My brain is just going crazy. Reverb versus a team. Which team is it? High Ground Rhinos. Reverb versus High Ground Rhinos. Oh no, never mind. I'm reading. Solomon's yelling at me. Next up is Women Love Us versus Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Oh,
I can't read. So luckily Solomon's there to yell at me. So that's the actual one. So you guys have made your prediction that we're going to see Reverb all the way. Who do you think their opponent's going to be? Are we all agreement here on Left Michigan, or is it Women Love Us, or where are we feeling?
Women.
Women for FG.
I'm going Left Michigan. I know I said Women Love Us a little bit, but I'm not gonna lie, I hadn't seen the roster for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, and I might want to switch my Reverb pick because, in my opinion, they probably have the best tank line in the league with Guac and Ahi. So that's who I'm gonna go with. I'm a fan of both of those two players, and I think, as your tank goes, as your team goes, and I'm gonna go with them. I think they're gonna take it.
Okay, well, excellent. Well, let's head to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Women Love Us versus Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So we're going to see you guys very soon.
Rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.
Hello everybody and welcome today to a ASMR shoe mukbang. You may be wondering why I'm making this video. Well, I said on the Fast Sub Tourney stream that I would eat a shoe if Signet did not pick Kings Row, and lo and behold, he picked Eichenwald. So I don't want to disappoint anybody, so I'm here in lovely Costa Rica, and I don't have any access to any of my normal editing equipment or cameras or anything like that, so I'm recording this on my iPhone, and I will be eating this shoe. This is a white leather Johnson & Murphy sneaker that I have owned for 4 or 5 years, and today I will be devouring it for your enjoyment. So I guess without further ado, we can go ahead and get started here. So I'm just gonna doesn't really taste like anything, but
Well, we just watched Frank eat a shoe. It was really way too wet of noises, I think, to consume in a shoe. I don't know why it was that what the mouse sounds were, but that's fine. We're here with the desk. We have Invictus, Freya, and Artemis alongside me. Before we get into our next match, which is going to be Women Love Us and the Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So, first question I have to ask, because Invictus, you're looking really dapper. Everyone's looking really dapper, actually, besides myself currently. So, Invictus, you're looking the most dapper, though. What do you think that shoe?
I think it's you. I think you're looking the most dapper.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I'm still going to ask you, what do you think that shoe tasted like?
I think the shoe tastes like whatever sauce you put on it. I think the shoe itself has no taste, you know? So
you think you had sauce on it?
Yeah, probably, you know? Why wouldn't you? If you were eating a shoe, wouldn't you like put some nice, I don't know. What do you like of us? Mayonnaise, mustard?
Definitely not mayo on the shoe. Also, apparently people are saying your mic is way too dank right now, Invictus. I'm just going to let you know. Apparently. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. You have the Dolby surround sound microphone. Solomon fixed it, apparently. So apparently it's all fixed
Maybe
now.
my mic was on the cam somehow. Well,
yes, potentially. But it seems like it's fine now. Well, then follow up there. If you were to pick a shoe that you had to eat, Artemis, what shoe would it be?
Oh, God. Probably a Croc.
A Croc, why?
I just feel like it'd be easier to eat. Instead of like tearing through like something like a sneaker or like a heel, I feel like a Croc would just be easier to bite through.
You know, I could see that. It would be kind of like just very tender compared to most shoes. I could see that being true. Freya, what about you? What shoe would you pick?
I would go with a flip-flop. I'm trying to get as little shoe as possible, so I'm gonna go with something small. Maybe it could be one of those like nice ones that's kind of thin. I think that's what I would go with.
Okay.
I'm just trying to eat as little shoe as possible here.
Golden Apple Guy makes a good point. A flip-flop is not a shoe, Brian.
Flip-flop is a shoe.
All right. If it's not a shoe, I'm gonna go with one of those like shoe things that has the toe thing, so you can like see each individual toe.
Perfect. That's it.
Great.
Shoe. Does that work? Does that work for you?
That works. That's a shoe. But I think both are shoes, but fine. Okay, let's talk about the match then. Coming up here, we have Left Michigan Baby Eaters versus the other team, Women Love Us. That's the one. So, looking at this matchup, let's get our predictions in early for this desk. Invictus, what's your prediction here? Who's coming out on top?
Well, you know, as always, I love women. So I think women take the.
Thanks. Thanks, Vic.
I mean, the game. Yeah, I think women love us to win the game. Yes.
Excellent. Well, okay, Artemis, what's your prediction?
As much as I would love to go with Women Love Us because Strachey's on that team, I have to go with Left Michigan Baby Eaters because I've just heard about the incredible tank line, and I've heard Guac makes an amazing shot caller, and I feel like that's going to be a huge difference maker here.
Okay, yep, Guac. Well then, Freya, your prediction, Women Love Us, Left Michigan Baby Eaters, what do you got?
I have to ride the Left Michigan Baby Eaters train. I mean, Ahi and Guac is just an incredible tank line, and they figured out this comp that works with the Nyquist Sombra, and they've just been doing so well with it. I think the Left Michigan Baby Eaters will be able to defeat women. I think Baby will beat women this time.
Baby will beat women. A classic matchup. Baby beating women there for sure. Well, I'm going to make it more even here on the desk. I'm going to go with Women Love Us because I love their branding. I feel like they got clutch potential. So we have a 2-2 tie there. And I think now, so it's kind of even. We got it equal. I think both teams are also ready. It's also the first map is going to be Lijiang. So looking at Lijiang, Invictus, what do you think they're going to roll out here? What do you think? What comps are we going to be seeing?
I mean, it really depends on that point, right? If you're going to Control Center, I'm expecting to see a lot of Rush, probably some Junkrat and some Symmetra. But I think we might see some fire play here on Garden, which I'm really excited for. So
a little bit of fire play. Okay, that makes sense. And then let's just highlight some players. So Artemis, if you're going to pick just 2 players, one from each team, which players should we look out for?
Ooh, okay, so Hearts just played amazing last map, so you obviously have to look out for that to see if that performance repeats itself. I mean, riding the high. And then on Left Michigan Baby Eaters, I am, once again, we were talking about the tank line. You just got to look at the tank line. You got to look at Guac. You got to look at Ashki, and you got to see the tanks, you know?
We do have to see the tanks. I agree.
We do have to see the tanks.
We have to see them. That's very important. Well, let's see if any of us are gonna eat some more shoes because the teams are ready. We're ready to go into Lijiang. So I'm gonna head into the cast. So goodbye, desk. That desk being Artemis and Invictus, and hello, Freya, my casting partner, as we head on over. Right?
It's
Teku, not Freya. It's Teku-jin. That's right. Teku, my casting partner. Goodbye, Freya. Hello, Teku. Well, we have a match to cast. I forgot. Yeah, that's sometimes my brain's not working too good today, Teku. Well, are you excited for this match?
I'm very excited for this. I think that we have really I'm honestly excited for the tank lineup as a tank player. I'm excited to see kind of how those match up here. And Karts, the Hanzo Prodigy, actually is a tank player as well who swapped over to DPS for this tournament. So a lot of tanking going on. So I think there should be a good match with some nice matchups.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this is a battle of branding as well. Both the brands for these teams have been extremely strong, for myself at least. I feel like they both came out swinging through the gates. Donk, always a creative mastermind with the reveals. And then Women Love Us. I mean, I personally love their branding the most out of every team. Though all the brands have been very good so far from what we've seen for the top tournament, but I've just loved the Women Love Us brand the most. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see this matchup. Also because there actually are some very good players, like Artemis was talking about, like Guac in particular. I'm interested to see how they're going to perform.
Yeah, I honestly want to know what headspace Donk gets into when he's creating his brands, because it feels surrealist in a way. I think that's a word you could use for it. It's very weird and out there. And on the side of Women Love Us, I mean, straight to the point, just women love them.
It feels abstract. It feels like some sort of Jackson Pollock painting thrown at my eyes, but it's in team form. So we are rolling out here first. It is going to be, for the first point on Lijiang, Left Michigan Baby Eaters versus Women Love Us. And we see some Junk and some Sim here for both teams. Pretty much a mirror matchup, minus a Higo on that, on the Sigma. As you see, Left Michigan Baby Eaters are trying to find this pick very, very early. Lamp used very early from Women Love Us, so no Lamp on the field. Left Michigan Baby Eaters are going to try to push their advantage. See, Lamp popped in return, a lot of damage, a lot of pressure. Fanny already out of the mech, so no mitigation now for the spam for Just Monica. Just Monica doing so much damage already. Hyper going down very early, so that's a huge advantage.
Yeah, as this fight kind of wraps up here, Nyquist almost goes down, but it will be a pretty decisive win for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. I feel like that lamp was just in a really poor position, and they were able to capitalize on the poor usage of that key ability in these rush comps. As this next fight kind of begins to unfold, I'm interested to see how they're going to deal with this window here. It kind of just buys them time, I feel, and they're actually going to Fire Strike through it, and it doesn't matter, the returning Fire Strike is the one that actually is going to get the kill.
Well, they dealt with it, but they did not deal with it well because the window gives a lot of value there. Gets that pick very, very early. As Women Love Us, they have to back him to spawn. Left Michigan Baby Eaters gonna have the tire, gonna have the flux available. So a lot of really strong ults heading into this next fight for them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this ult lineup, both teams have the tire, and I believe we've seen some TP tire tomfoolery in the past within this sub-tourney. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nyquist, you know what?
Well,
that doesn't matter.
Well,
just another Fire Strike kill.
Texas Money Jr. is looking increasingly junior, smaller and smaller by the second there, as already they go down very early to the Fire Strike. Another reset coming out here from Women Love Us as Left Michigan Baby Eaters about to have 5 ults this upcoming fight. Though for Women Love Us, 4 on their opposing team. If they get a great beat out from Strachey, who's had some very good beats so far this tournament, it could mitigate a lot of the value here, but it's going to be tough as they go all the way around through the Mega Pack room, and they're going to flank them here. And White, they drop the Shatter, they find one, but the tire going to be out and already hyper down.
You know, that was an interesting rotation there. I guess they decided that the other side had some sort of advantage, but, you know, I guess it doesn't matter in the end if you just keep getting destroyed by the front line of Michigan Baby Eaters. I feel like that was just a waste of time, if I'm being honest. Why not just go through mid, take White Room, take the semi-high ground advantage, you know?
Well, sometimes you gotta get a little fancy with it. Get a little bit fancy footwork as Left Michigan Baby Eaters are still holding on to the beat. They have double tank ult. Women Love Us trying to make the approach. They're all getting caught with the flux. The tire finds 3! And even with the Shatter comes out, keeps them all alive. Guac gonna drop the Shatter, but it's too little too late. I mean, they don't have enough players here on the point. Women Love Us gonna get the flip, and what a great tire there from Karts, keeping them all alive and mitigating the value of that flux entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it took going to 99%, hitting overtime before the tire actually came out, and it's just because they kept getting picks onto them really early on before they could even start a team engagement, just random picks. And finally, when they have this, like, they have all the pressure on them, they finally hit the Q buttons, and it thankfully works out, but now they're going to have to hope that they're able to hold this from 0 to 100.
Well, just as you say that, Just Monica goes down, so already a lot of the damage off the field here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Women Love Us just taking control of this White Room, just getting a lot of spam out for Karts, who's trying to build another tire. They're probably gonna have the tire advantage since Just Monica went down. Left Michigan Baby is building up to some ults, but they're just kind of farming the ults for Women Love Us in return. Already nearly 50% for Women Love Us.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be heading into 50% territory on the side of Women Love Us percentage, and Cute White Boy is actually going to be found with the High Noon. That is unfortunate. Sound barrier not going to be coming into play. And now, Karts is just going to continue to clean up on this Junkrat. I'm honestly, like, I just feel
this
like
is not normally.
all these teamfight engagements have just felt like someone gets picked early on and they're not able to push in. They just have to wait for a respawn, and just the clock keeps going up.
Exactly, because I mean, not losing picks constantly means they're constantly behind in the ult, so you constantly have to wait for the reset. As Left Michigan Baby, they're trying to come back in for what's looking to be the last fight. The tire out from Just Monica with the flux. Tire getting taken down though by Karts. Great denial of that value. Here comes the counter tire. They're so far away. Finds one, but the bomb out too. Goes for the zone, but because the bomb, even though it doesn't find anyone, it zones them enough where Women Love Us can get some more picks. Stracciatella very, very close to this beat here. If they can get the beat, there's plenty of opportunity for Women Love Us to still win this re-engages. Guac gonna come back fast on the Hammond, but Just Monica getting caught going a little too far forward as Texas Money Jr. gets 2 and Left Michigan Baby Eaters. They're gonna commit the window, but the trap finding Guac, and oh no, this could be a disaster as the beat comes out from Strachey. Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they need something fast, but I don't think it's gonna be happening. No expedited shipping, nothing fast here, all slow land speed.
You know, as this map comes to a close, I would like to see a bit of momentum, some action, some more decisiveness from these teams when they're approaching on the attack, because I mean, as this team fight ends and Women Love Us take the first point, I just feel like that felt like there were maybe 2 or 3 actual team fights within the entire thing. I feel like both teams were kind of piddling around in the chokes, just waiting to figure out, maybe we go in now. But I just want them to have a little more decisiveness in their movement.
For sure. I mean, especially just like you talked about losing those picks so often. That's something that just can't happen. You want to make sure to run a tight ship for the left Michigan baby. Look more like the right Michigan baby eaters out there. You know, they're not looking like their classic left brethren. So left Michigan baby eaters looking like they might roll out here on that same composition, keeping the Junk and Nyquist on the Symmetra. Women Love Us, though, putting carts now on to the Cree. So
That's
a little bit of a
interesting
compositional
swap.
difference.
Especially
yeah,
if
a
they're
little,
doing this
pretty
TP
interesting.
strat, like that, I've been expecting this Junkrat to just get a kill almost immediately. And you know what? I don't know anything. No Junkrat kill immediately. And in the meantime, a Sim Turret is going to be dealing with the TP up top. I guess that's one way to get rid of it. And, I mean, look at the point presence that left Michigan baby eaters have already taken.
They did, however, remove the lamp very early, right? So that's something at least. But now the fight's already lasted so long, the lamp might come back soon. Downey already demech though, and left Michigan, like you talked about, still in firm control of the point. They have they have the turrets up everywhere. Downey doesn't have mech, so they can't mitigate any of this damage right now. As Guak gonna make sure that no one dies to the flash. The Shatter's up, and Women Love Us, they're just stuck here in the back of the point, giving up, and they're gonna get booped by a Higo as they find one, they find two, and here comes the reset there for Women Love Us. The rest of them just gonna jump off the map. And the first fight and first cap going the way of left Michigan baby eaters. And like you said, Teku, that point control, just so valuable.
I mean, yeah, and even once they took the point, I just feel like Women Love Us were just kind of standing there trying to figure. Like, I feel like both these teams are waiting for the other team to make a mistake. Not really much decisiveness coming out in the side of aggression, and that's another window fire strike kill. This time finding Stracciatella. That is unfortunate. A one-man advantage at this moment, and I'm honestly interested to see if they drop the Shatter here.
I mean, really, considering they still hold the point, they have the man advantage, they don't necessarily have to drop anything, they can wait. However, Simult's going to be invested there from Yoshi, trying to split the point, counter Simult there from Nyquist. The tire also going to come out from Just Monaco, coming from above. It's going to find Texas Money Jr. Walk, going to push, knowing the heals are down. They don't use anymore else. They're going to chase down these kills. As everyone gets out, it's another girthy fire strike out from Guak, and really, really good point presence here from left Michigan baby eaters.
I'm not gonna lie, that fight kind of felt like a Tron light bike battle there with both of the walls coming out, and the second wall being put down actually allowed Nyquist to get far more charge off of that other sim wall, essentially having infinite ammo, getting up to level 3 charge really quickly, and just beaming down the front line of Women Love Us.
Women Love Us now dropping the high noon for cards, trying to the point for the bomb from Ahigo, making them turn. They get booped. It forces the lamp, and then Hyper gonna go around, drop the Shatter, force the lamp in return. Window and Beat coming out. They're gonna push through this using the Beat. They try to find one. You see Ahigo trying to get the zone here on a Texas Money Jr. Guak going down. Women Love Us absorbing this aggression so well. Now gonna move on to the point, look to pick up these kills. They need to know these turrets, just tickling them in the back, give them a little peekaboo. But that's gonna be it. And really, really good zone coming out from Women Love Us. Keep making sure their supports don't go down, and they punish Guak early.
I feel like I'm having deja vu here because the last point went to 99 in favor of left Michigan baby eaters, only to be 0 to 100 by Women Love Us on the second half of the map. So let's see if left Michigan baby eaters can stop that from happening 2 times in a row. I mean, this first fight I feel like is a foregone conclusion with both of the support ults on the side of Women Love Us. You just want to make sure you don't overlap those, keep your advantage in the ult economy up as the fight breaks out further on. And I mean, it looks like they're also going to get the tire up here. I feel like the ult economy for Women Love Us is just going to be so good here.
They did use the window very early. Yoshi, though, the tire is up. Tire going to be coming out right now. Ahigo taking a lot of damage. They have to make sure to look for the zone. Nyquist knows where it's at. Yoshi, they can't compete there. They're going to pick it off. So great zone. I mean, a little bit of an unlucky tire there from Yoshi. Gets scouted early. So really, really good awareness there from Nyquist. His left Michigan baby eaters going to reapproach. They have a tire of their own for Just Monica. There's the tire coming on in. Cart's going to pop the high noon. They're trying to find one. They can get 2. The wall splitting them so they can't get the lamp either. They were hiding. And now left Michigan baby eaters, they're on the point. The Beat has to be invested by Strachey. There's the Flux as well. Finding 1, finding 2. Nyquist should have blocks. So they should go down. Oh, they're going to get frozen out of the Flux. Yeah, they're froze out of the Flux there as Women Love Us. They're still finding picks, though, on the point. The wall coming out late from Nyquist. Gonna freeze another, but Yoshi getting so much value. Yoshi finding another. Yoshi with 3. About to have the tire, too. Forcing the bomb out from Ahigo, getting the kill. And Yoshi with the absolutely monstrous amount of damage there. Keeping them in that fight.
I am surprised they were actually able to flip that. The Beat was so good from Stracciatella to keep their team in that fight just a little longer so the respawns could get there. And Yoshi on the return is able to just destroy the backline with all of the damage that the J Silly provides. I mean, this is last fight territory here.
Oh, and we have a pause. So a little bit of a regroup coming out here. So let's talk about that last fight then, Teku.
All right.
They get the 2 kills early. They split them from the lamp. They freeze them out of the flux. They can't even flux. They just have a manual freeze them out of the flux there from Nyquist, and they still lose that fight. Yoshi finds 3. They find another picks. I mean, that's brutal, right? Because that was their fight to win on Lijiang, and now it seems like Women Love Us. They could 100% take this round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm really confused about why the Sigma flew towards the Mei. I mean, she has perma CC. I guess he just wanted to become a Sig Sickle. And losing that key ultimate, which would have netted a kill on the Mei, would have been absolutely crucial. I mean, the Mei provides so much stall. Losing out on that is so unfortunate for the side of Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So I'm just trying to figure out what that maneuver was trying to accomplish there. I'm trying to figure out what the win con here is. I mean, there's 3 ults on the side of Women Love Us, so Left Michigan Baby Eaters are going to be really tried here if they want.
Well, there's one less because Hyper just used the shadow, did not get much value. Cute white boy gonna pop the beat, allow them to just walk through Texas Money Jr.'s window, but the tire coming from Yoshi, the absolute minutes, it still fights 2. It denies the Blizzard 2. No Blizzard, just Monica gonna get the kill on Yoshi, but Women Love Us in firm control of the point, and Yoshi does it again. That's going to be the first map for Women Love Us.
The tire diff from Yoshi, you know, just Monica trying to live up to their name and being the only Junkrat in the kill feed, but Yoshi says, I think that it's my turn to show up, and just putting on a dominant performance there on that second map. As we see Cards here, third Junkrat in this match, is actually going to get to play the game with his tire. Really good plays from Women Love Us. Once again, not giving up even though they're at a 99-0 disadvantage, and then just full capping all the way back around. Really good resiliency from Women Love Us.
See the chat dropping some hashtag Texas Hards. I don't think that's the logo. I don't think that's the motto for Women Love Us, but sure. So already Women Love Us up 1 map now up on the control. We are going to be going to the hybrid next. It is a loser pick. So I'm not quite sure, what Left Michigan Baby Eaters prefers on the hybrid. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kings Row. That's always a fan favorite. But anything's really possible as we just wait for the teams to pick the map. I mean, do you have any thoughts, Teku, on what maybe Left Michigan's going to pick?
In my opinion, I feel like Left Michigan Baby Eaters should, if they feel comfortable with it, go away from the rush. I feel like Women Love Us work best when they're on the rush comp. Hyper has proven to be a very comfortable Rhine pick, and I feel like that has suited their playstyle very well. However, I know that the tank line of Left Michigan Baby Eaters with Guac and Ahi, they're a really strong ball and diva player. Like, that's a really good potential ball comp that you can run there. I think that going to a map that maybe allows you to flex away from the rush and make Women Love Us a little more uncomfortable would be a really smart play from them. But this is a 1 weekend tourney. I'm not sure if they've gotten that kind of synergy down. The Rhine rush comp, I feel like, is kind of what everyone defaults to in these short tournaments because it's just the easiest to ooga booga with into one another. But I would like to see a hybrid map that suits itself more to potentially away from rush.
Well, guess what map 2 is? Pepe Law says
Kings
Solomon.
Row.
Kings Row. It is Kings Row. So there we go. Kings Row. I'll also take a drink of water with you, unless you have something stiffer in that drink. But
nah, it's water. I'm a water kind of guy.
Water's not bad. It's all right. It's pretty solid. I could drink a cold glass of water any day. My roommates, on the other hand, they only put in, Neo, that little additive that you can put into water? Yes. They drink so much sweet tea Neo, and to me, I'm like, just have the water,
It ruins the perfectness of it, Water is good on its own. I feel like you're just tainting it with a bit of silliness, Where is Bird Cam? No Bird Cam today. They're chilling. One of them's looking at me weird. Okay, I just scared one of them by talking at him. Awesome, very cool.
Very, very scared groups. Well, we are heading into Kings Row now with Women Love Us being up 1 map now over Left Michigan Baby Eaters. And remember, there is no double limb. So if Left Michigan Baby Eaters, if they lose there, they're going back home to Michigan to have some babies in their hometown. So, to eat them specifically, not to have them. I guess to have them for dinner. So definitely their backs are up against the wall here on Kings Row. And we're going to have to see, Teku, if your prediction holds right, if they're just going to keep playing the Hyper tank. And that's exactly what they're doing. Hyper Rhine, I should say, not the tank, but rather the Rhine. And there's some Rhine. Texas Money Jr. has actually gone over to the tank.
As we see a very accurate British sky, we are going to be seeing a double tank or double main tank on the side of Women Love Us. That would be interesting. I don't know if this is actually going to be happening. They're in the attacker spawn. They can swap it up. But Texas Monkey Jr., that's a good one, Freya. I like that. However, I do like this swap from Left Michigan Baby Eaters. We're seeing a bit of the funny Dallas Fuel comp, this weird, very aggressive Moira comp with the Sombra and Reaper. I would like to see if this Talon dive does work, especially on defense. This first point of King's Row is pretty easy to take, so I'm very interested to see how the aggression and disengages come out from Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
See Higo just taking this high ground early. They're looking for the hacks, a very, very early hack onto Hyper, forcing Women Love Us to back up here just a little bit. Gonna re-engage now. Bubble, Force, Guac taking a lot of damage. Chance already going down. There's so much damage now off the field for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. It's gonna be tough for them to clean up. Anyway, this Carts finds one. Lylum down. Guac also going down as Women Love Us win this first fight, doing an excellent job to disengage and come back in and find the pick.
That might be the fastest take of King's Row first I've ever witnessed. I'm not gonna lie, that was unfortunate to say the least, and there's just gonna be more stagger picks coming off. They're gonna have to get a full regroup here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Women Love Us are actually able to get this cart to that first choke point in that archway before Left Michigan Baby you just get a full 6-man re-engage.
So not too many ults coming up here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, just really banking on this coalescence. This cart's gonna get zoned out, just gonna hop on, just PP hop on out of there. As you see Texas Money Jr. trying to get the zone, kind of keep pressure on. Shatter is already up. They're about to have the dragon and the window. So a lot of ults open for Women Love Us to take this fight aggressively on the choke to zone them out from the high ground.
I mean, at this point, you're just playing for the coalescence. Have it. Oh. Ooh, okay, Guac, goodbye. Pee Poof, he's gone. He's disappeared from the front line, and now, I mean, this should be a free teamfight win. In the meantime, though, Ahi is actually going to find a kill onto Fancy the Baptiste, but with the Moira going down, that's going to be so much healing. It should just be a teamfight win with the respawn advantage in favor of Women Love Us.
And that was just a really unfortunate moment there because they tried to come out of the window, but they just walled it off. Jay put a fat little wall there, and Guac was alone, completely alone. ZJ trying to take this chance versus trying to take the duel versus Chance. Is Chance gonna back off? Gonna TP on out of there. Oh, getting really close there. Gonna get healed up now as Women Love Us about to have 5 ults for this upcoming fight. And Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they need this Sombra ult. This EMP has to be big.
The Shatter gets blocked by the bubble. That's unfortunate. And now the Primal Rage is also going to come out. Cart's trying to survive, but no, Guac is going to say, I'm taking control of this cart, buddy. The Blizzard actually is going to come out and potentially get a bunch of people frozen, and now the bomb just to try and stay alive. A bit of zoning on that Blizzard. Oh, okay, a bomb actually into the back line here. These bombs, very good zoning bombs, buying some space for both teams. And Chance with the special move, Morpha spin in chat.
Texas Money Jr. gonna go down. Jay hacked, unlikely to stay alive, but actually a great lamp coming out from Fancy as a Higo gonna get the mech. The beat gonna come out from Store. They still hold on to the ZMP as well, but they might not even need it because the beat so good. The dragon looking to zone, but no one getting caught by it. Stops the aggression here a little bit, but Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they've stabilized. The special move from Chance, denying all the chance they had there. Haha, the chance. All the chance.
For heed. Very good one. I'll give that one
very good
out of 10. You know, we can't all have banger jokes, but it's the thought that counts. That's
a banger joke.
I mean,
that's a banger joke.
This EMP here can just destroy this entire push here, but Stratchy's been doing a really good job of playing these counter beats. Look at how well she's positioned right here. You know what? She gets hit by it, but Nyquist just with really poor positioning. I feel like they waited too long on that EMP, and now the Shatter coming out, gonna find one person it looks like.
Cole coming out in return from Lylum, though. They couldn't punish any of those players on the ground, and now they have to beat Strachey. Popping that late, there's no EMP available. It's going to keep everyone alive, but they don't really get any advantage of this right now. They need to find a pick soon. They're going to try to come through this choke. Guac has made it back to Primal. About to be up a lot of cleave damage here for Guac. Guac absolutely doing a ridiculous amount of damage here. Gonna fight Fancy. Yeah, Guac gonna get pinned, but that's fine because the pressure's on him and on the rest of his team. They need to make sure that they don't lose anyone else. Texas Money Jr. gonna get D-Mech. And already Left Michigan Baby Eaters stabilizing here. Store gonna go down to cards. The Shatter comes out again. A huge Shatter. They find 3. A Higo out of the mech, pins the bomb, goes a little deep. No, as a Higo though gonna get picked up, but they still don't have a lot of tank presence. It's just DPS. Special move gonna get flashed. Chance out of that special move already. Very small special move. There's gonna be the Blizzard coming out from Jay. Lamp invested there from Fancy, but Guac, they made it back. They've already forced a lamp, so this could be a really good stabilization moment here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
What SR is this? 5,000. It's all 5,000.
5,000 SR.
The EMP is going to be coming out. Stretch actually gets a kill onto Chance. That's massive. And now I think they should try and recontest, but no, they're going to go ahead and say we save our EMP for this next fight. I think that's honestly the better call. This is why I'm not in this tourney anymore. This is why they're still here, doing a good job of keeping that crucial ultimate. But we need to see it get so much more value than it did the last time. I mean, I feel like there was too much hesitation on it. With the EMP, you just need to full commit to it.
There's the bomb coming out over the top, not finding anyone from Texas Money Jr., but Karts with Jay finding chance, denying all that damage, and they're going to DMAC here on a Higo. The EMP comes out, but Strachey being in a great position, keeps everyone up with the beat. There's going to be the high noon, Guac getting punished, and Women Love Us doing such a good job of mitigating the value here of the EMP, controlling the flanks as well as Karts. Woo!
Woo! I mean, they're going to get the touch here. Chance, I'm surprised that Chance is the one to touch there first. They have a Sombra. They could have just decloaked down the point and then TP'd out, buying them some more time.
Yo, Hyper's a god! Look at Hyper on the left, holding the entire door, dropping the shatter on like 4 members of the Baby Eaters.
The last stand of Baldric on the left spawn door of King's Row 3rd. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They don't touch there, and I feel like there was a bit of confusion about what the best plan of action was there, because the Reaper was the first one to touch there. It just feels like Sombra would have been a much better choice there. 239 is also a pretty good time bank for King's Row. I know that it's pretty easy to cap on King's Row, but you lose a lot of time on that 3rd point. The open sightlines really allow the teams to kind of weave in and out of cart and the environment of the map, and capping with 239 might just provide them a chance to take this map completely and progress to the finals.
And can you believe that Karts is the son of Illuminous? Happy Father's Day, Illuminous.
Feels strong, man.
Feels strong, man. Happy Father's Day. So now Women Love Us gonna be on the defense here. 2 minutes 39 seconds in their bank. Left Michigan Baby Eaters are looking like they're gonna be rolling out in that same comp we saw on the defense now for their offense. And I would not say that's an insurmountable time bank by any means. I mean, it's definitely very winnable.
I'm just trying to understand, if you want to play this comp, why do you go to a map that is so well, like it works so well with the comp that Women Love Us run? They're good at the comp. They did a pretty decent job on 2nd point, but it just seems weird to go to a map that also plays really well into the enemy team's wheelhouse. I'm just left kind of puzzled, pondering it.
Well, you know, they don't care about the wheelhouse because this team hasn't even invented the wheel yet. They don't even know what it is, so they don't know what a wheelhouse is.
All they know is eat baby.
All they know is to eat baby, consume protein. So Women Love Us now, still playing on the defense, playing a little slow, getting backed up. Left Michigan Babies are taking control of the high ground. A Higo, though, as Nyquist gets found by Jay. Goodbye, Nyquist.
You know, he didn't find a bug, but he did find a cloaked Sombra. That's unfortunate there. I mean, they've got the high ground here, but with the resiliency of this front line of Women Love Us, I'm not really sure that I'm not sure they're going to really care too much about that. And that's a big flash onto Guac. Oh my god, he's gone.
Well, goodbye, Guac. Karts getting zoned pretty heavily by Higo, but they've also lost Lilum, so no heals up for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. They've used all their cooldowns pretty early here as well. Jay just holding down the point, holding down the fort here, gonna get the headshot, gonna eventually ice block, I imagine. No, gonna pop the wall, wait for the team to get back in, and now they're just gonna move back in here with the speed move from Strachey, clean up those kills. No ticks given to Left Michigan Baby Eaters, and like we were talking about, Teku, they fell to the ground, immediate flash, and Guac immediately vanished, gone.
Oh, that's a big hack, actually, but I don't really think they're going to be able to do anything off of it. They do a really good job of speeding out on the disengage. Strachey has just been, honestly, a really good, I was going to say silent carry, but I'll be willing to say hard carry on this Lucio, doing so much for the team. And Hyper? Mud check?
Hyper a little too deep there, I must say. A little bit too deep. There's the lamp. Oh. Strachey, though, getting the boop, making sure chances and winning able to get the death ball. So a special move incoming. Special move in the back. Finding one. Is it going to find a third? No. Strachey zoning away, but still going to go down to Chance. And Chance says they're not a chance, huh? Nothing personnel.
All right, you're two for two on the 4 heat jokes here. I'm gonna have to take away your 4 heat joke joke license soon. You have one more chance with Chance, okay? Wait a minute, I just did it.
Wait a minute.
Did I just get revoked?
Look what you did.
I played myself. Well, anyways, something that didn't get highlighted there. Ahi eats the blizzard. I believe that Jay, realizing Hyper was down, felt the need to make things a little chilly, but Ahi, we all know Ahi's a really good diva here, and he reads that one like a book, eating that up, and that's
EMP bomb. Oh. They only find one. It's just Karts, so this is still winnable if Hyper stays alive here. Yeah, Hyper's gonna live. Hits the shatter too. There's the fire strike through the window, doing so much damage. Now gonna commit. And oh my goodness, I mean, just a little too ambitious, I have to say, for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Though the tank line for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, gonna find one, gonna find two. Guac gonna make their way back here to the rest of the team. Store about to have the beat. So much pressure on this front line here for Women Love Us. They need to back up. They're gonna get the hack from Nyquist as well. We're getting absolutely chunked down here as Left Michigan Baby Eaters. They've solidified. They've done the gaseous state of matter to the solid state of matter.
I'm trying to remember my my chemistry. What's it called when a gas goes to a solid? Condensation.
Is that sublimation?
No, that's sublimation. No, condensation.
I thought it was sublimation. Yeah, that's gas to liquid.
Yeah,
condensation is gas to liquid. Yeah,
this is
sublimation.
where we're Overwatch players. We're not physicists or chemists here. We only know how to play game. The High Noon is going to come out, and another good Blizzard here to buy a little space, but the beat from Store is actually going to buy. All the ults are coming out. Anyone else want to hit Q? Chance is not able to hit the Q. He's actually gonna get squashed by Texas Buddy Jr.
And he drops the L. Drops the L in the chat as well. L. So now Left Michigan Baby Eaters, that's a rough spot to lose too, because they have to go all the way back from the spawn. And Women Love Us, they might even decide to hold the choke here again, which is such a good spot for their comp in general, because they have this Reinhardt and the Mei. Oh, they're gonna back up actually. They're saying no.
No, I don't think I will. We're going to back up here. Very big plays there. Cards is halfway to this High Noon. Now 6/10 of the way to High Noon, or 3/5. I did the math. Good job, me. I'm ready to see this special move be unleashed by Chance here, but that's a big shatter.
Special move gonna be out, but the lamp pretty good. Great zoning there from Texas Money Jr. as well. The shatter making sure to take out Nyquist. They weren't building the EMP during that fight either, as Women Love Us just playing tight here. There's gonna be the primal invested from Guac, the High Noon from Carts here as well, trying to find someone through the window. They're just backing up. They're just playing there as you see Guac gonna get pinned in by Hyper as Women Love Us are trying to follow it up. So much damage there to Guac. There's the flash as well. Coalescence gonna be invested from Lylan. The bomb out. Can they lose anyone to this? Oh, they're not gonna lose anyone to this just yet, but they've gone split like you're just talking about, Teku. So much split here.
Yeah, I really like the side of Women Love Us did a great job of pushing some of those people into the mega in that bar, and the PP is going to be called. Chance is
pause.
Chance is currently paused directly in front of Texas Money Jr. on the Diva. That's an unfortunate spot to be. We will try and get back into the game soon here, but effing internet, says Thanny. Well, there
apparently
you have it.
Strachey is having some internet issues, supposedly. So the women may love them, but the ISPs do not. ISPs do not love this team, sadly.
I mean, do ISPs love anyone?
Yeah, me. Smile.
The guy that sometimes shows up hours late to streams because his internet decides to explode. That doesn't
sound like
that's not you.
Like,
okay, I must be thinking of someone else here.
Must be thinking of someone else. Well, so let's take stock of where we're at here, right? Okay. Women Love Us. They've stabilized around the cart. Left Michigan Baby Eaters are trying to repush here yet again. Did they have any ults for this upcoming fight? Oh, well, doesn't matter. Well, now we can see they have EMP. Strachey is very close to beat though, and Women Love Us could theoretically go first, but no, they can't because they get 5, including Strachey.
You know, Nyquist once again hits a fat EMP, but dies for it. Like, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be worth it there if you're always going down. Texas is out of the mech, which should be big, and that's a fat shatter onto Store, just killing him with the earth-shattering hit. I mean, that should just be a win in favor of Women Love Us yet again.
Yes, you are correct. Another big fight win there for Women Love Us. Able to save that beat for later. And sure, they got the DMAC on the Texas Money Jr., but Left Michigan Baby just were not in position, especially with Nyquist going down. Wait! Strachey died to the remake! Oh, no. Strachey died to the remake. Oh, boy. Oh, no.
This is last fight territory, and I would just like to point out, Cards dropped the Deadeye onto the dead body of his opposition there. Kind of.
That's fine. Who needs it?
Brawlic. I mean, it's a terrible.
Don't need that.
They still have Blizzard and Window here, and on the side of Left Michigan Baby. Left Michigan Baby. Yeah. Yes. Yep. We have special move and the Coalescence. So I'm excited to see if the special move gets anything. This Blizzard will be coming out, and the special move is going to fight Strachey. Strachey having a not too great time in these last two team fights here. This is going to be last fight territory. Why don't you take it away as this comes down to Left Michigan Baby Eaters' final.
Store so close to this beat. Store desperately needs to get this beat. Beat is available. It is up. Left Michigan Baby Eaters going to wait till last second. 4 seconds remaining here. Try to get the touch now. Great. Higo gets the touch. There's the beat flying on through Guac into the back line. Trying to get the pressure on the Fancy. There's no lamp available. Guac gonna find. There's the High Noon. Guac gonna going to get out of there, but it's okay because the bomb just going to zone. There's the counter bomb. Texas Money Jr. killing Storm, but Ahigo with 3! Ahigo with 3 in the back. There's going to be the remake. And against all odds, the left Michigan Baby Eaters, the tank line keeping them in it yet again here, getting those opening kills. So important, this tank line, to the left Michigan Baby Eaters team.
Tooth and nail. Jay, TF pinch hand in the chat. That was, I mean, like you said, the tank line of Baby Eaters, once again, just putting everyone in the backpack, saying, get in, we're going shopping for kills, and they really need to cap with time here. Not capping with time on King's Row when your opposition gets the chance to attack again is cataclysmic for your chances at winning this. And
well,
remember,
EMP's up.
I mean, this is they're in this, like, this is their last chance. EMP.
Oh, it's a 6-man EMP! A 6-man EMP there! Oh no, Fancy was jumping up into it. They can also get the team back on the Texas Money Jr. It's huge, it's massive, it's large, it's brawlic, and Stretchy. There's no way they're gonna get beat in time for this fight. 45 seconds here remaining. No other ults up for left Michigan Baby Eaters. Maybe gonna get the special move. Women Love Us holding on to the window, about to get that shatter. They're gonna need a really good window here to zone the cart and maybe get an early pick before Chance can get some value. There's the window there. Zoning the cart already. They're playing the boxes. Oh no, Chance down. So much damage off the field. Guac down as well. And oh no. They're gonna invest the shatter. I don't even think they need to do that, but it's gonna make sure the fight's done. 20 seconds remaining here, and left Michigan Baby Eaters, they have to stagger in.
Do they even get the touch? They should get a touch if they don't drop their spaghetti, but they're fighting for overtime here. They're fighting for a chance at a draw. They're fighting for a chance to stay in this and still have to win 2 more maps. This is going to be potentially a gargantuan comeback if they can mount it, but first it has to start here right now.
Okay, bomb is out, doesn't find anyone. Chance getting flash, staying alive. Great matrix, good peel here for Chance. They're desperately trying to set, just wait. They can, there's already an OT. Chance going to the back line. Do they see him? They don't see him. Special move gets flashed. Oh no, Cart's denied and he goes down. There's the Blizzard on the point as well. Ahigo gonna get the bomb, gonna put it out right there. Puts them all back. Guac, and oh my god, Guac's doing so much damage in this room. Guac's doing so much damage in this room. He's doing so much here, Jay going down. He's doing so much damage here in this room. Guac trying to keep him alive. The shatter comes out from Hyper, but the coal's already out, and Guac doing a ridiculous amount of damage there. Oh my goodness, the left Michigan Baby Eaters. You really want the extra Guac there.
I just had flashbacks to high school of getting pushed into the locker by Trent. Wow, that was crazy. He actually he gave him the bully status. He just pushed him into that little mini health pack room and beat them to a pulp. I can't believe it. What a play by him.
A little bit of spice in the chat coming out here. So their backs up against the wall here. 2 minutes and 39 seconds in the time bank for Women Love Us. Left Michigan Baby Eaters gonna be fighting for their very life on this defense. They need the first hold. No ticks.
Guac is on the Rhine. I think this is the kind of swap you need to make. Yep, they're going to be swapping over to this rush play style. And I mean, you have to do that if there's only 1 tick on King's Row first, and you have to hold it for 2 minutes and 39 seconds. I think that if left Michigan Baby Eaters want to win this, they not only need to play perfectly, I think they're going to need some chaos energy from chat. Chat, if you think that left Michigan Baby Eaters can win this, I'm going to need you to like put like a baby emote in chat. I don't know an emote to. Is there a Michigan emote? Why would there be a Michigan emote? That was a stupid concept. I mean, there is Baby Rage. Baby Rage. There you go.
You got a Baby Rage.
2 minutes.
You have to give the Baby Rage energy. Spirit Bomb the Baby Rage. So now Women Love Us here for this first fight. Left Michigan Baby Eaters are trying to go for this mirror like we were talking about with Nyquist now on the main. Guac on the Rhine. Lamp used really early. So very early lamp usage. And now left Michigan Baby Eaters, they don't have to have any fear. They can push aggressively, take them entirely out of this point. They're going to use their own lamp in return. Need to make sure not to get caught here on the re-engage because they did use that lamp last. Texas Money Jr. and Ahigo just doing a little spam, poking each other just to pinch hand them out. Guac getting caught along the wall. Oh no, Chance goes down, but there's the window invested. Jay down. That's a lot of damage here on the field. They're gonna break the Rhine shield. They're also gonna commit that lamp there, but a very good damage right now for left Michigan Baby Eaters. They're very healthy too. The window, wall, gonna block it up. It's the Bob the Builder comp here just a little bit. There's gonna be the counter winner coming out from Fancy. Can they find anyone if they're trying to zone it? The shadow through, finds 3, finds 4. So much freeze here as well. Oh my goodness, Nyquist along with Guac keeping them in it, and great engage here here from Left Michigan Baby Beaters.
From the window to the wall till the shatter makes you fall. That was absolutely insane. A huge shatter stopping all the damage going through that window, and I can't believe that they were able to hold that so close there.
Bomb about to be up here for Ahigo. Yeah, half the time is gone. A minute 20, less than that now here. So really, we're going to be close, depending on how long this fight lasts, to just one fight. Bomb already out. They're going to be in the zone, looking to find someone. They lose two. Nyquist goes down and commits the Blizzard. The bomb from Texas Money Jr. making it Texas Money Senior there, as now Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're stuck in the corner. They're investing in the window. They don't have much. Flashbang's going to be eaten. Ahigo finds Jay. Ahigo has the bomb on point. Ahigo trying to get the pressure. Chance going to go down. Chance going to find another. Ahigo goes down, though. Chance has to get this touch. He gets flash. He gets boop. And here comes Stu. Store's back on point. Cart's going to find another. Getting frozen. Store gets the kill on Carts. Store still alive here with Nyquist. They get the deep on the back. Texas Money Jr. so low there. They need to get the D-back. They need to get the D-back. They don't get the D-back. They're getting healed. There's the D-back, but the Blizzard's out on point. And I think this might be a touch. And women love us. 2-0 over Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
What a close match. That was so close by Left Michigan Baby Eaters there. They made the swaps they needed to for that one tick defense, but it just wasn't enough there. I mean, nothing but props to them. They had a hell of a performance. I mean, making it to the third/fourth place spot in this tournament out of 16 teams can't be understated. But their run will end there as women love us. Your favorite team, the Avast Buff, coming in huge. They're in the finals. How do you feel about that?
Interviewing myself about my team. I'm feeling good though. I have to say, I'm a big. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you. I'm a big fan of this branding and of the comeback potential. Now, I mean, Cartesian playing Carts, doing a lot of work for this team, honestly. So I've been impressed with them. So I'm glad. I think they've earned their right. Left Michigan Baby Eaters. They had a really good run so far. We could probably return to the desk if we want to have a discussion with the desk here as well, Solomon. So we can get everyone ready and do that. But I think right now, I'm really excited to see who their opponent's going to be, because that just leaves, I believe, Reverb and High Ground Rhinos on the other side. And hello, desk.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
We're back.
Let's talk about this last match real quick. Invictus, if you're going to pick an MVP from the match, who's it going to be?
Well, you know, it's kind of tough, because they actually played really well, all of them together. But this is really tough. I'm not sure, actually.
We can come back to you. We can all give our MVP choices. So Freya,
yeah, good.
Who's your pick for MVP?
My pick's probably Carts. Carts just did so much in the DPS role. Just on King's Row especially, just really putting on a clinic on how to play that map, how to get the most value out of the McCree, and just really all around helped, you know, bring his team to a victory.
Okay, so you're going with Carts. Artemis, who's your MVP pick?
I am gonna have to agree with Freya. I mean, it was hit scan difference.
Hit scan difference.
That's all I gotta say. Yeah.
Hit scan difference. Teku, you know, you're here with the desk. We just finished casting. Do you have an MVP you want to pick? Yeah.
If I had to pick an MVP for that match, I think I would have to go with Hyper, honestly. I feel like he just did a really good job of setting... Wait, hold on. Hyper, I'm sorry to do this to you. I'm going to retract it. I'm actually going to take it away from the main tank. I'm a heartless man. I'm going to give it to Strachey, actually. I talked so much about Strachey's Lucio that match, and I realized when I was talking about Hyper, the reason they were able to control that front line so well was because of the speed from Stracciatella. Stracciatella was able to control the engagements of that so well, and then also doing a really good job of like keeping that beat for key engagements and like key defenses. I think that they cannot like be understated. Strachey had to go. Strachey's not here anymore. They're not going to be here for the finals. Uh-oh.
Well, either way, they've made it to the finals. Well, Invictus, you've stalled.
I mean,
so
I have to do it. I have to because Tech stole it. So I'll give my MVP to Hyper, bringing it back. I think he did play really well. It really liked his engages there. They were a bit aggressive, but I like that. That's what you like in the rush mirror. You want to see that. You want to see the aggression, and it did come out on top in the end. So really great plays from both teams. Honestly, it was really, really close, especially on that last fight. Like it was like one headshot away from going the other way. But great plays from both teams. But we will be seeing women in the finals.
We'll be seeing women in the finals. Yep.
Yeah, and I think they're my favorites to take it all. So.
Okay. Well, we also have an interview coming up here. We have Donk and Q Whiteboy from the Left Michigan Baby Eaters, and Donk being the team captain. Hello, Donk.
Hello.
Donk, we have to ask now that you're here, and sadly your tournament run has ended. What are your thoughts going out the semifinals? How do you feel about your run?
Kind of sucks. We came really close to winning both maps 1, and then we just hired through. It feels bad that Distortion couldn't make it because I'm pretty sure Texas is a lot better than Distortion at every single role. Don't tell Distortion I said that, though. So, it kind of stinks when that happens, but, what are you going to do? Father's Day, scheduling issues.
True. I forgot that Distortion is a father to many children. That is very unfortunate. Well, let's have some questions then. Yeah, well, not unfortunate. Well, unfortunate that they couldn't be at the sub-tournament. That's the unfortunate part. I mean, sub-tournament's far more important than children, okay? So let's have some questions here from the desk. Invictus, any questions you'd like to ask Q Whiteboy or Donk?
I really want to ask why you guys chose to play that 6-man there on the defense. Was there a strategy that you guys wanted to go forward? Because, I mean, it was interesting, I would say. But what was the reasoning behind that comp pick?
Honestly, we just warmed up Kings Row because we thought it'd be a weak map, and then we did pretty good on it, and I think we wanted to pick there. I tried to, I don't know. It's just difficult, because, I'm not as good as the other people, so when I, try to say something that is probably wrong, it gets pointed out, and then I'm like, oh. So, I don't know when to speak and stuff, so it's kind of tough.
We got rolled against Seal in groups, and then we switched to 6-man, and then we 2-0'd every match after that. So we were like, why switch off 2-man good?
So it was a comfort pick for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. If it's your comfort pick, that's a way to always drop back to your comfort picks and try to win that way. But yeah, that's great.
Excellent. Well, Artemis, any questions you'd have for either Q Whiteboy or Donk?
How do you guys feel about your overall run throughout the entirety of Sub Tournament 4? How are you guys feeling about what you guys accomplished?
Well, I'm a tank player. I only play tank. We played one scrim. He was like, "Yeah, you're going to main support." So he threw me on the old main support because Guac's pretty good. So I had to learn a new role, and I hard fed, but my team's really good, so we made it pretty far. And Ajax a couple times, pressed Q at the wrong time. So individually, don't feel great, but my team was so good. And I had a good time. Avast retweeted my cover. Judy Hops is getting a lot of screen time, which is big for me.
I'm trying to figure out what's up with Judy Hops. Why?
We just are big fans.
Yeah, I'm just a big fan of the work that she does in Zootopia, creating peace. I really want to change her though. I want to
Okay. All right.
For sure. Definitely. Okay. Freya, next question, huh? What are you gonna ask? What's the question for? Who are you asking?
So, both of you guys, I guess. Where do you see yourselves going from here? I would love to see you guys in future tournaments, future sub tournaments, BPL events. Do you think you'll continue to captain? Obviously, you've had some success with that, and you seem like a really great captain. Are you still gonna keep going forward with that?
Yeah. I got kind of a little bit salty this sub tourney because I signed up with a player captain assuming that I was just basically gonna get a free pick because that's why I thought Weezer was not winning because I didn't get a free top GM player and I'm pretty bad. And then when the new rules came out that made it more balanced and they're better, but I didn't know, so I didn't get to play. which is pretty disappointing for me. So I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna captain, and I'm gonna play, and we're gonna roll, and we're gonna win.
All right, I'm excited to see the Donk main tank come out again. Obviously,
Oh no.
I mean, you did really well on Resurge and on your previous team. You've John Weezer in Sub Tourney 3, so excited to see your next project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure those are going to be extremely good. Well, Teku, let's hear one question, and then we got to throw it a break. One question.
No questions. Head empty. GG's to Left Michigan Baby Eaters. You guys had a hell of a run. And Donk, you're kind of cementing yourself here as a pretty good captain here. You've done pretty well in most of the stuff you've done. So excited to see the legacy continue.
Yeah, I just let the good players tell me what to do.
That's a really smart idea, Donk. I have to say, that's genius even. Well, if that's the case, thank you guys so much, Donk and Cute White Boy. Thank you guys for the interview and for your run in the tournament and the captain and everything. We're going to go to break real quick, and when we're back, we have the High Ground Rhinos versus Reverb coming right up. You're just better, just built differently.
Elastic go around my payroll. Your girlfriend look like potato. My necklace cause it's all bait. I'm flashy, can you catch me? 50 on a pink Porsche, two baddies in the backseat, horny, true story. Had to kick 'em out, sorry. My oh my, yeah, I don't care what flavor, at least it be some cheese. Y'all be seeing how this baby want, bitch, you got Steve. And these girls use me, so I flick 'em like fleet. And I did it with ease, cause you wanna cookies.
Well, we're back with Sub-Tournament 4 in the second semifinals match. We're joined once again by the lovely desk of Invictus, Artemis, and Freya, everyone here. So we have the final semifinal match. It's going to be Reverb versus High Ground Rhinos. And this is anticipated because this could be the first chance ever that Joshin makes it to a grand finals of a sub-tournament. Something that we never thought possible here. So starting with you, Freya, when you're looking at this matchup, how are you feeling? Do you feel like this is a good matchup for either team, or is it pretty evenly footed?
I honestly feel like this is Reverb's match to win or to lose. I mean, if we've looked at their previous play, Crow is just doing a tremendous job of carrying from the back line. They have a strong DPS line, and I think their tank line is strong enough to at least hold their own against High Ground Rhinos. Whereas I think High Ground Rhinos is slightly weaker in all those categories. I think Reverb just across the board is a little bit better and probably a little more flexible. And I think that will carry them to a victory.
Okay. And then we have to ask this then, Artemis. So we've heard the case for Reverb winning. Can you make a case for where High Ground Rhinos wins?
I mean, anything, we've seen it time and time again, just in this league in general and any other leagues that this team has produced. You can always root for the underdog. I think Protein is always going to be a great DPS. Signet is a fantastic Rhine, and they played some really wacky stuff on the control point last time they played. They actually played Torb Genji on Ilios, so they could throw something out that's crazy and just take Reverb for a loop.
Okay, I could see that happening. And Invictus, where do you stand in the debate? Are you team Reverb or are you team High Ground Rhinos?
Avast, I'm gonna break it down for you. This is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, to break it down for me, Invictus.
Josh is gonna pick Farah, and then Signet is gonna charge him out of the air. That's what's gonna happen. And once that happens, Reverb just stop playing. They just stay in spawn. They're like, we're done. You guys have the win. And that's how High Ground Rhinos are gonna take it. That's my prediction, and they're gonna go to the.
I love it.
That's a good pred. That's a really good pred. Well then, as we wait, I can't wait to see that. As we see here our updated bracket, by the way. So one of our grand finals are already decided. It's Women Love Us. So it's just going to be the winner of this match, Reverb and High Ground Rhinos. Myself, the Josh and Redemption arc is a pretty strong storyline for me, I think. So it would be interesting to see Reverb, but also High Ground Rhinos getting the mid-air charge you could talk about. I think this would be great. Let's pick some players to watch. So starting here again with you, Freya, if you're going to pick one player from each team, who should we be on the lookout for?
Like I said previously, Crow on Reverb is just a fantastic flex support player in the back line, just doing so much work for Reverb. And then obviously on the side of High Ground Rhinos, you have to watch Signet. Signet just steals the show in every match that he's in. Just a really good main tank, does some really wacky stuff, and as the team follows along with it, they do incredible things. So I think those are the two players that you want to keep your eye on in this match.
Okay, Artemis, if you're going to pick two players from each team, who are they going to be?
Ooh, okay. So I mentioned Protein before, but I think that Protein on High Ground Rhinos is going to do great, and we're going to see some great stuff from them. And then for Reverb, I have to say Joshin, because if I don't say Joshin, he'll get mad at me.
Okay, that sounds like blackmail to me. I am waiting to hear what the first map is going to be, but Invictus, if you're going to pick two players, what are the players going to be?
All my picks are already taken, but I will highlight some more. Obscure, one of my favorite players to play with. He's really good, especially on that diva role. I think he's really been popping off. I think he's a player to watch on Reverb. And for High Ground Rhinos, I'm surprised no one said this, but Drake has popped off all of BPL season 2 and he's looked really good. And I think he's
Drake the Genji player? Yes,
you are correct.
Okay, I am correct.
So
Drake the Genji player.
You will see Genji in 2021 and get more than one kill. So that's always great.
Interesting. Okay, well, the first map is gonna be Lijiang. So desk, I'm gonna let you guys deliberate, put your 5 heads together, and come up with some great ideas. As I'm gonna head over to the cast because I have a cast with Rain. Now I'm picking the right partner this time. Rain.
Hello, Mr.
Hey, Rain. Oh my, is that Is that Solomon? Hey, Rain. Well, you know what? We've I picked the right. You're both British, right? So like it could work theoretically. Close enough, right? But I picked the right partner this time. Because last time I said Freya when it was Teku, so I had to make sure that I had the right partner this time. So we're going into our first map. It's going to be Lijiang Rain. And you know, looking at this map, what do you think these teams are going to be running?
I think a lot of the time we're going to be seeing this Rhine rush. From high ground Rhinos especially, it's a lot of what we've been seeing on every map, just about, because that's Signet's bread and butter. That's what he wants to do. And Reverb, they've run a couple of different things. They play a little bit of Monkey here and there, so we could see that on Night Market and Gardens, potentially. But, their ability to just lock Rhine and run at you is a pretty simple strat. It's why it's so popular in these sub-tournaments. It's so easy to we go in, and then that's the whole strat, right? But we were talking about Crow on Reverb doing so much value for this team. He has value from the back line, but you're playing against high ground Rhinos. And who's in your back line if you're playing against the high ground Rhinos? That's right, all of them.
So they make sure there's no value because they're on top of the back line the entire time. The back line becomes the front line. So there's just no way for Crow to have that immense value. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. So, and if there's one map where you can very easily just rotate on top of them too, it is going to be Lijiang. And we're starting out, of course, on Control Center. It is just the OG. I mean, if there's one map that High Ground Rhinos could be defined by, it's got to be this map.
Oh, absolutely. And it's yet to be picked. Signet here is yet to pick his hero, but I think we all know it's going to be the Reinhardt eventually. Both with the Junk Sim sort of a variation of this strat. He's Hover and Hog, but it's not going to be the Hog. It's going to be the Rhine. Reverb, they're opting for a Zarya, which is interesting. We haven't seen a huge amount of Zarya outside of Double Bubble, and even that hasn't had much success. So it's an interesting choice there from Obscure. I think I like Woodette's choice of Sigma a little bit more, especially for these enclosed spaces. But, it'll be interesting to see if we can get any value out of those bubbles from Obscure.
Well, the turrets are up and Rift is already down, so Protein Shake getting that first kill is Drakey played here on the point. No Genji up for them, rather playing on that Junk. A lot of damage coming out to the choke now. They are down 1 for Reverb right now, so High Ground Rhinos, they can just place low on the point. They have the better poke. They have far more presence here on the shield as Hyper Knight getting flanked just a bit by Drakey. The bubble gonna be forced. They have to be careful of Joshua though, who's pretty close to this tire actually, just playing from the white room. 75% already. Obscure, very high energy. A lot of displacement still on the choke as Joshua gonna find Protein Shake and Obscure picking up Signet, and High Ground Rhinos, they're potentially on the back foot.
Yeah, so the first point of this fight where High Ground Rhinos get this first cap is because Sigma gives you so much more consistent damage mitigation, right, over the Zarya. You use the bubbles on your Zarya, and then that's your damage mitigation done. But now Obscure, he's so high energy in this extended fight, he has put out so much damage that he's been really the deciding factor in why Reverb were able to take this fight.
So Reverb now, they may not have gotten the first cap, but I mean, I would say they won the first fight because that first fight took a very long time to take. So I would say that was just all one first fight. And Obscure already holding on to the grab. Josh are gonna have the tire. Mint not quite able to have that beat just yet. So Kaden gonna have that beat advantage. You see White Room's gonna approach over here from High Ground Rhinos. They're gonna commit the window here for Butters. Tire is gonna be out. It's looking for Obscure. It's gonna find Obscure, and that's a huge pick. And now High Ground Rhinos still playing on this White Room side. They're gonna even commit the Simmel, and there's the Flux too. They're just gonna use everything. Why not just every ult? As Kaden committing the beat, I don't think that beat was definitely worth it all. There's only 3 members left alive, and Reverb, they're gonna lose this fight. They're gonna get cleaned up, and wow, what an ult heavy fight there.
Yeah, that was definitely a questionable investment there from Kaden to use that beat. You were already down, I think, 3 players in that fight, and High Ground Rhinos, they'd invested quite a lot themselves. They invested, I think, 3 or 4 ults. You could maybe have let that fight go and come back in with all your ults and maybe had a much better fight, but it looks like they don't even mind. They're just going to come in with the wall and say, who needs a beat? What does it do for me?
And you see the flank coming out. Hyper Knight putting them down all on the ground. They're putting 4. Mint still trying to make it back. There's going to be the return shatter from Signet. Not finding too many to grab. Out from Obscure, but Mint made it back. There's the beat, keeping everyone alive. The window invested here from Butters as well, as now both windows out. But Drakey gonna find Obscure. That's a lot of damage off the field, and Reverb, they're stuck in a pretty bad position because Butters gonna find Hibernate off the charge. There's another reset coming out here from Reverb.
These tank ults from Reverb, they come out and they both find very big value. You got a 5-man shatter, it looked like a 5-man grab as well, but Mint with the beat, absolutely massive, and Butter's window. These support ultimates just get so much more value out of the sort of High Ground Runners. Of course, Reverb not having that beat after Kaden invested it into that lost fight previously, that was a really big difference maker there, in my opinion. If you had that beat, you could maybe match Mint's beat and you take that fight maybe a little bit a little bit better.
Tire v tire, the tires meet and they cancel out. Signet though gonna get the charge on Rift, so Rift down pretty early. Hyper Knight about to have that shatter up, and so is Signet, but Hyper Knight going down. There's no shield now versus the Ryan. The shatter gonna be invested, doesn't find anyone, but they're already down so many players here for Reverb. Kaden gonna have to pop that beat now, but there's just no players, there's no damage, and High Ground Rhinos looking like they're gonna pick up this first point here of Lijiang.
That's unfortunate there from Rift. The punch comes in, but it's straight into Signet's charge. And I think it all comes down to that one poor decision from Kaden, I think, decides that entire round. He invests that beat into a lost fight, and because of that, they don't have a beat into the next fight where High Ground Rhinos do, and that's what makes the entire difference, I think, for that entire round. I think Reverb could have definitely won that fight. We saw the value coming out from those tank ultimates. The shatter onto 5 people, the grab onto 5 people. If they just had the sustain to see it through, I think that potentially was a one fight for Reverb, but because they didn't have it, it goes the way of High Ground Rhinos, and now we're up 1-0.
So 1-0 up here for the High Ground Rhinos. Reverb looking to bring it back here, take it to the round 3. Looking like they're probably going to roll out on this Pharah comp. We've seen them play this before with the Pharah with the ball. High Ground Rhinos on the other time looking like they want to play kind of an anti-dive. They have the Genji, they have the Torb. I mean, a Lucio Moira, Genji Torb with double main tank. A very interesting comp here on
Classic
this first
High
fight.
Ground Rhinos.
Yeah,
Classic
just is a
High Ground
very
Rhinos.
classic comp, right? And so now Crow going to be on this point first. 15 seconds till the point unlocks as High Ground Rhinos going for a very, very long wraparound now, coming through White Room to the point, just looking to try to find one person they can isolate as Drakey getting booped there a little bit. Drakey going for the dash onto Josh and gonna be taking the pack, just trying to pressure as Protein Shakes just controlling this point right now as Torb.
Yeah, so the area denial from this Torb turret is surprisingly effective, especially when Reverb are running this Ball Diva Pharah sort of poke comp. You take away so much space that is the whole point of this poke comp, right? Is to try and take that space. And so the Torb is surprisingly a very intelligent pick in this scenario.
And right now, Protein Shake just trying to play around the point, building up towards that Kuma's. Hyper Knight, though, finds the boops, gets Signet and puts Butter off, and Reverb playing slow around that anti-dive for the High Ground Rhinos, just doing enough poke damage with a strong engage, getting some boops, and Reverb's going to take this first fight win, get the first cap. And look at the ult bank already for Reverb. I mean, they're going to have Mines, Bomb, Barrage, because that fight takes so long and they're poking the entire time. They just have so many ults.
It takes so long, and they don't lose anybody to the side of Reverb. So all 6 players are building ults that entire time. Very well done from them. They understand that their comp is not meant to engage until...
Oh, no. Oh, no. The boot from Josh and finds Butters. There's the Mines, too, and the Pulse. Just cleaning up 2 more, both Wadded and Signet down. As High Ground Rhinos... they're going to have their chance now. I mean, no Mines, no Pulse. They just need to be worried about the boops. They need to be keeping careful tabs here on Josh and Shirley for the barrage as they're going to re-engage here one more time.
I think the win condition here from High Ground Rhinos is definitely Drakey's blade here, coming at 99%. He's going to have it. Crow has a beat, and they need to be careful of that, obviously. Maybe they could bait it out with something. I'm not entirely sure what, because they don't really have many other super impactful ultimates, but if the Drakey blade can get value, as I say that, Joshin's barrage is the one that gets value instead, and I think that's just a lost fight. Unless Hyper Knight pulls off the map.
Hyper Knight went off the map. The Coombs invested very, very low for Kaden, who does not pop the Valka. That is Crow in the backline, trying to duel Drakey, but Drakey and Wadded just cleaning up, taking down Rift. D-Crow zooming away. There's Protein Shake gonna find Obscure with the turret, as that turret is just doing a lot of damage here on the point, just poking Josh and endlessly as Hyper Knight conquers around the point here, looking to build it. The Valk is out, just constant delay for High Ground Rhinos, and they really don't want to have to invest another ult to clean it up, but they might have to.
Yeah, shielding the turret, it looks funny, not necessarily the best strat, I would have said, and because of that, they may be actually able to retake this this fight, Reverb. They're coming back in here with a bunch of ults, but it looks like High Ground Rhinos, they're going to use that beat, they're going to invest the Primal as well, and that is looking like it's going to be the final cleanup for this fight, but it is 92%, not 91%, 92% specifically,
92.
for the side of Reverb.
Well, you saw Hyper Knight getting smashed like a pinata there at the end, but 92, a very good stall for Reverb. They did have to commit the blade and the beat for that fight and the price, so a lot of ults invested. Signet going to be looking to get some value from the Shatter as they cross the bridge. They have to be mindful of the mines. Mindful, even one could say. Mindful. Well done. Haha. As I come forward now, pressuring the point, Hyper Knight once again, and I'm not sure if that was it. Not sure if that was the one. Hyper Knight taking some good damage. Joshin, the barrage is available, dropping one, finding two, isn't gonna get a third, doing a lot of damage here on the point. Good bubble from Wadit, but still so much pressure from Reverb right now.
For me, it's got to be this comp diff. You see the Pharah pick here. It does so much into what Hagran is going to do, and I know it's currently losing as I'm trying to talk it up. Well done, Josh, and thank you for that, making me look real smart. That's just well played from the High Ground Rhinos, to be honest. They corralled everybody into this small area of the point where Signet's hammer, Wadet's electricity gun, what's it called? Tesla gun, can actually get some cleave damage, some cleave value, and Drake's got another blade coming up now. So because of all this decent like control point stalling from the High Ground Rhinos, they've gotten to a point where now they have another win condition in Drakey's blade, and there's no beat on the side of Crow to actually to combat it.
Okay, Rift going for the dupe. They're going to take down Wadit very early as well. Rift not even going to be able to get that shatter as Joshin, though, going to take down Mint. Drakey finding Joshin. Drakey still holding on to the blade. Is going to commit it, but it's so low. Can they get value? Oh my goodness, Crow just broke their ankles and gets the kill. Crow gets one. Crow gets two. Oh my goodness, I've never seen ankles broken like this in such a long time. Gets three from Crow and still holds on to this beat. Oh no, no, no. The Genji Savant defeated there. Mine's going to be invested on point here for Hyper Knight. High Ground Rhinos trying to get the touch. They can't get it. Crow getting the boop on Mint the last second. Oh my goodness. Yeah. This is not normally.
Not normally.
Game and PC.
Check in PC. Yet you cannot understate the value from Crow in this team. You saw that. The entire blade negated just from Crow's movement alone. He didn't even use the beat. He didn't have to. He says, who needs this beat? Again, it seems to be a feature of this match. It's just, who needs beats? We don't need that ability. Useless. Just use my movement instead. But yeah, very interesting there from the side of High Ground Rhinos. They have these win conditions, but they just are not able to make full use out of them. As we saw time and time again, these blades, they're not able to get value because the Reverb comp is so split apart. You can't chain these kills together, which is what the Genji blade is designed to do. And I think it's just a good choice of comp here from Reverb to acknowledge what High Ground Rhinos have been doing this entire tournament and what they want to do. They want to clump up, they want to run at you. So what do? You play very split apart, you play to poke them, and then engage hard when they are at a disadvantage.
So now Crow's gone over to the Zenyatta, but still very heavy poke comp as Drakey going down early there. Josh are going to find Butter as well, and the collapse is here for High Ground Rhinos. They're backed into the corner. They're not healing, though. Mint going to take down Rift, so good kill. There might be some hope, but they still just have no healing. They're stuck in the corner. Protein Shake doing a lot of damage with the charge up sim, but it's not enough. They have to deal with Crow. As Crow gets one, Crow gets two. Josh and looking to clean up here on the point as Reverb playing that slow poke comp, getting the first flip and the first fight win.
It's exactly as I said. They identify when the enemy heroes on the side of High Ground Rhinos get low. The Hyper Knight's ball comes in for a big slam. Joshin gets some Pharah rockets in, and it's an easy cleanup for the side of Reverb. Crow on the Zen is a big difference maker for me. He's already built up a Transcendence, so just a sign of how much damage he's doing just then. But also these Discord orbs, so important for a comp like this.
Oh my goodness, the rush from High Ground Rhinos. They get the flash. Protein Shake finds two. The trance is forced, but they're going to also pick up Crow afterwards. Good dive, good follow-up after the trance. Obscure getting to back before the bomb. And what a good rush there from High Ground Rhinos, just onto them so early. As Protein Shake finds several there in that fight.
Clean from that, man. I'm not entirely sure what Reverb were doing all clumped up in their own spawn doorway when they have two flying heroes. Count them 2, 3 if you count Mercy. You could maybe have been, applying a little bit of pressure to the side of High Ground Rhinos from up in the air, perhaps, instead of all sitting with your Zen and letting Signet charge into you and just cleave damage you all to death. Interesting choice from them. Not perhaps what I would have chosen, but it's them on the retake here, and it's what this, poke comps, they're good for the retake anyway, so it's not the worst thing in the world for the side of Reverb, but it's going to be difficult still.
Oh no, Crow peaks and Crow goes down to Protein Shake. Now, Protein Shake trying to zone Joshin in the back. They use those ults early, and they're just trying to play the poke, looking for kills, but Joshin trying to play on the edge. I mean, they're all dueling Joshin and Kaden right now here on the edge, trying to get the kills. Hyper Knight's here as well. Finally, they're going to get Kaden, so no pocket anymore for Joshin. They're going to be backing up Joshin, going for the reset as Reverb now trying to equalize. High Ground Rhinos, they've taken that control point lead. They have both tankles holding on to the window. I mean, maybe even a window aimbot, dare I say, but still a lot of ults for Reverb on it as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got ults from High Ground Rhinos to defend here, but also look at the ults from Reverb. You got the Duplicate, you got the Barrage, you got the Mines, you got the Valk, a little bit less impactful than the other three, but you got these big ults where you can come in, you can try and get a pick instantly. That's what the Barrage does, that's what the Mines are for. Duplicate, a little bit more of a sustained fight ult, but I'm looking really for Joshin and Hyper Knight here to get a first pick into this fight.
Well, they did get the zone on Crow early. Oh,
dear. Oh, dear.
The back line, they get Drakey with the double tank dive there as well. And you see the dupe invested there for Rift. Primal's gonna be up. They get the res on Crow here as well as Crow. Gonna find another. However, Mint finds Hyper Knight. Crow also goes down to Signet. Drakey running on back here with the legs. Rift doing a lot of damage, a lot of displacement here with the Primal. Currently, they have to be worried about the split, but it's still control point currently for High Ground. There's Drakey back with the visor. Finds one. Mint getting another. Drakey gonna get the D-Mech, doing so much damage here. The hit scans for High Ground Rhinos along with Mint the Lucio, keeping their hopes alive. And Reverb gonna lose this first map to High Ground Rhinos.
Drake and Protein Shake on these hit scan heroes, my goodness, the show that these men have put off, especially at least on this last map, absolutely impeccable play from them. And just, they saw this Reverb poke comp that they were running on Gardens, they lost to it, and they said, okay, well, what can we do about this? They're playing the flying heroes. What can we do about the flying heroes? As anybody who's ever been in Plat will know, you yell at your team to say, give me a hit scan, please. And that's what they do. They go legs, they go McCree, and they're able to take down the Pharah and this Echo pretty consistently and not let them get any value. And thus the rush is coming out on top.
I mean, right now, the rush is looking very strong. High Ground Rhinos solidifying there after Control Center looking great, or rather from Control Center looking great. And Reverb now down one map. Remember, it is 1st to 2, and there's no lower bracket. So whoever loses here is going home, and whoever wins is going to the grand finals. So we are going to be waiting to see loser pick on the hybrid. And we've seen what Reverb's played before in the past, Rain. Do you feel like there's going to be any favor for Reverb to pick for the hybrid?
I feel like you definitely don't want to go to King's Row. It's not against this team. You don't want to go to King's Row against Signet, and after yesterday, you perhaps don't want to go to Eichenwald either. Maybe they've watched the tape, they've seen, okay, maybe we don't fall for that as hard as Jasmine unfortunately did. Maybe that's more their style. They go to Eichenwald because you can play these Pharahs, these Echoes. It's a lot more viable than on something like King's Row, for example. But they could also play, Numbani is a decent option for them as well. Less viable for the just straight rush. And these flying heroes, they get a lot more value. They played Numbani in their previous series, I believe. So I'm expecting a Numbani pick from Reverb, but it's up in the air, really.
Okay, so maybe a Numbani, I could see that happening as well. Reverb, they've been favoring a lot of those dive-centric compositions like we were talking about. And King's Row, I mean, that's got to be Signet's home ground. And like we were just talking about, we confirmed Numbani is the next map in the series here. So Reverb wanting to take it to a little bit more dive-oriented and get the High Ground Rhinos sort of off their very favored ground. But I mean, there's still plenty of high ground left in Numbani, right? So surely they can still feel comfortable with that.
Lots of high ground, lots of flank routes for the entire team to run through if they so please. I imagine they could do some silly sim TP stuff. We've seen that from them in the past. So I'm really, the onus is on Reverb now to take advantage of this map pick. They're doing what we suggested that they would, this dive comp with the Winston Diva, the Pharah Mercy in the sky, and of course Crow on that Ana. This is where he got so much value in the match against Aqua, particularly, I noticed. Just insane plays from this man on the Ana. So he's really like, I don't want to say a star, but he is effectively a star player on this team, is Crow on this flexible position for me.
Definitely. I mean, Crow, we've seen how much value Crow has brought in the flex support. And I mean, on Numbani earlier and some other matchups. High Ground Rhinos, though, probably going to keep Drakey on the Genji Savant. That's what they call him. And of course, Signet on the classic Reinhardt. So now just waiting. There's also been some subs too. Mint coming out here for Sleeping as well, and Brow Daddy as well. So definitely some subs coming in here for High Ground Rhinos, along with Air Trek moving in for Reverb. So some movement, just a little bit of movement from both teams as we wait for High Ground Rhinos to come up here on their first attack.
I'm very interested to see where High Ground Rhinos decide to push for their first attack. You see, of course, Drakey here just doing Genji things, just getting a bit of poke, and they're opting to go under. They're saying, we're just going to go straight up to you. We're not going to fan about with main at all. We're going to go all the way around, in fact.
Well, they've lost Protein Shake very early. However, they have made the rotation. They're behind the point. Drakey, though, getting caught as well by Sawdust. Oh, no, no, no. So now they're down. Both DPS, the tanks and supports are behind. I mean, it's so tough for them to win this fight. They have no damage. But wait, as I say that, Joshin goes down. Can they deny this res? They're putting a lot of damage there. They're going to find Air Trick as well. Butters alongside Brow Daddy, just keeping the pressure on. And you see Brow Daddy so helpful, so healthy, I should say. Also going to take down Sawdust. Protein Shake makes it back on the legs on the Soldier 76 as Rift looking to take this pressure, taking the 1v1. The heal station's gonna come out, and now Brow Daddy gets teamed, but they have such good position here on the point.
That should never have happened. I have no idea how Joshin, with a Mercy Pocket, dies in a 4v6 fight against a team where their hit scan had died immediately.
Oh my goodness, they get the touch last second. Sorry, I thought they were gonna touch.
And it doesn't look like it's gonna. Okay, they do hold. Reverb, they do hold. It looks like. I think the high ground runners, they have finally been repelled, but that is way too close for comfort. And like I was saying, Protein Shake on the McCree died instantly in that fight. So it was a 4v6 against a team whose only DPS was a Genji, and the Pharah dies with a Mercy Pocket. That is an interesting turn of events from Mr. Josh EN. I'm not entirely sure how that has come to pass, but nonetheless, they hold, and it's costly, but they managed to do it. And now they've got a good amount of ults coming up here for the side of Reverb.
Now they need to make sure to not let Josh. Oh no, they get the double pulse bomb in the back. Both Protein Shake and Butter's gone, so that's going to be the fight. Rift choosing to go off the map rather than accept defeat. That's fine. As Brow Daddy about to get DMAC, trying to make it back to spawn. Oh my goodness, makes it back to spawn as Rift types the oops and then the lol. As High Ground Rhino's now going to have another fight. They still have to be worried about Josh's Barrage, but they will have Nano Blade. Nano Blade is up. It's available. They have some tank ults here as well.
And
we see it.
Critically, there is nothing on the side of Reverb to actually combat it.
Oh, he gets Joshin actually. Gonna look to deny the res here as well. Does not deny the res. Oh, it does. Great. So Drakey is gonna find two. Joshin goes down, so the Pharah Mercy is off the field. Is now the bomb gonna be invested from Obscure, but no one should die to that. Obscure gonna go for the Oh no, 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 no. It's gonna be fine because Drakey still on the zone. This is gonna be fine. The Nano invested. Obscure should be going down. Joshin is back with the barrage, but wait a minute. Signet goes down. Brow Daddy, Ebony commit the bomb. The bomb's gonna be out. There's gonna be the visor as well. The visor's gonna clean it up, and I think this is gonna be it. Finally, slowly but surely, the visor just gonna guarantee it. And oh my goodness, that was way closer than it should have been.
Way closer than it should have been.
Oh no, no, no! The beat comes back. I mean, still, they get the point.
I mean, I guess interesting there from Sleeping. It dies to the remake and then beats in like a 5v1. Points secured, I guess. But
that's just securing the beat. That's just securing the point.
Yeah.
Securing the point.
Got to secure the point. Got to make sure there's no cheeky tactics coming in from Reverb. Yeah, could have won that 1v5. Would have been scary. But now coming in here, High Ground Runners, they've already got a Shatter. They've nearly got a Nano Blade and about 20% each. But other than that, they're coming in basically complete dry here. And Reverb, they've got a good amount of ults coming up here to use.
Protein Shake has to be careful not to go down to Crow. Reflect Pulse Bomb? Is that what we saw? As Signet goes for the Shatter and also goes down, though, on the side.
Reflected Pulse Bomb onto Rift, and it kills him? Oh my god, you can't be having that if you're Reverb.
Tragic.
But, alternatively, very well done from Drakey, I suppose. I don't know how that happens, but, kudos to you. And now you've got a Nano Blade off of that kill, I suppose.
Nano Blade is now up, yeah, and it's only Nano available for Reverb. There's going to be Crow dropping the Nano Butters. Oh, no, did they get it off? Wait, they might have gone off Nano.
It was a Blade. It was a
Anime Blade, oh my goodness, there it is. Village hidden to leave as Drakey finds two. The bomb gonna get forced and gonna get taken down. Obscure not gonna get any with the kills. And Reverb now gonna have to reset. Rift, the last one, just getting a little point touch, getting some good delay actually. Surely Rift does not get out. Surely Rift does not get out, right? Wait, surely Rift also does not kill Drakey. Oh my goodness, they finally get Rift. Okay, Joshin coming back here with the barrage, but I don't think they're going to be able to get this barrage of time. I don't even think they're going to be able to touch.
I think they will. I think they just get a touch. They do. And they have a Pharah barrage comes in and it gets two. This is winnable now instead of Reverb.
It's very winnable. Beat, though. Going to be invested. Much better beat there from Sleeping, keeping everyone very healthy. Signet just swinging on the cart. Shatter being built up. Protein Shakes up on the high ground as Drakey looking to pressure this backline. So still a pretty good position. Rift has to be the person to watch right now because Rift can get the kill, can get a pulse, but no, Rift gets taken down from the dash and then the damage. So this should be cleaned up very, very soon here for High Ground Rhinos. The positioning is far better.
Avast, we need to stop caster cursing people. Every time I say Joshin's gonna do something cool, he insta dies. You just did it to poor old Rift. We gotta stop doing this to these poor people. We can't.
It's true. It's just the classic caster curse, but they must be stronger than the caster curses. Drakey about to have the blade here again. Signet though getting the charge on Rift, who is going for the pulse there as well on the side. It drops the easy. Oh no, there's the shatter. Shatter finds two, but I don't think they can follow it up. No, they can't. Signet getting antied, has to be careful. Doesn't want to go down. Rift gonna go down again after the res. Oh no, the air trick gonna invest that Valk, trying to keep them all healthy. Sadas gonna be taking down Signet, but the blade, it's up, it's available. There's the blade, it's out now. Finds one. Oh no, can they get the Ryan? Gets the Ryan at least, surely, right? No, they're gonna break the shield for Sadas, but there's a hard pocket coming up. They have the animated Crow, gonna also take down Protein Shake, and just an absolute disaster. Though Drakey back to the back line, finds another, but should be picking up very, very soon, yeah.
Yeah, and just like that, there's only a minute and a half left here on the side of High Ground Rhinos. They use that blade with no nano. And that of course does mean they still have the nano here, but what do you nano? A Signet, I guess? Nano
Signet,
Rhine going in?
I mean, or they just have like big faith in Drakey to farm the blade with the nano. But that's a lot to ask considering they have nothing else. They will have the beat though soon, so maybe using the nano to farm the blade and then beating for the blade couldn't be bad since Airtrek has just made the swap to Lucio.
Perhaps. I think perhaps you just use nano on Signet though. You can build another nano before Drakey gets another blade. I think you have still another minute left, so that might be the play for them. But it looks like they're gonna choose to invest the nano into.
They invested into Drakey. They invested into Drakey. Drakey went to go farm blade, but got high nuked by Joshin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there for High Ground Rhinos. Last fight here, they've got a beat. And not much else on the table. Meanwhile, Reverb, Sadas has a shadow. We've seen him hit these consistently over and over and over again over the course of this tournament. And if High Ground Rhinos can't make this fight work with just a beat, then it's going to give them a really good win condition on the side of Reverb. They'll know exactly where they need to push it to, and High Ground Rhinos won't get a second attack.
However, Drakey, 75% to the blade. There's a sleep coming out onto Protein Shake, gonna wake him up. Both tank ults are up here for Reverb. They're getting close to the dupe. Shatter out, fine sleeping, but the beat still gets out. There's gonna be the bomb here as well. Does anyone go down? Oh, sleeping. Sleeping gets taken out, but however, Sadas gonna go down. Ripped off the map. Rip off the map again. The blade here too. They can heal Drakey. Blade getting ready to be invested. Oh, there's the flash. Josh and Drakey, such a good deny. But Signet with a huge shatter. Can they clean it up? There's gonna be the D-back and kills him. Oh no. Signet keeping them in this fight. There's gonna be the nano. Advisor about to be out here for Protein Shake on the side as well. Dupe is gonna be up, buying them some time, but they can't even get the ult. And High Ground Rhinos, they've managed to push it all the way through.
Against all odds, the Herculean push, and all it took was Echo falling off the map somehow. I'm not entirely sure how that comes to pass, but a hero plays from Signet, a massive shatter. They invest the nano into him, and he's able to just swing around on the cart. Of course, a remake kill onto Obscure from Brow Daddy as well. Just so many weird individual plays that all coalesced into this beautiful fight. And it is an overtime, so if Reverb are able to push all the way through with time, High Ground Rhinos will be playing for a draw. But I think given the circumstances, you can't be too upset about that if you are the High Ground Rhinos.
And you know what? I think we've made a bit of a miscall there because I look back and I look at the icon for it. It wasn't a fall off the map.
Oh.
They killed themselves with stickies. They were going for the stickies, the pulse, and they killed themselves with the damage from it. So it wasn't even off the map, actually. So
oh dear.
Very, very tragic still. Either way, not as tragic as falling off the map as Echo, then, we must say. So High Ground Rhinos now on the defense, playing this Torb Genji setup again. Reverb, all they need to do, ideally, is just finish the map, right? You just finish the map and you're fine, but obviously want to get a better time bank.
Of course. But from High Ground Rhinos, we've seen this comp from them all the time. And in interviews, Signet says, it's just comfort picks. It's just, we're having fun. This is what we want to play. And that makes sense to me, especially in, just a for fun tournament setting like this. You want to play your hero. Signet's playing Ryan. Drake is playing Genji. Protein, I don't know if Torb would be his hero, maybe. I'd have to ask him about that one. But Buzz on the Ana. It's just comfort. It's just comfort. And I think I can appreciate that that approach from the side of High Ground Rhinos as opposed to trying to hard meta, because it's just more fun. And also, it seems to be working for them.
Yeah, if the comfort picks work, then they work, right? Drakey going a little low. Rift trying to get that presence, get that poke. A lot of early poke damage actually coming out from already 50% with the damage boost towards that dupe. Sawdust going to be dropping up the high ground, looking to deny. There's some help from Obscure. Sawdust going very, very low, but the dive coming out from the Echo. Rift finding 2 off that dive. Rift doing a lot of damage, making up for finding 3. And Rift already going to have this dupe for the next fight.
Hero play from Rift in that fight, building up so much damage. Like you said, he's already got a duplicate here, and while high ground rhinos, they do get like 50% of their own ults, like we said, Rift has already got a duplicate. That engage, it was so beautiful. The stickies, the beam, all at the same time. They don't have time to react on the side of Protein Shake. He's just instantly dead, and one by one they fall like toy soldiers. And that's an easy first point cap from the side of Reverb. 5.5 minutes in the time bank. It's an uphill battle now for the high ground rhinos.
There's the dupe. It's gonna be out building this ult a lot, but Joshin already finding Signet. There's going to be the nano investment of Sawdust. There's just so much space currently given here to Reverb. Rift about to throw in this bomb. Does not go very far, but that's fine because it zones him out here a little bit further. Cart continues to move. A lot of ults invested there with both the nano and the dupe, right? Nothing really committed for the high ground rhinos, and they're going to have another big fight here for second.
Yeah, I'm looking for the re-engage here. I was gonna say with the nano blade, but that doesn't seem like it's likely anymore, considering Drakey just goes down to a nice clean headshot from Joshin. And now, I think at High Ground Rhinos, they have to back up here. They can't take this fight without their main win condition in the nano blade. They have to wait until the very last second to re-engage here, and that's so critical. We've mentioned Numbani not having a B section, but now they definitely literally don't have a B section. They haven't taken a single fight on this B section, and it's already nearly capped.
Nano Blade's out. Rip going down. There's the Nano Blade again. Gonna find another. Joshin down. Drakey finds 2. Looking for the zone here on Crow. That's more than enough value. Drakey probably gonna get picked up here between the D.Va and the Ana. But that's fine because they're going to win the fight. Ooh, rotate shake with a nice little left click there. And so they've held second here, but 4 minutes in the bank still for Reverb.
Yeah, and because of they invest in Nano Blade on High Ground Rhinos, good from them. But now there's no real win condition. Maybe Signet hits to shatter. Maybe they sit in the rally and just out-sustain the fight. But Reverb, they're coming in here. They're 60% to another duplicate on Rift, and as we've seen, he builds that very fast. So I'm not expecting him to take too long in this fight to build that ultimate. Obscure with the D.Va bomb, and of course Crow with that nano. I think Reverb really has the upper edge in this fight.
Well, rally is invested there from High Ground Rhino. Sleeping, just popping that rally a little early. Reverb going to back up.
Yeah, Reverb
continue
just
to farm for that dupe. Yeah, just going to back up, just continue to farm the dupe. But Signet, he's on the flank. He's on the high ground.
Do they know?
Do they know?
No.
Oh,
okay.
they spotted
him. They've scouted him. So good awareness there from Reverb, and they're going to use that to engage here. The nano is invested onto Sawdust.
There's going to be the dive from Sawdust. Oh, they're going to get stunned, going to get woken up, but there's still so much zone here on the point. Crow going down to the Coom. Sawdust down up top. Great peel from Sleeping. And Signet still forcing so many cooldowns out early because they used the nano to try to engage, and they had to use all those cooldowns to set up the engage there, right? But they just weren't in position. They weren't in position. High Ground Rhino still had all of their own.
And that, we cannot talk about anything more than the support line from High Ground Rhinos. This Zephyr support line. Sleeping and Butters, best friends, I'm pretty sure.
Is he going to do it again?
Very good friends. I think he's looking for it, but he's a bit early. He's a bit early. Unless he's going to wait. Is he going to wait there? Will Obscure check him again? Maybe. He will.
Yeah, he does. Obscure, too smart there. Gets the check.
The support line from High Ground Rhinos, the dive comes in from Sawdust with the nano, and they're able to not only keep themselves alive, but kill him? That is incredible.
Bomb out from Obscure, breaks the turret, and Signet goes down, breaking that shield. There's going to be another bomb into the backline, zoning them even further. So Reverb in complete control. There's the Nano Blade. It has to be big. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, and there's going to be another. They're going to put some extra damage here onto the D.Va. 2 slashes onto the D.Va. Drakey doing so much here on the Genji and High Ground Rhinos with the comeback. Oh my goodness, the Nano Blade.
Time and time again, these Nano Blade engages. Drake, he knows this hero so well. He can see these opportunities, and I'm betting he's in those comms screaming, give me the nano, give me the nano, now is when we go. And even when it looks like a disadvantageous fight, because Signet goes down early, Drake is able to pull it back because he's just so mechanically gifted on this Genji. It's absolutely incredible to watch. And Signet here, he seems to be considering going around for another flank.
But I think so bad.
Yeah, you know he wants to. You can look at him. You can see him in his eyes. But he's going to be restrained here.
Oh, Signet stuck. Oh, the shatter puts four on the ground. There's gonna be the pin. He's taking him off the map. He says, no, goodbye. As Drakey takes out Crow. That's two down there for Reverb. The rally's out, and already a minute left now for Reverb.
A fat MTD coming out from Signet onto Sardist. Absolutely magical stuff. And coming in here, there's only a minute left for the side of Reverb. They haven't even capped point B yet. The support line of Reverb is swapping. We have air trade going on to Lucio off of the Mercy that we've been seeing him on. And so there's no beat. I don't think there's going to be for the rest of this round. I think it's just for the speed for Sardist. But they're pushing into Buzz Nano, 20% to a Drakey Blade, Protein Shakes Molten Core, and of course the Brown Daddy Bomb. It's very difficult for the side of Reverb to get any
the
value.
Andy comes out, and there's going to be already just 2 tank ults up soon for Reverb. They're still pushing this high ground. The Coom out, but Signet goes down. Obscure gets D-Mech. Sawdust is 20 HP. Sawdust, do not die to the turret. Blades out. Obscure down. Joshin down. Sawdust trying to get out. Oh my goodness, the blade ends, but they're still going to pick up Sawdust. 10 seconds remaining. Crow's left. I don't think there's any time, right? It's just Rift. Rift's going to have ult, but Rift's going to go down, losing the Blizzard, not the Mail. I think it's it. I think it's done. High ground Rhinos, they've got the 2-0.
And just like that, the favorites for most people to win the entire tournament, the run goes out with a whimper at the hands of Signet's Hammer. 2-0 for High Ground Rhinos. What a match, honestly.
And you do not see the Numbani Streets hold too often, but you see it here.
Crazy stuff from everybody on High Ground Rhinos. You can't talk highly enough of this team. Every single member popped off. The support line, the DPS, we've seen it time and time again. And then, of course, we cannot talk about High Ground Rhinos without mentioning Signet. What a Chad on that Reinhardt.
I mean, that shatter against Sawdust there and taking the Nano Rhine off the map could have been a game-saving play, right? It gave them space and long enough time for Drakey to pop the blade. So absolutely massive coming out here. As we can head back to the desk here to do a little bit of post-match discussion. Before we do, I'm assuming it's going to be an interview because now we have locked in our grand finalist. It is going to be High Ground Rhinos versus We Love Women. And the grand finals here of Vast Sub Tournament 4. And I have to say, Rhinos versus women. You don't see this one too often.
Not a matchup that is so commonly seen. And definitely not one that most people would have predicted, I would have thought.
Women love us, not we love women. Well, they also love women.
I mean, yeah, probably also true.
They also love women too. But yeah, women love us. Oops, not we love women. But that's fine. Well, let's go on then. Let's talk about our... Let's talk about our final, our this last match, actually, real quick, Desk. So, Reverb, looking like a favorite. We're going to have to highlight some things that potentially went wrong. Invictus, what do you think went wrong for Reverb there in that match, and what went right on the other side of High Ground Rhinos?
Surprisingly, like Drake just on that Genji, he was just farming. I think they needed to like put some more attention on him, not necessarily counter him, but he was just getting away with so many like just backline dives and just right clicks, and he was building blade like every fight. So I think they really need to focus at Genji. I think like the naive thing they did was just ignore the Genji and be like, oh, it's Genji bad. But he was getting so much value, especially on Numbani on defense. Like he basically like held for 4 minutes by getting a blade every fight. So I think that was the mistake there on Numbani, but still really close. I think they definitely could have gone either way, but I think that's the mistake I noticed.
Definitely. And Freya, we saw the Genji matchup, but do you feel like on top of that Butters was keeping up with Crow, who had looked so good throughout this tournament earlier?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Butters just did his job extremely well, knew exactly the role that he had to play and played that to perfection, always making sure that his tank line was kept up, making sure he could keep pace with the nanos to get those nano blades in, and also hitting some crucial anti-nades at the right time. And then his bat play, of course, making sure that he had the lamps to keep Signet up. Really, really just an impressive key role player on that team. Definitely keeping up with Crow and making sure that he could also carry from the back line.
It's very important to have some key role players, some key RPers on your team at all points.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Artemis, wait, you talked a lot about Protein Shake. So Protein Shake was on the tour and also the legs for a lot of this match. I mean, it seems like those were some pretty impactful moments from Protein Shake.
Yeah, I mean, just at the end there, we saw a huge molten core from Protein. We saw on the other point, on the last point of their attack round, we saw a huge visor too. These aren't exactly things we see very often right now, but Protein was making them look great and super impactful.
Definitely. I mean, that's just the value of the Protein Shake. And also, we have an interview, a very big interview coming up. It is with Joshin, team captain of Reverb here. Joshin, are you here?
No.
No. Okay, you're not here.
No.
Well, let's start off with the first question then. Joshin, you may be out of the tournament, but you have essentially infinitely increased your amount of wins in the Avast Sub Tournament series now. Overall, do you feel like there was a very positive run for you? Because I think it was.
This was a very, very positive run. You know, sometimes, well, actually, all times, good things just somehow must come to an end. And yeah, we just got owned by the Genji.
It happens, right? So let's continue our questions panel for the rest of this. So let's start with Freya. Freya, any questions you'd like to give Joshin?
So Joshin, obviously you put on a fantastic performance this sub tournament. Are you going to be captaining for more events going forward? Because I think everybody would definitely like to see you continue this rise, continue this arc of going from no wins to all of a sudden having this fantastic team, building something really impressive. And would you like to see that continue to go up in future tournaments?
I understood like half what you said because my internet cut out. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll come up with a new sub-tourney concept team. I don't know. And yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, because I think a lot of the community, as much as sometimes people meme on you, a lot of the community liked to watch your rise, liked to watch the redemption story. It was like a very good storyline for the tournament. And even though you're not in grand finals, I think that a lot of people really just enjoyed watching you play and enjoyed watching you win. And I think we'd like to see that continue.
BPL.
Well, Artemis,
just watch.
BPL? Okay, BPL potentially. Okay, we could maybe see some Joshin return to BPL. Artemis, any questions you have for Joshin?
No. No,
Okay.
because anything I say gets turned against me. No, I don't know. Do you feel like you could have done something differently this match that would have, besides focus Genji, I don't want to hear that, that you could have done differently, like comp-wise or just anything like that that would have helped you guys get the win here? Or are you comfortable with how you guys played and confident in how your team played?
I don't know what we could have done differently, like comp-wise. I'm not a very smart player when it comes to comps. But I don't know. I kind of just beefed on the McCree. Maybe that's where you lost. But yeah. I don't know.
Okay, that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Sometimes it's tough to identify exactly what's going wrong. So Invictus, perhaps a final closing question here for Joshin.
I just have one question, Joshin. When are we bringing back Fate Clan 2?
You're giving me ideas. You're giving me good ideas, Invictus.
There we go.
BPL Season 3.
There we go.
Be on the
Perfect.
lookout.
Fate Clan is back, and that's all I want to see. Well, good luck, Josh. And this was your best run so far, and honestly, you built a really good team. I think your team was the most favorited to win, but unfortunately, you couldn't get there. But it was still really good performance from you guys, and really glad to see you guys come so far.
Thank you very much.
Not to be understated, the run here for Joshin. So I think we everyone agrees with that. Joshin, as much as we meme on you, your captain candidacy is very important, I think, overall to the sub tournaments and to the overall community. So it was a really good run from yourself here. Impressive, and no shame losing in semis to a good team that just kind of popped off. So hopefully we can see Joshin's teams again in the future. And with that, Josh, and I allow you to exit
Allow.
Nico. Yeah, allow
sorry,
you back.
one
Allow
second.
him.
I see the chat spamming yes, Freya stare at me. I think Freya's cam. No, it's not bugged. It's just Freya.
No,
staring
it's
at
just
me.
Freya's. That's just Freya's
Still
face.
guy.
Freya's just gazing longingly into the webcam.
Yeah,
Freya, can we
I'm
make a
looking
heart?
at all of you right in the eye.
Wait.
I'm staring into your soul.
Freya?
I'd love
there
to
you go,
do the
chat.
same.
Hold on, which way do I have to?
Both. I mean, I'm doing it both.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to do a heart? Oh, you're trying to do a double heart. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Well,
Very
excellent
good
death segment,
job.
everybody. Excellent
Cute.
death segment. Really good stuff. Josh, and get out of here.
What? Yo, Avast, can you follow me back?
Go away, Josh.
Well, if you didn't
Can
win.
I have a
What the
moment
hell?
to plug this new hot sauce that I got? It's called Scorpion
Sure.
sauce.
Okay.
It's
Why
really
not? Okay.
And I really enjoyed it. So do try it. It's nice.
Excellent.
Can't see the
Excellent.
cam.
Scorpion sauce. Be on the lookout. Okay, we have grand finals coming up next. Fuck it. Let's just go to break, Solomon. Let's just go to break. Just throw us to break. We're gonna go grand finals coming up next. So get us out of here.
What?
My channel. Yo, BPL2, how are you doing? Whoever's listening to the comms back, hope you're having like a fucking awful day.
Good luck. You guys are gonna fucking die.
Jordan, shut.
What the hell?
It's Jordan.
That was the wrong one, Jordan.
Oh, I yelled at one.
Oh.
Jordan, you're gonna get fucking owned, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck you,
and
Josh.
Steve, I have.
No one's playing Valorant right now, right?
Yo, before the game starts, can I get a oh yeah?
No, you can't.
What was that?
You win today, you teabag Josh and destroy Mental. Easy
You
clap.
know,
Hey, my man.
Anytime Josh dies, we need the teabag.
3, 2, 1,
fighting!
Fighting!
Let's get it. 3, 2, 1.
Fighting!
I dropped it.
I have copy. I'm gonna
No bubbles,
I'm
no
gonna copy
bubbles.
run. I copy run.
Lucio.
Zen low.
Tracing. Diva Discord.
Diva. Tracer. Kill Tracer. Take Tracer on there, Tracer. Doom has to die. Okay, nice ball.
Lucio.
Lucio.
You know that Jam's hairline is receding.
What?
Quiet.
Hey, as a gamer with a receding hairline.
You have a receding hairline?
Yeah, you want to see?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
I don't know about Tomathan. He's the new main tank or CBT or Jack. None of us say it like that.
Is your schedule free?
It's literally British.
What do you mean British? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm from Britain.
Have we got any more sound effects on dog, or we just follow my lasers?
Just laser.
Well, I'm still, like I said, I'm still working.
You have to master the craft. Yeah, you gotta make.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
There's some cool shit you can do.
Can you play a song for me?
Find me in the corner of the room, not ready to resume, 'cause like I'm taking. Don't wanna be alone, but I'm not in the zone. I'm looking for somebody. I'm looking for somebody.
Well, we're back. The grand finals of Sub Tournament 4 here has arrived. It is going to be High Ground Rhinos facing off versus Women Love Us. I'm going to make sure to say the name right this time. Okay, I have to make sure. We have a new desk member here with us today. Dryad has returned from her own casting, so we do have a final desk member for the grand finals. And let's talk about this matchup. And also, Solomon, we can throw up the bracket to see what they've had to slog through to get to this point here as we talk about this just a little bit. As you see in this bracket, there's been a lot of games making it this way. So let's talk about this matchup here more. So we'll start with Invictus. Invictus, High Ground Rhinos, Women Love Us. These teams, they've battled through a lot of really great squads. And for me, I feel like it's been so impressive how much they've come back. It feels a lot of these matchups. Do you feel like that both these teams, that you would describe them as sticky, like a rice? You know, they're sticky. They just come back.
I don't know what that analogy is supposed to mean, but yes, I agree.
That's the analogy.
Yes, I agree. I do think they weren't the favorites to go in for sure, so it's a bit of a surprise for them to be in the grand finals. I think the favorites were probably like Aqua and Reverb and stuff. So, you know, they showed that they were the better team, and they're now in the finals. And I'm very excited to see if Rhinos win or women win.
If Rhinos or women win, a classic tale. That's a classic tale as old as time. So Dryad, now you
Dryad
were here.
and I know that tale.
Oh, do you? Do you know that tale? Have you fought a lot of rhinos?
Rhinos all the time. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. I'm glad to hear more into that insight. Just so let's talk about then for Dryad. You weren't here for a couple of the few matches, but looking at these two teams, do you feel like that you saw this coming, or is this kind of out of left field for you? You know, when we look at this grand finals.
No, I honestly didn't see it coming. I think I expected it more to be Reverb being in the grand finals more than anything. And it just like there's so many things that can happen. I looked at Mac Tackle Fan Club. That was another team that I was keeping my eyes on, and the other one was the Redemption Burger. Those are the three teams that I was keeping my eyes on, especially because I knew people there. And every time I heard them talk, they were like, "Yeah, we're doing great in scrims. We're gonna win." They didn't win. So a little bit of surprise here. Tiger and Rhinos and Women Love Us. It's hard because both of them had some really good moments, but we're definitely seeing more than 3 maps though, so that's a guarantee. But I don't know who would be kind of the better team here.
Okay, so you think we're definitely seeing more than 3 maps. Well, we have made an amendment to the map pool. So there was going to be 2 CP in this if we made it past Control, Hybrid, and Escort, but we decided to remove 2 CP. So I think it's going to go Control, Hybrid, Escort is like the map order that we're going to be playing as. So then, speaking of crazy out of left field things, let's start getting our predictions here. Let's take a look. So let's start with Artemis. Artemis, if you're going to make a prediction for this matchup here, what's the score line and who's winning?
Ooh, okay. I think it's gonna be close. I'm gonna go. It's best. It's first to 3, right? I'm gonna go 3-1 for High Ground Rhinos, but it's gonna be close.
Okay, and Anderson there, but that's fine. Our first Anderson Pro, that's cool. Invictus prediction. What's the map score? Let's see it.
I just want to point out that High Ground Rhinos is not High Ground, sorry. Women Love Us is not playing with 2 subs. So, 4 of their players haven't shown up. So it's a bit of a different team than we originally started with.
How many people are missing now?
Well, they have 4 players, and now they have 2 subs. So now they can play with 6 or 3.
Okay.
3 ringers, never mind. 1 more has been added. So
3 subs.
I believe it's Poland, Texas, and I'm not sure the 3rd sub is. So it's basically half of
Wait, but that's okay. It depends because some of the subs can be good. I mean, you said what? Texas and Olin? I believe. Yeah. I believe.
Yeah, because Scratchy also had to leave supposedly. So I think they need a support sub.
So I think that was a 3rd, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I do think though I've been going with High Ground Rhinos this far along, so I think they win. I was gonna bet 3-1, but Artemis already picked that, so I'm gonna go with a 3-0.
I'm just yoinking all your stuff today.
Okay, 3-0 Dryad. What's your prediction?
I'm gonna go for Women Love Us. With a 3-1.
3-1. Okay, the reverse 3-1. Okay, and since that's pretty okay. That's bold. And since we've already gotten the other 2, they've gotten 2 questions. So Artemis, we're gonna give you one final question here for our desk because actually not one final question yet because we don't know if they're ready yet. So not one final question yet as far as I'm aware because I don't think they're ready. Yeah, they're syncing. So Alwyn subbing in. Alwyn was part of what team was Alwyn part of before this? Was it Hard Stuck?
The Redemption Burger.
Redemption Burger. That's what it
Burger.
was.
Yeah.
What do you think Alwyn's going to bring to this team, Artemis?
You know, I think Alwyn is just going to bring the full package of a well thought out meal. He's going to make this. He's going to make this match a meal.
Okay.
Because he's from Redemption Burger.
The
captain of Redemption Burger. Yeah.
I see where you're going with this.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah, I see it.
That's all I got.
I definitely see it. I see that. So it's I don't even know where to. Okay. Yeah. I agree. Well thought out meal. They're fantastic.
Yeah. He's gonna make us eat this match up.
What to make this?
I was saying you haven't made your pets, so you have to.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make. Well, so we have 2 vote for High Ground Rhinos. I mean, I feel like High Ground Rhinos might be the favorite now with the potential subs, but I'm gonna even out the desk. I'm gonna give it a 3-2 for Women Love Us, just because I love their branding. I can't let them go down this early, even with Alwyn coming in, the Redemption Burger entering the Women Love Us team. I can't be done with it. You know, like I need. Also, I don't know who their sub is. I don't know who their other sub might be, but I'm a big fan of it. And, you know, maybe in the future, what is it?
I think it's Alwyn, Texas, and I believe Yoshi. I'm not sure. Exactly.
Yoshi? Okay. So Yoshi's coming in. Well, I would like to see a potential too, because I love this team so much, where a merger happens and eventually they form 2 teams in another sub tournament or BPL and it becomes Rhinos Love Us, you know, where they just take half of each team and they merge them together. So that's why I'm really simping for this brand. So then let's talk about our map order, right? Control. We don't have any 2CP here. Looking at our first map, Control. Dryad, do you feel like any team is more control oriented, you know, more of a control type of team, or is it going to be a pretty equal footing for them both?
I'm staying with Women Love Us. I just think they're great. I think they'll be better in control.
You just think women are neat, huh?
Yeah.
That's good.
I do. I mean, you're right about that, but yeah,
I think she's right.
Yeah. So no, I think they're gonna win. I'm thinking about like the subs and what they can do, and I think Texas. I've seen some really good plays from this player as well as Alwyn, and I think it's also, you were talking about like kind of the merge of the teams coming together, but it's also kind of the merge of like, if you think about it, is Redemption Burger being represented by Alwyn and also looking for redemption, you know?
The themes, there's so many storylines taking place there. Okay, I could see that for sure. So then let's talk meta here. So we've seen High Ground Rhinos, what they play. With this new mismatch of a roster, I mean, Invictus, what do you think Women Love Us are going to be playing? Do you think they're going to be playing a lot of Rush still?
I think they're probably going to go back to their comfort picks because they probably have, I mean, obviously they haven't had time to scrim, right? So probably you'll see comfort picks from all the players, especially the subs. So you might see Alwyn back on his the tried and true Brig, you know, Alwyn's favorite hero. Texas is currently on sports. We saw him earlier playing the Ana as a bit of PAP, so probably see a bit of that. So probably see you know, a classic, either a rush comp or they might go for a double bubble 6-man comp. So that's what I'm expecting to see. And I wonder how that will play against the weird comp that High Ground Rhino play. The double main tank, Genji, Torb. Don't know. But it's worked so far. You know, they're in the finals. So it'll be an interesting clash, to say the least.
An interesting clash. Okay, and then we've seen a lot. This is another question coming out here for Artemis. So then let's see. We've seen Signet kind of pop off here on the Rhino, the High Ground Rhinos, but Guac in return for Women Love Us. I mean, Guac has had an amazing run so far. Do you feel like Guac can kind of contain Signet, you know, in that 1v1?
I think it'll definitely be a possibility. I mean, I know that Women Love Us have really, really good aggression.
Wait, is Guac on that
really
team?
Good.
No.
Wait, what was the high? No. What was the main tank for Women Love Us again?
I just agreed with you.
Hyper also was looking really good. Why did I put Guac in there? Well, either way, what do you think about Hyper containing?
Yeah, I also think Hyper is really good and is going to be able to do this. 100%. Yep.
That's good. Excellent. I did not undermine your point by giving you the wrong person there.
You can't be judged. I went with you.
That's true. That's fair. Fantastic. Well, you know what? Let me just check casually to see. Is the game synced yet? Nope, the game's not synced yet. Still waiting to see what Solomon has. Oh, wait, it is synced. Wait, Solomon's giving me updates.
Okay.
Pausing. Oh, they're just
Alright.
discussing roster stuff. Okay, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know exactly what's happening. Wait, but I thought. Wait, who's Guac on? Someone remind me. What team was Guac on?
We just watched it, and you casted it.
Did I?
Yes.
My brain is going to absolute mush. I'm not gonna lie. He was on Baby Eaters. My brain's going to absolute mush. I don't know why I'm like. You know what? How about let's continue on. Let's continue on from here then. So knowing these rosters, knowing that there's a lot of subs, let's go Dryad. So do you feel like, seeing how High Ground Rhinos have played so far, they played a very unconventional style, but Women Love Us, they've played, a little bit more rush oriented at times here. Do you feel like they're still going to have the core to defeat that unconventional style, or is the Torb Genji going to be too strong?
The Torb Genji's not going to be strong. I don't think so. Like, Women Love Us, they have great subs. They're going to initiate with that energy. Yeah, okay, maybe they didn't have scrims together. Maybe they have a little bit of difficulty building that synergy because of those subs, but they are still going to, I know they're still going to play the better composition. And when we start with control, it is kind of, you already know where you're going to be playing for those control maps. I mean, whether that's Lijiang, whether that's Nepal, you already have the standard composition. So they don't even have to worry too much about the synergy. And in the meantime, Higher Rounders, they had more time to prepare that synergy, yet they are playing Genji, Torbjorn, and a bunch of weird heroes. I don't know.
Okay, so really just hoping to see if the synergy is going to make a difference there, because I feel like Torb and Genji, it's kind of a chaos comp at times where they're just building up towards that blade just a little bit. But, we saw a really great performance come out from Butters on the back line. And I don't remember Strachey was the main support here. Does Women Love Us do they still have their other flex support on this team right now? They didn't sub them out as well, did they?
They had Sleeping and Texas. They were rotating between them.
Sleeping and Texas was playing a lot of mates off tank though, is right.
Yeah, he's been switching between tank and support pretty much.
Okay.
So, it's kind of a, who do they play? They do still have a support.
They have A support. I mean, what's going to be the support roster? I don't know. But Strachey says in chat, at this rate, I'll be home before the game starts. So maybe Strachey's going to make it back in time, because I don't know what are we arguing about, Solomon? Roster stuff? Is that what the teams are currently arguing about? Let's get some updates here, because at this point it's Fancy. That's who it was. Fancy. I want to talk about hello, Solomon. Do you want to give us what's happening?
Okay, so they requested a bunch of ringers when they actually have people that can play. So we're just kind of slapping them on the wrist and saying, "What? Just play your people."
Okay.
Which is
SMH.
the best way of doing that, because Texas shouldn't be playing technically. It's against the rules, but he's already played. So maybe we just swap him for All Win or something. Give him All Win. All Win's never lost.
Yeah.
Okay. Give them All Win there.
Won't be too long if you can keep filling or whatever.
We can keep filling. It's just the problem is my neurons are absolutely fried. So I keep on picking up wrong players on these teams. If I just need to have the rosters beamed to my brain.
We can flip it, Avaz. I'll start asking you questions.
Oh, you're gonna ask me a question?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, Invictus.
Who has been your favorite DPS to watch in this sub-tourney?
My favorite DPS? Well, one person has played the most Torb, and that's been Protein Shake. So perfect. Protein Shake has played the most Torb. So personally, I'm a big fan of the Protein Shake Torb. Anyone that plays Torb consistently, I'm a huge fan of it myself. McCree, lame. Torb, that's where you pop off just a little bit. Excellent question, Invictus. Really good hosting skills so far.
What if it doesn't work? What if the Torbjorn is just getting killed?
Doesn't matter,
again? Is that
okay? Well, I'm going to refer to the Protein Shake, knowledge haver here, Artemis. So you're the one that hyped up Protein Shake previously. What would Protein Shake swap to if the Torb gets countered?
I mean, we've seen them play Soldier.
Mm-hmm. So
and
legs?
other hit scan. I mean, legs sometimes you just need a little legs. You need a little legs in your life, and
I will give you I'll give you the real history on Protein Shake. Protein Shake in BPL Season 1 was in the B League, and he absolutely terrorized B League. Every team he played against had nightmares of Protein going on Widow, headshotting 4 people, going to go back to Spawn, switching to McCree, okay, high nooning 6. So he was truly the menace of B League, and then he moved up from there, and now he's a household name in BPL and Tourney alike, and he has a pretty deep hero pool. He just he likes the legs, he likes the torp, he likes pleasing Avaz with his hero picks. Those are Avaz's favorite heroes, correct?
Yes, I do love when he pleases me. Solomon?
Exactly.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Solomon.
Okay, we finished our yapping. To make everything fair, Texas will no longer be playing for Women Love Us. Will be replaced with Allwyn. They were originally both going to sub in, but that didn't actually make any sense because he had people that can play. So it'll be the 2 ringers they have is Yoshi, who'll be on, I think that's DPS, and Allwyn, who'll be on support.
Okay, Allwyn support, some Allwyn Brigida, fantastic. Well, then knowing that, let's pick some players to watch. Okay, let's pick some players to watch here. Okay, you've already picked Allwyn. You've picked Allwyn. That's your player to watch then. Okay, well, what about from High Ground Rhinos?
Don't steal my pick, Artemis.
If you don't know the roster, that's okay. I didn't know. I don't remember the roster.
I definitely know.
Sorry,
just,
my
What, Artemis? What are you saying?
my stream froze and I heard Vic say my name, so I was just.
I was just saying, don't steal my picks.
No problem.
While we wait to hear, then we'll come back. Dryad, we're gonna come back to you, okay, to hear your player for that team. So let's go to Invictus since it's picked out someone before. Let's have Invictus pick first. What are your players to watch from each team?
My player to watch on High Ground Rhinos is again Drake. I think he really popped up that last map, and he's just gonna carry, I think, on that Genji role. Genji in 2021. I love to see it. I also a huge shout out to my boy Protein. I do want to see more torp, so keep it up. And for Women Love Us, I think Cards has been really popping off, but I think that's going to be Artemis's pick, so I will not steal it. I will go with Allwyn.
Okay, you'll go with Allwyn.
He's going to go big, and he's going to be terrorized.
I got my pick for.
Okay, Dryad, let's hear it first. Let's hear it. What is it?
Yeah, so Allwyn for Women Love Us, and then it's going to be Signet for the High Ground Rhinos.
Okay, Signet for the High Ground Rhinos. Yeah, I can see that being a big one. So Artemis, 2 player picks real fast because then we have to get into cast.
Yeah, like Vic said, I was going to go with Carts, and then I have been a protein simp this whole time, and I will continue to be a protein simp. So, because everyone needs a little protein.
Perfect. Well, there we go. There's our players to watch. Well, Desk, I'm going to be going out with hold hands with Freya in the cast. So goodbye, Desk. I'm moving over to the cast. Solomon, swap me over. Hello, Freya, my casting duo. How are you?
I'm good. I heard you came down here to hold hands while we watched this game.
That is exactly what I was planning to do here, is the hold hands and cast the grand finals of the Vast Sub Tournament 4. I know the chat are going to be very excited for Freya as the hearts come out already. So we have a banger of a match here in the grand finals. Lijiang is going to be our first map as well as we wait for the teams to get ready up. And what are your thoughts heading into Lijiang here? Like, what might we be seeing from these teams?
I think High Ground Rhinos has already showed us they're willing to play anything, everything, just have fun with it. And I think that sort of energy, that chaotic kind of, we're here to have fun, to play a fun game with our friends, I think that's going to carry them. I think that they're going to take this map.
Okay. I mean, I'm also the opinion that what I've seen so far, Allwyn, I would say, like, well, if Allwyn was on his trusty Torb, right, then maybe Lijiang that could be, but Allwyn's on the support. There's not going to be any Allwyn Torb. It's going to be like maybe some Allwyn support here, some Brigida, even his favorite hero, as Invictus was talking about. So it changes up the dynamic a little bit when I look at Lijiang for these teams. So I feel like High Ground Rhinos are favored because Signet is obviously just going to be chatting out. And as we are getting into the map here, grand finals of a Vast Sub Tournament 4, Women Love Us versus High Ground Rhinos as they roll out here for the first fight.
And we already see we have pretty similar comps, but Drake there on the Genji, his signature hero. He made it work on Numbani, and it looks like he's probably might be able to make it work here, but Signa is the first one to go down in this fight.
Okay, Hyper taking a lot of damage early, but staying alive. Great pocket out from Fancy and Allwyn, just keeping the peel up. As you see, on the flank, Butters actually just far away from his team. There's going to be no heals. I mean, Butters was on the flank, and there was just no heals for the rest of the team as Mint goes down, Protein Shake goes down, and first cap going the way of Women Love Us, who are also going to be holding on to the first control.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think Baptiste is the hero you want to be flanking on, and the team got punished for that. Women Love Us took their opportunity, they got aggressive, and now they have point control with the Symmetra, with this Sigma, so they're going to be able to spam out high ground Rhinos before they can come in. The TP bomb doesn't get anything done, but Drake already with that blade coming in, swinging, manages to find 1 kill before he's taken out.
Where did Hyper go? Where did Hyper go? Hyper's off the map. The turret's still doing a lot of damage here on the point. Yoshi gonna hold on to that ult as Alwyn still looking for the contest. They're still holding on to the point for right now, 36% and ongoing as some more turrets come out here for Protein Shake, who's pretty charged up. Yoshi finding mid here on the return. Alwyn still contesting for so long. There's gonna be the shatter blocked by the bubble though of Wada as Wada takes down Yoshi and Hyper, and finally Alwyn going down to Protein Shake a little bit before that. So the flip's going to happen. Both Symmetra walls also invested. A very, very scrappy fight there as the flip goes the way of high ground Rhinos.
I'm very surprised that Women Love Us committed both the Shatter and the Symmetra wall there when it was only those 2 heroes on the point. I'm not sure what they thought that they would get out of that, but Wadit blocking it up and Protein Shake investing that wall to sort of nullify any impact. But a big Shatter from Signet, giving them the MTD, laying all of Women Love Us on their back and getting aggressive in here with this beat. Just swinging away, taking down the rest of Women Love Us.
So another big fight win there for high ground Rhinos. They did invest some ults, I mean, with the beat, with that primal as well, but not too much. They're going to have another Shatter coming up for Signet, who's already been farming from that as Women Love Us looking to get this recontest. It's only going to be the Flux up for Danny, so really not a lot of ults here in the bank. Though, as I say that, Carts finding Mint, no speed boost, no peel now. A lot of healing off the field here for high ground Rhinos. Butters gonna commit that amp, gonna commit the window. Does Women Love Us, do they choose to push through it? I mean, they have the flux available. Instead, they're just gonna wait here, go for some poke, try to build this more ults. They're about to have a window of their own, but Fancy goes down. However, Carts is gonna find another. A lot of ults on board now for Women Love Us as they move here onto the point. Signet going for the charge, getting taken up by Carts as Carts frags out there, is gonna get picked up by Mint, but Danny finding one. They still have Hyper, relatively healthy. No, actually no health at all, but is gonna take down Watt there in the end. It's Danny and Alwyn standing alone versus Mint, looking to keep the stall going there as the Doomfist is about to make it back for High Ground Rhinos.
Yeah, it's incredible that Women Love Us, they commit the beat here. Even without that Baptiste, they were still able to take control of that fight. The Flux comes down to stop Signet in his tracks. We see Wada jumping in, trying to stall, get this to 99, but this is Women Love Us fights to win. They're committing all of their ultimates, the window, the wall. It's a costly fight for them, but they do get the flip here, and Butters is going to try and escape, does manage to finally get out.
A lot of ults used here, but really not a lot in the bank for either team looking forward. I mean, High Ground Rhinos are going to have the primal and soon to have the beat, but still not a huge amount. As they rush forward, there's going to be the bubble invested there. Women Love Us having to back up. They have to use Thani getting booped. Oh no, the primal being vicious here, but Signet off the map as Thani surfs their way back to the side of the point. But Wadit doing so much value alongside Drakey here. Hyper gonna find one, but it's just Hyper alone there on the point as they get cleaned up, and Women Love Us, there's not much left. Yoshi still here, relatively charged up, gonna find one, not gonna able to find the second. Almost found Protein Shake actually. As Women Love Us, they have to get the touch. Carts gets in there in time, gonna take down Protein Shake, and there's Danny as well on the Diva. But the thing is, now we're in a staggered situation, and there's not a lot of ults available.
Yeah, High Ground Rhinos is just gonna have to do a good job of cleaning up here. They already demech Fanny, so hopefully that Baby Diva is gonna go down. The beat comes out for Mint to keep everybody going, keep them alive, keep this pressure up onto Women Love Us. It's just Carts left on this Tracer. The flip comes in for High Ground Rhinos, and I don't think anybody from Women Love Us can touch. That's the first point going over to High Ground Rhinos.
Well, that was an extremely scrappy round there for first round of Lijiang, and I'm hoping it continues here for the entirety of the finals as High Ground Rhinos now taking that first round. And Women Love Us, they did a great job. I mean, they contested the point for a long time. They kept the stall going, but just that value from Wada and Drakey, getting so much displacement between the Primal and the Doomfist, allowing them to pick up that first point.
I think Wada did so much on the monkey there, just had a much higher impact in that small constrained space, was able to cleave down, get primals very quickly, really was a game changer in a lot of these fights for High Ground Rhino. But he's going to be swapping onto the Sigma now, more traditional off tank, and we see mirror comps coming out from both of these teams.
So Karts on the junk, trying to get some damage here from the flank. You see Hyper already set up in a very good situation. Kind of MTDing Signet right now because the position is so much better. They're 63% already to the Shatter as well. So great corner play right now for Hyper. As Hyper has the Shatter. Hyper already has Shatter. They need to be aware, though, of Butters about to have this window. They've done a lot of damage, so they're approaching White Room. But Hyper's trying to do it. He drops the Shatter as well. Only gets one, but that's enough as Wada goes down, and the damage coming on in through the window just cleaned them up over time. And wow, what strong positioning there from Hyper.
Yeah, they just completely ignored that window. Hyper dropped the Shatter and is probably going to lap Signet in a Shatter now. Really just taking a great position, using that ult to his advantage, finding the key, the one target he had to Shatter, and that let the rest of Women Love Us go in aggressively. And they're going to drop the window. The window fire strike already finds Drakey, but Hyper's going to trade his life for that.
Tyre coming out from Cards here in main, coming on in, finds 3. Oh no, the lamp not fast enough for Butters is already. Signet gonna go down here too, as Women Love Us cleaning up that fight. That Tyre from Cards being absolutely massive.
Yeah, what an incredible Tyre. Just sneaks it around the side of High Ground Rhinos as they try and go up into that White Room on that high ground. Finds 3 and the fight's over from there. But now High Ground Rhinos is coming up on some big impact ultimates. They're going to have the beat. They're going to have a Tyre of their own. They're really going to have to take advantage of these, push in aggressively with this Tyre. Oh my god!
That's a 6-man! That's a 6-man Tyre from Drakey! Holy shit!
Oh my god.
You don't see that too often.
I have no words. A 6-man Tyre, absolutely unreal.
Shatter invested there from Signet here in the spawn too, just to add insult to injury as they continue to go. Signet going for the quick hyper feed there. Just there's so much testosterone flowing through the veins currently. As High Ground Rhinos are probably gonna have to reset a bit. Women Love Us, though, that is a crazy fat Tyre on them. But now Signet's giving them an opening as they make it back in.
I still cannot get over that Tyre. Absolutely unreal gaming from them. Women Love Us is really on the back foot here. High Ground Rhinos have to be flying high, and a big flux is countered out by the beat from Allwyn, but Mint drops the beat as well, so both beats are traded out here. While coming up from Protein, and the window as well means that High Ground Rhinos can spam through. Unfortunately, Signet is the first to die here. Tanks are traded out, but High Ground Rhinos has the better position here. They're already on the point. They're going to be pushing up. They're going to try and get any last picks that they can. The window from Fancy is not a great position, so High Ground Rhinos can just rotate up to this high ground and make this fight over, waste a lot of Women Love Us time here.
Hyper's made it back. The fight's lasted so long. There's going to be another Tyre coming out for Drakey. Please, they can't get another. Allwyn down, though, so no beat. Tyre's coming on out, looking for one. Denied. So no Tyre kills for Karts there. 76% and climbing upwards as Women Love Us. They need to come on in. There's going to be a last fight situation. They will hold on to the high noon. They're getting close to a flux. Maybe we'll get a beat. But High Ground Rhino is looking to hold aggressively here. Use the turret and protein shake to just pressure them, to pepper them as they come in. As Signet goes for the aggressive pin there right on the corner. There's going to be the high noon. I mean, they fight 2. Yoshi gets 2, making it in. The flux going to be messed on the choke, though. They still need to get through. They still need to get to the point. Can anyone touch a point? I don't think they can. And first map goes the way of the High Ground Rhinos.
What a phenomenal map from High Ground Rhinos. I don't even know what to say about that. Let's just watch this Tyre. Just watch.
This is the biggest ult we've seen the entire tournament. I mean, this is disgusting. Oh my god.
God. Absolutely unreal. The lamp is just a little too late to save everyone, and it's you know what? Hats off to you, Drake. That was I was unreal.
I mean, he's earned it. They earned it. That's a 6-man ult. You don't see that too often.
Yep. And High Ground Rhinos, you could almost see the momentum and the energy after that. Like they got that 6-man tire, and then they said, you know what, we're winning this. They were charging into the spawn, holding them at the spawn doors. Just they really just got a giant shot of energy from that.
Definitely. I mean, the momentum's in their favor now, but it was close. It was a relatively close control, I have to say. So hope is not lost for Women Love Us. There's still plenty of games left to be played, plenty of maps left in the pool here. So we are going to be going to hybrid. It is a loser pick. And for Women Love Us, I imagine, yeah, that is correct. They picked Kings Row. So they have selected Kings Row here. So Kings Row, they're going to be taking it there, which is pretty standard. They played that a lot already. But I feel like High Ground Rhinos, they're not going to hate that pick either.
No, I mean, Signet is a phenomenal Rhine. We saw they even played Rush on Control. They won it. They played a sort of modified Rush on Night Market, and they won that. I mean, High Ground Rhinos has to be happy with this pick. Like, Kings Row is a Rhine map, and Signet is just the embodiment of a Reinhardt player. I mean, I definitely anticipate High Ground Rhinos winning this. I think that they're going to be able to play their comfort picks and really make that map work for them.
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be a lot based off this Rhine difference here and like who's going to get those shatters off, who's going to be able to take the space. But it's really important that we don't forget, like if someone team's going to be playing May, we're going to have to keep a lot, because I imagine May will be played, but we'll have to see, especially at least for Women Love Us, because they have played it in the past. So maybe they'll play some May to just get the walls off. But for Kings Row, it's been a staple so far of the tournament. We are just waiting for both the teams to be ready so we get into the map. And looking forward here, when I see that first control, I feel like Drakey continues to be just a pivotal point for this team on the DPS. Like, not beyond just the 6-man tire, but the space that they're getting, the amount of damage they're putting out here, and combining with Protein Shake, where it seems like their synergy is just so strong that the DPS lineup right now for High Ground Rhino seems to be at a very, very important part for their success.
Yeah, I think one thing that's crucial is Signet. I know Signet, Drake, and Butters are all friends and have played together before. So I think some of that synergy coming in is really helping them out. They know how they like to play, and Butters really knows how to support these two sort of oddball tank and DPS who do kind of unorthodox things, but they make it work, and Butters just knows how to support that. So really, that synergy coming in makes even like the Genji pick, it makes it viable.
Definitely, and you have to have the good pocket to make it work there. But for Women Love Us, still lots of room to come back here. I mean, we've seen them play the May before with Jay, and now with Alwyn on the shot calling, right? Maybe the Alwyn shot call is going to be enough for them.
Yeah, let's not forget, Alwyn as a main support ringer has won so many maps in BPL Season 2, so you can never really count him out. But we do see Rush coming out from both teams. But like you said, Women Love Us, they're playing the May, they have the wall advantage, so really their comp is looking a little bit stronger here as they get into this first fight.
A lot of damage just being traded with Fanny still on the Sigma, so no Diva currently for Women Love Us. So focusing a lot more on trying to get these off angles, but still a lot more pressure currently onto the shield for Hyper, as they're forcing the hotel. Already had to give up a tick. There's gonna be the walls. Jay walks forward, a lot of freeze. They force the lamp so early. Their lamp definitely not much better there for Fancy, but they are gonna take out then Signet. So the shield out of the field. They don't have any Reinhardt damage either, and that's gonna be the first fight going the way of High Ground, or rather of Women Love Us.
Yeah, but importantly, High Ground Rhinos did get a tick off of this first point here, so not too much further they have to go to be able to take this first point. I think another good attack like that, if they can keep the pressure on, if they can force Women Love Us back into that corner, then they can really win these fights. Signet just has to be careful of his HP and of his shield, as we see mirroring windows come out from here and a giant dragon from Drakey to split up this Women Love Us team.
Oh, the lamp a little too late, not able to keep Hypers alive, and then there's Protein Shake just going around, dropping the High Noon, finding two, and what a good dragon there. I mean, they trade out the cooldowns, they get the positioning, and Drakey just splits them, and the lamp just isn't able to come out fast enough. And now High Ground Rhinos with the first cap here, 5 minutes and ticking down for the bank. They're holding on to the beat and the shatter. Women Love Us, though, I mean, you look at their bank in return, they should have a really good fight here as long as no one gets staggered.
Yeah, if they can just group up their team, not get staggered, then, oh, Signet coming from the side with the shatter. It is blocked by Hyper, though. I'm not sure what he anticipated to get with that. Maybe Protein Shake could click a few heads. It didn't work out for them, but it's a try. I will respect that.
Hey, you gotta mix it up here a little bit as Hyper walks around the corner, drops with the shatter. They're all down, and oh my goodness, Hyper says, you try to shatter sneakily, I just drop it directly in your face, and that's gonna be the fight win for Women Love Us.
God, this is absolutely a battle of the Reinhardts here. I'm just in awe watching these two Reinhardt players fight against each other. Just some really fun gameplay. And now Women Love Us have this crucial choke in the archway. And they also have a Sigma. They have Flux. They have 4 ultimates here. High Ground Rhinos is going to have such a hard time breaking this as Alwyn goes up, kicks Drakey off that high ground. There's going to be a tempo beat from High Ground Rhinos, but the freeze, the May freeze, catches 4. The lamp comes out, but it's not enough to save Signet. And now Women Love Us are just going to go through this choke. They're going to clean up, push High Ground Rhinos back.
And it looks like they might want to keep going aggressively. No, they're going to back up. They're not going to go beyond the choke. They said, we've already have enough. We can back up here as Women Love Us still holding on there. Great usage of the ults. Keeping, I mean, Jay just getting so much value right now on the May. And also a good look from Alwyn, legitimately just trying to deny Drakey the high ground. There's the window on that choke. The Dragon looking to zone it. They force the lamp from Fancy. A lot of damage out of the field. Here comes the bomb too. But Hyper gets 2 with the window there. Finds Brow Daddy, who is out of mech. And there's going to be the wall as well. Cart's following up. Oh my goodness. What a great fire strike.
Just incredible. Just chucked that through right before he turned around to block the Diva Bomb and found just 2 picks here. And so now High Ground Rhinos is going to change up their strategy. It looks like they're switching to DPS hero and their off tank here. Maybe they're going to try and spam through, see if Drakey can't get a pick to start these fights. But Women Love Us, they're going to drop the High Noon, force High Ground Rhinos back, and get some of that tempo back.
Women Love Us still holding on to the choke. Butters has the Ant Matrix. They can try to drop it through. Put the but Hypers get shattered. And there's the shattered return from Signet. Puts them all on the ground. Oh my goodness. Drakey getting the punch on Hypers, forcing them back mid shatter. And then they just do their own shatter in return. They just moved them out of the way. They said, what if we take the main tank and push him over here?
Yeah, Hyper pressed that Q button and then was just beat up by Drakey and Brow Daddy, could not get the shatter off, and while he was stunned, Signet said, oh, it's my turn, drops the shatter, finds the whole team. Just incredible job there. And Protein Shake is going to be up, really aggressive High Noon here. It's walled off by Jay, but they are keeping Women Love Us in the back. High Ground Rhinos trying to set up for a better spot for their engagement here as the cart turns the corner.
Cart now turning the corner. A lot of damage mitigated from the window. Jay looking to set up this mail. Jay's going to get it out. The Flux invested from Brow Daddy. Finds one. Fancy also goes down to Drakey in the back. Drakey with another in the back as Drakey wreaking absolute havoc with 3. And that's going to be second, going the way of High Ground Rhinos. And what a good engage there where they set up the Flux. They set up... currently laughing at a text-to-speech right now, but Drakey well played there off the Flux from Brow Daddy, goes to the back, creates chaos.
Yeah, and we've seen this before where one team is playing this Doomfist rush against the May rush, and the Doomfist just does so much work if you can get in, if your team is really aggressive and really sets up your Doomfist for success, and that is what they are doing. But unfortunately, it's Signet who dies, even with the beat. Not sure the beat even reached him, and now Hyper just has free reign to go in, to swing away. Doesn't manage to catch Brow Daddy, but it doesn't matter because Karts is there on the McCree, and now High Ground Rhinos push back into their spawn.
And that was maybe a little too deep. I saw what High Ground Rhinos were going for. Signet wanted to create the chaos so Drakey could get some value, but maybe a little too much chaos. A little bit too much chaos there in the backline there as Signet went down. So now, not a lot of ults for High Ground Rhinos. They're going to be holding on to the amp, and they do.
They do. They caught him.
Protein Shake. Oh, but the peel, it's so good. Alwyn commits the beat there as well, and they're there to just peel for Hyper Knight. Wow. Well done from Women Love Us. I mean, I like the ambitious flank. Good spot from Protein Shake, but Women Love Us are there to just follow up and get the kills.
Yeah, it seems like as soon as High Ground Rhinos turned around to try and take care of Hyper, the rest of the team just charged forward and caught High Ground Rhinos by surprise. So now they're going to come in with a few ultimates of their own. We're seeing the Flux drop from Women Love Us, but it lit Protein Shake Lifts Protein Shake into the air so he can high noon that Sigma. Signet dropping really low here, ends up dying. And now it's Alwyn versus Protein Shake. This 1v1 off in the side here. And it's Fancy that wins that 1v1.
Well, Alwyn dropping the fat lol in the chat now as Karts has that high noon for the upcoming fight. High ground Rhinos, though, have a lot of ults. But as I said, that Drakey gets caught by Jay. The right click, and they need to back up. They need to get their respawns back up. As now Brow Daddy, though, getting caught on the wall, getting isolated. The lamp going to be used for both teams. And Women Love Us, they're just pushing forward. High ground Rhinos, they need to regroup.
Yeah, they're trying not to let high ground Rhinos have a good position for this final fight, but they are coming up on the 4th ult here. High ground Rhinos looking really good in this next fight. If they can make this Flux, make this Shatter work, and hopefully Sleeping get the beat, and they can make all Karts is behind. The high noon from behind gets 2, shuts down high ground Rhinos' dream.
Oh, it shuts down Women, all right. I'm not sure, but Karts finds a couple. They're still on the point, though. High ground Rhinos, they're not out of this yet. They're close to the spawns. Drakey still very healthy. Gonna take down Karts. That's a lot of damage off the field. Alwyn trying to take this duel. I don't think it's gonna work out for you, Alwyn, but Alwyn doing a pretty good job staying alive there as Women Love Us. They're still contesting this card for a while, but now Alwyn gonna go down. And now Women Love Us, they have to go for the recontest. A lot of ults about to be up there for them.
I thought there was no way that High Ground Rhinos was going to win that, but somehow, some way they did, and now Women Love Us have the ult advantage. There's a big Flux coming in from Thani. Doesn't find anybody, but sets up for that May ult, freezes the entirety of High Ground Rhinos. Now it's just cleanup as they are able to defend this 3rd point here on King's Row.
And what a great set of ults there. I mean, and also so much credit to Karts there in that fight before, because it could have been a really rough situation if they had lost that fight and they could have built ults and been in a very, very strong recontest, or a very weak recontest position for Women Love Us. But because Karts was behind, drops the high noon, it means that they lose some picks. They have to fight for way longer and commit way more for that fight around the corner. So Women Love Us sort of getting saved by that play, as now they have their win condition. They just have to get it a little bit farther than the Rhinos, and the high ground Rhinos here. So very winnable for Women Love Us.
Yeah, if they can just take a really good team fight on that 3rd point, they can push and force High Ground Rhinos into a recontest position and win this map. But before they do that, Women Love Us have to take the first 2 points against High Ground Rhinos, and I'm not sure if Alwyn's going to be sticking on this Mercy. This looks like it would be an interesting team comp coming out, but I anticipate they're going to flip back to a traditional rush style.
I could definitely see it here because, I mean, you have Alwyn just to pocket Karts, play the high ground, but I doubt Fancy would be on Xin if they're going to play this. Fancy would probably be on, like, BAP, but they might just swap off. Yeah, they're going to go back to the Lucio BAP anyways, so not even going to be playing that at all. It's High Ground Rhinos, Protein Shake. He's on the Torb.
Oh, they're gonna do it. Karts on this Hanzo as well instead of the McCree. Sort of an interesting pick, but you know, I'm kind of liking High Ground Rhinos team comp. The Torb on the defense, I think, can get a lot of work done.
A lot of shield presence early on to Signet. Drakey zooming on in, bringing them up. There's going to be the lamp invested pretty early from Fancy around the corner. Drakey not able to get the punch off, but the wall very good from Jay. They force the lamp. Now Women Love Us. They're going to try to move forward, take some position, but they're backed off on the corner.
Yeah, teams are waiting for their shields to recharge so Women Love Us can go in for a second aggressive push. Drakey just keeps going in, getting damage done. The window comes out from Fancy, and that's enough for Signet to be deleted through. Karts gets another one on a Drakey, and Women Love Us are just taking command of this team fight, pushing through onto the 2nd point here, and Protein Shake dies. The Torbjorn not working out for High Ground Rhinos here.
And that was a really great trade for Women Love Us, where they just make sure to play the corner, build their BAP ult very, very quickly using that lamp, and then come back in with the wall, with the window. And now Women Love Us, they've gone the first, they're moving through the choke, and High Ground Rhinos, they can't even fight this very first choke, which is such an important choke.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to move up, unfortunately, but maybe Brow Daddy can get some work done with this Flux here. They can get something big. It's a good, solid 2-man Flux, but the May freeze coming out and Karts clicking away. It's not looking good for High Ground Rhinos as they all fall to the power of that May ultimate. High Ground Rhinos just not playing aggressive enough to make that work. Just some final picks here. Protein Shake again dying on this Torb.
The power of loving women, or women loving you, I guess, is too strong here. As now Women Love Us continuing forward here onto second. Great mail coming out from Jay. They're going to soon have a beat and a window. Double tank ult. High Ground Rhinos, they need to get some value in this upcoming fight. They need to get a lot of value. Ideally, try to get some displacement from Drakey. Set up a shatter. They're getting close to the Torbolt. They're going to have some... I mean, really, they're going to have their whole bank besides that Flux. So, big ult fight coming on up as already Drakey committing in, putting them above. Going to commit the ult here as well. The window going to be used on the high ground as Drakey looking to commit to the back line. Alwyn has to be careful, looking to try to live, but Drakey just putting so much displacement as Butters on the high ground finds Fancy. And Women Love Us, they need to back up. They have no heals.
Yeah, just a really well-played team fight from High Ground Rhinos. They waited out the ultimates from Women Love Us. They made sure that they weren't caught out by that window, and then Butters dropped one on the high ground, found Fancy, and that just ended the push from Women Love Us. So really well played from them. If they can continue to play smart, play intelligently like that, and they can definitely hold here in this corner. We see Drakey going in to slam. They booped up Hyper. Signet slams down. The beat is good from Alwyn, though, keeping the team alive through that combo. And Signet going down. Now Women Love Us pushing forward with the ultimate.
Oh, Carts! No, not able to live. They are going to pick up Drakey here, but now they're on the point, sleeping, trying to get their team out. Run, Protein, run. Can Protein get out? No, they can't. And despite all of that, despite the great just uppercut shatter combo, it wasn't enough. They had very, very good re-engage for Women Love Us, and now they're going to get some staggers here too. Signet stuck in the corner, stuck on the wall, but wait, they can't get the stagger. Jay goes down, so they actually can't get the punish, and they lose Jay in return. And now High Ground Riders are going to come forward to contest the cart, not let it move anymore. As Drakey looking for a little bit of ult build, going to commit the ult here as well just to get out. Should not commit to the spawn doors. Wait, he's looking to fight carts. Wait, Drakey gets the kill? Surely not. What? Okay.
Hyper just coming in from out of nowhere to find that kill on a Drakey to finish up that fight. But Signet drops the shatter, drops a few of them down. Brow Daddy following up with the Flux, finds Fancy, and really just stifling Women Love Us here. Signet does go down, but it should be enough for High Ground Rhinos unless Danny drops this Flux. They find
well, there's
one.
the mail here too. I mean, this should finish it, right? Because the mail with the Flux, yeah, they're gonna clean it up. And now, Women Love Us, they control the card. I mean, High Ground Rhinos, they can't lose anyone. If they get a stagger here, it's brutal. It's pretty much on Protein Shake here as well to have the Coom to zone the point. They're gonna have both support ults as well. Window invested, just pressuring out Signet. Signet taking so much damage. They don't want to go too deep. The Coom's on point, but they can't touch.
Oh, they can't touch.
Oh, and Women Love Us with the King's Roll, tying it up 1-1.
Wow, they just... I don't want to call that a C9, but because really what happened there was Women Love Us just got so aggressive. They used all the tools in their kit to push High Ground Rhinos back into the corner so that they couldn't touch the point, but just excellently played from there. All of their ultimate combos were on point. They knew when to use them, and really just it felt like they had the tempo in every single one of the fights that they took.
Definitely. I mean, it seems like they're very comfortable on King's Row. They understood how they wanted to play around the May in particular. They set up their engagers off the Ant Matrix, constantly trying to use the wall to force them against it. So overall, Women Love Us. You feel some momentum shifting. Perhaps the momentum is building for their first major Overwatch sub-tournament title, but unlikely, I have to say, because it's still tied up. It's anyone's game so far, and it is loser pick again. And the next map is... Okay, we're going to actually take a short break before map 3. So... real quick break, then we're going to be back for map 3 here for the grand finals of sub-tournament 4, so we're going to see you guys very soon. And we're back here. We're having a little halftime desk moment as we wait for the, as you know, we're sort of about, I would say about halfway, maybe. It's technically first 3, but it doesn't matter. We make the rules here. So I'm alongside the desk with Invictus and Dryad. Artemis currently away for a little bit. And of course, my casting partner, Freya. Let's talk about what we've seen so far. It's tied up 1-1. Dryad, you know, Hyper had a great performance on King's Row. But really, when I look at that, it seems like Karts continues to be the difference maker at points for this team.
There were some interesting plays also that we saw. We saw some Deadeyes trying to come from the back line, the shatters as well that got caught. But overall, I think Women Lovers, the one thing that I would give to them is that they're giving a lot of peeling to the front line. And that is why they were staying alive. When the Reinhardt tried to do that charge from the back line, yeah, he got caught, but they had the Immortality Field to throw to him just to keep him alive for a little bit longer. So things like that is really what's helping this team. On the second map on King's Row, it seems like it was one of the best maps they could have gone to.
Definitely. And then Invictus, you know, we're looking now after they've been tied up here and Women Love Us lost control. Do you feel like that, do you feel like Women Love Us are going to be looking better as we look forward after their performance here on Hybrid? Like they're going to continue to do well on Escort and Hybrid maps, or was King's Row just a favored pick for them?
I think their comp that they were playing was really favored on King's Row, and I think that was partly the reason why they looked so good on it. But I think we're going on to Route 66 next, which should be favored for High Ground Rhinos comp. They have that weird Torp comp. It's really good on first point defense. So I think this should be an interesting way to see if Women Love Us stay on that Ryan May comp, or are they going to swap up for this match? Because I don't think the Ryan May is very good on Route 66. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring out with. I think I still favor High Ground Rhinos for this map though.
Okay, and Freya, you know, you're the casting partner. You're my casting partner, but you're also part of the desk for right now. Would you agree with Invictus in that, you know, High Ground Rhinos maybe still has the advantage for Root, or is Women Love Us, this is the comeback? You know, this comeback start here.
So I think that High Ground Rhinos are a little bit favored here. I think they can get away with playing the Torb, probably the Genji. They can make more interesting compositions work, whereas with King's Row, they were sort of stuck. Couldn't really play the Genji, so Drake had to be on that Doomfist, which didn't work quite as well as the May. So I think they'll have a little bit more flexibility and freedom, and I think that will help High Ground Rhinos a lot here.
Okay, and then when we talk a little bit more about Route 66 being the next map, Dryad, we've seen Women Love Us play a lot of this rush. They didn't have a lot of success with like the junk sim necessarily on control. Is there a particular comp you'd want to see Women Love Us play here as we get to Route 66?
Well, I mean, it's a very interesting situation. Like you said, they like playing the rush, and they are able to come up on top when we see maps like this. So it is going to be difficult, but I think they can still, in one way or another, even if it's a little more hybrid with the DPS, they're able to try to play their Reinhardt a little bit more. Because I don't want them to play maybe to force dive or to force that Winston Zarya if this is not something that they prepared. I also think playing the rush with the Ryan Zarya is one of the easiest compositions to get that synergy with. And with so many subs, I mean, this is just a plus that you have to take into account.
Okay, and now that we're past King's Row, we're past Control. We've seen Drakey play a lot of Genji in the past, but played Doomfist on King's Row there last. Invictus, do you feel like this is where, on Route 66, the Drakey Genji returns?
I think it does. I think this is where I think the Genji is actually not a terrible pick, I would say, but he has been looking good so far. This tournament, and he's been popping off. So I think he definitely will bring it out on this map and show us some flashy nanoblades maybe.
Yeah, some flashy nanoblades would be pretty big. It'd be pretty big. So if we're gonna get some quick map predictions there while we're waiting, because apparently Alwyn is being Stallwyn. Never mind, we're not gonna get map predictions. We're going into the map. But we'll do it for the desk members. Since Freya, you're about to cast me, so you're not gonna get a prediction. So Dryad, map prediction.
High Ground Rhinos.
Okay, so High Ground Rhinos from Victus.
Women Love Us.
Women Love Us from Dryad. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. No more stall when we're going to the map. Thank you guys. We're going to talk to you guys after Grand Finals, or maybe we'll do another interim desk. I'm not sure. I've not decided the schedule. Let's go into map. Freya and I, let's head on over there, Solomon, so we can see what Route 66 has in store for us.
There we go. So, yep, there it is, the Drake Genji. I'm hoping that he stays on that. Is always so much fun to watch. They have Wadit back in here on the Monkey. So they're just playing kind of a really interesting composition here, whereas Women Love Us is just playing the classic, the traditional Rush comp with that Ryan Diva, the May, Baptiste, Lucio. So we're going to see if this... Okay, Bastion. Is he going to roll out on the Bastion? Please.
I think they're just looking to clear the close hold because they TP up on top, yeah, right away. See Women Love Us holding so close to themselves, waiting for them to get close. I mean, but the Bastion has no LOS. Right now, Drakey can't do much, but also they have to worry about the cart here because if the cart gets close, they need to try to contest it. The cart, it's kind of just going by them here. It's moving on by, so Women Love Us need to make some moves.
Yeah, High Ground Rhinos playing this really well. Oh, Drakey takes down 2. They have to go and touch the car, and Drakey is just waiting there on the Bastion, just gunning them down. Really well played by High Ground Rhinos. They knew that Women Love Us had to rush onto the cart, so they just put someone there who could push that and stay relatively safe while Drake took the high ground and was just ready to just shoot away as soon as they got out of that train car there.
And now Drakey set up here on the high ground again for the High Ground Rhinos of utilizing that name advantage as carts swapping over to the Sombra, Yoshi going over to the Echo here. So that Sombra Echo rush style for Women Love Us now. They still have those dive tanks as hypers on the Winston. They're trying to set up the hack. The hack on Drakey actually comes out. They get a lot of damage too on Drakey. Yoshi getting the peel, or rather not the peel, but rather the poke. As already, Women Love Us trying to execute onto the backline. Wadit gonna pop that primal, getting a lot of displacement with Yoshi. Finding Protein Shake, however, going down, and Karts goes down, so not a lot of damage on the fielders. They're still looking to dive Drakey, and this should be the fight here for High Ground Rhinos.
Yeah, Drake is just posted up in the back. He's got some protection, and it's just over. Women Love Us cannot dive him, cannot get onto him, so he's able to just gun them all down. Really, really well played. They're playing this, like, really, really weird comp extremely well, and I think Women Love Us are kind of lost. They don't know what to play. They're on this this weird kind of rush comp now, switching back to the Rhine. I'm not sure what's going on cart, but Signet is clearly looking to defend from all angles at the same time, really putting that high DPI to use. But Mint goes down, taking down my Yoshi. This could be the opening that Women Love Us need. They're going to teleport up, Drakey falling dangerously low, but managing to stay alive on this point here. The bomb coming in from Fanny doesn't manage to catch anybody, and now Drakey.
Oh, the shatter. I mean, this is it. I mean, the Shatter's cleaned it up here, right? Surely, Freya. Yeah, definitely so. Drakey getting 2 just to make sure. Yoshi gonna find Butters there in the back, but that Shatter puts 3 of them on the ground. And despite the bomb engage there from Fanny, Women Love Us not able to find any value just yet. However, they can come back in here with the Dragon, with the beat, so they can clear them from cart. They can have some point presence. Wadit, though, holding close, ideally wanting to just primal them so they can't even get out. As they approach, they're getting closer. They're trying to get out. Wadit gonna pop that primal. The Bastion too. Please, can they make it out of here? The choke. It's so brutal, but Wadit actually taking so much damage. There's gonna be beat out from Alwyn. The cart's gonna take down Wadit, the Dragon, to clear the high ground, force them back. And now Women Love Us, they made it here onto the cart. They're gonna find another, and this recontest might just be successful.
Yeah, they managed to finally force their way out using the beat from Alwyn. Wadit just was not enough.
The C9!
Oh no!
Oh, no! Oh, the back cap. High Ground Rhinos. Oh, they've done it.
The Bastion back cap.
No, it was Mint. I think it was Mint on the Lucio. Yeah.
Mint just absolutely fantastic job there. High Ground Rhinos isn't done. They're going aggressive. They find carts, and Women Love Us are just lost.
Signet, you're so. Is he looking for an aggressive pin? What is he doing? He's getting some. What's he doing? Signet just running, crouch walking out. Now he's getting pushed. He dies the Hyper on the flake. We do a little bit of trolling. Wait, Hyper goes for the Shatter, gets slept out of it by Butters, loses the Shatter, but they're still gonna win this fight. Surely they're gonna commit the Simult here as well. The wall blocking most of the damage from Drakey. Nano invested onto Wadit. They still want to take this fight. They're gonna get the D-Mech onto Thani as well. They're still pushing forward. The anti out from Butters. Butters doing a lot of work. They still have point presence.
How are they winning this fight? How are they winning this fight? They are just going forward. They have no fear. Mint not even dying to that flashbang. He has the beat. Oh no, he is taken down. He can't beat, but with High Ground Rhinos is still going forward. They don't have their supports, however, so this should be nice and easy. Alwyn forced to commit that beat, so that's another tool down from the side of Women Love Us. But wait, Drakey finds one. Protein Shake finds one. No, this can't be happening. They're gonna beat. Mint is gonna drop the beat. High Ground Rhinos is running forward.
There's gonna be the pin. Signet goes down. There's the lamp, and then they're still gonna be able to stabilize now. Drakey still on the high ground, might want to commit this ult, but now Women Love Us, they have the spawn advantage. The anti comes out. Fancy though gets caught, goes down, but they've lost Mint and Drakey, so that should be it. So now Women Love Us, they're gonna hold on here. 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining in the bank here for High Ground Rhinos. They're gonna have the Mail, they're gonna have the Shatter, about to have the High Noon. So a lot of strong ults for Women Love Us as High Ground Rhinos have to look for this recontest.
Yeah, this the fight finally ended, and now High Ground Rhinos, they just have that Bastion ult, but they might be able to farm up the Sim and the Nano. Nope, they won't be able to do that if Protein Shake dies. A big Shatter from Hyper, catching Drake in that ult, but Drake stays alive, finds Hyper in retaliation. Oh, finds a second one as well. Signet dropping the Shatter to put them all down. Drakey in the back on that Bastion, and now it's over. High Ground Rhinos with a 2-minute time bank on Route 66.
They weren't even able to drop that Mail either. I mean, they just died early, so there was no Mail for that fight. They would have loved to have it. So 2 minutes in the bank for Route 66. That's a good time. That's a very good time for Route 66. It's a map that's hard to finish.
Yeah, especially if your comp is Rhine Monkey Bastion on a Lucio. I mean, I don't even know how they put all these pieces together, but they did it, and they did it in incredible fashion.
It's just the power of the High Ground Rhinos. When you have the high ground, anything is possible. So Women Love Us now going to be on the offense here, looking to finish, obviously, the full cap, because they have to finish with time if there's any hope for them winning the map. They could theoretically draw it if they don't finish. Well, actually, it's an escort, so actually they don't need to finish with time, because they'll always have some time left. So just looking to get the full cap here. There's a win condition on the board for Lemon Love Us. Lemon Love Us. Any citrus lovers?
Well, I'm definitely a citrus lover, more of a lime person myself, but I can make some exceptions for lemons.
Yeah, I'm more of a lemon person, but limes and the right things I think go with it very well, you know.
Agreed. Good taste. We'll see if Women Love Us do run out with this Bastion. Maybe they're just it's a desperation play here, trying to make it work too. But they're going to swap over to that Symmetra, trying to break this first hold the same way, but it doesn't work if High Ground Rhinos is not going to be holding under that train there. But Drakey is getting really aggressive on this Genji.
Maybe too aggressive.
For it, though. Pays for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of payment taking place, and now Women Love Us pulling out the Bastion of their own, moving forward here. We have the Protect the President of Carts. Carts just getting so much damage, actually getting taken out by the turret. There were Protein Shake. Women Love Us, they need to finish up these kills. They need to get some more picks. As Protein Shake finds another. Protein Shake doing so much damage right now on the Torm. He's behind the right. Oh, he's looking for the Sigma. There's the Sigma gone. Protein Shake just chugging them out right now. I mean, this is actually incredible.
Yeah, clearly has got a lot of muscle mass. Been drinking those shakes, and just some Brawlic, Torb, and Lucio gameplay from both Protein Shake and Mint here. And now Women Love Us, they are going to have to swap off that Bastion. Doesn't work quite as well if you're not able to set up on that cart. And High Ground Rhinos looking to have the high ground here. They're in a solid position to take this next fight.
Hyper, though, holding on to the Shadow now for the first fight. The wall, really, really good. Gets the isolation. They get, oh my goodness, the pin too. Hyper gets saved to the lamp. Great lamp coming out from Fancy. A fancy lamp, even one could say. And the Coom, that'll be invested by Protein Shake, but it's not enough. And what a great engage there off the wall from Yoshi.
Yeah, they just did a fantastic job of walling off both the tanks from High Ground Rhinos. Hyper immediately went in, took down Signet, took down Drakey, and that ended the fight right there. And now it's going to be on High Ground Rhinos to recontest. They're going to have to jump in, touch this card while not set up. Look at Fancy set up in the back here with the window. It's going to be really hard.
Oh, the shatter on the blade! It's so good! Now, counter shatter comes out. It denies a lot of the value of the lamp from Fancy. Once again, being so impactful. Good beat from Alwyn, too. Protein Shake, though, healthy. Playing behind the shield. Kart's just going to fan the hammer, though. Protein Shake taking the duel versus Alwyn right now. Not winning the duel. Getting pressure from all sides. This Kart's going to take them down as well. And off that shatter, I mean, denies all the value from the blade. Great play from the supports, too, from Women Love Us. Making sure the beat keeps everyone up in the lamp as well. So really, really well played from Women Love Us.
And he just swung around, did the 180 shatter, stopped the blade, and stopped the win condition from High Ground Rhinos. And now High Ground Rhinos has nothing in the tank to work with. This next fight is going to be really costly, especially into this Mail, into this Flux. They're going to have a really hard time finding a good engage and way to go onto Women Love Us.
Wadit looking to set up this engage here. Protein Shake close to another Torvald here, but Yoshi holding on to the Mail, to Blizzard. Danny also holding on to the Flux. So good ults on board for Women Love Us as they can contest this high ground. Signet taking so much damage. There's going to be the Flux here as well. There's no lamp, remember, for high ground Rhino. Signet taking a lot of damage as Butters trying to keep them alive. They have to be careful. The zone just coming up. Kart's about to commit this high noon. No, they're not actually, because they've just lost too early. Kart's and Danny both down.
Yeah, High Ground Rhinos, just look at the back line there. They did a fantastic job of keeping Signet and Wadit alive. The Flux coming through should have killed both of them, but Butters did just a great job pumping those heals into Signet. Already has that nano, so this next fight is looking really, really good for High Ground Rhinos here. They're set up, they're on the high ground, they're waiting to catch Women Love Us as they make this rotation in through the side here. But oh, it's a nice shatter, but the Mail freezes Signet. He's not able to get much done, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team was there to follow up on Signet's massive shatter.
Oh no, can he make it back? Oh my god, made it back. Oh, what an incredible pin from Hyper, but manages to make it back. Drakey saving Wadit's life there. They did invest that shatter there for the fight. Also, the Blizzard was traded for it. So overall, pretty good trade. If you're High Ground Rhinos, I mean, you have both your support ults still. You're about to have the Nano Blade. Owen's beat is going to have to be fantastic here.
Yeah, they're really going to have to do something about this, though. The Nano Blade's coming in, immediately gets rocked. The beat comes through, but Drake is still going in there. Gets
it's so good.
Gets
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful there. The high noon gonna be invested. I mean, Thani also getting the rock to deny Drakey a little bit, so Owen had a chance to get the beat off. Another anti comes out though, undercards and Fancy going down. There's the pin. Oh no, they're getting crunch. Hyper's gonna get another pin, but it doesn't matter. As High Ground Rhinos, they're just pumping so much damage into this choke, and Women Love Us, they just can't make it through. I'm surprised they keep trying to go to this high ground, versus just forcing the fight on the low ground when they already have the McCree. Like, there's not so much spam coming in from High Ground Rhinos here, but a minute 20 remaining on the clock now for Women Love Us.
Drake gets a little too aggressive there, gets taken down by Fancy, but somehow Butters finds carts as well, so both DPS down. Oh, Signet dropping down from the ropes, but gets stopped, gets blocked up, is not able to complete that shatter. The Coom coming down to stall Women Love Us progression on the cart, just laying down a blanket.
Speaking of complete, I mean, they get fancy. They get fancy there with the completion as Protein Shake finds another. Hyper goes down to the completion as well. Protein Shake doing so much on the Torb. Oh my goodness. Has to drop the emote there. 40 seconds now remaining here.
I think that was a 5K from Protein. Wadit. Primal's a little early, jumps in, loses almost all of his HP there. An interesting strategic choice there from Wadit, but Signet charges in, tries to make something happen. Owen takes that kill though, and now Women Love Us can charge onto the point. There's no Reinhardt from High Ground Rhinos. They are playing 5-man Overwatch here. Drakey looking to get a good blade, but there's no nano to follow it up, so we'll see how much he can actually get done. But Fancy dies. Drakey and Wadit jumping on that Baptiste, evening up these odds. And now Fanny with a big flux finds one. finds a second one, and now Women Love Us are
They need to get these kills.
here.
They need to get these kills because they just use so many ults. If High Ground Rhinos, if they're able to get back here, there is a chance. Oh, but Butters gets taken out. Okay, so there's no chance anymore. They used so many ults in that fight too. Alwyn felt a lot of pressure and just threw the beat just in case. But all those ults invested. They're all gonna get through second now. A minute 20 here on the clock. They're about to have the Blizzard, so about to be 4 ults here for Women Love Us. But High Ground Rhinos, I mean, they're approaching the Nano Blade. They'll at least have like the Beat Blade if they want to use it, because Drakey is holding onto that in reserve.
Yeah, and they're charging the Nano Blade relatively quickly here. Protein dropping dangerously low, but that's just more ult charge for Butters here. Already 80% to that Nano. We're going to see if Drakey's Nano Blade can change the outcome of this next fight. And Women Love Us have to be looking for some way to counter that. A big anti-nade.
That's brutal, right? I mean, do they... Oh, wait. Butters goes down to Yoshi. Butters goes down to Yoshi for the Ant Matrix. There's the Hydra here with the high ground. They're going to lose Protein Shake as well. Flash doesn't find anything. Karts, you need to get down, buddy. You need to come on down. Karts taking a lot of damage. Going to get the punch there onto Drakey. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely massive right click there from Yoshi, denying the nano, denying any of the healing from Butters there. There's a chance here for Women Love Us to finish with time. They're still holding onto the Blizzard. The Nano Blade's about to be up. Protein Shake about to have the Coom here as well. There's the Blizzard on the point. The wall invested. Drakey finds one. Everyone's frozen, but the Nano keeping Wanted alive for so long here. The Shatter invested, but it's not enough. And I think High Ground Rhinos are going to win this map.
Yeah, just... Immediately, Drakey and Butters came out with that Nano Blade. They stopped any forward momentum from Women Love Us. The Mei ult was just not enough to stop them. And that's just High Ground Rhinos playing this chaotic comp at their best.
I mean, what is the play? It has to be like Protein Shake, right? Oh, it's Cards. Really?
Cards.
I'm surprised it wasn't Protein Shake here with the player of the game here. What do Cards do? I know he's got a couple kills in his time. Let's see, 1 kill, 2 kill. Oh yeah, okay. So just a lot of kills here for Karts. That's respectable. Right. Respectable. I feel like not as respectable as the completion, but that's fine. I'm not the judge of the play of the game. I'm not the one that decides it. So that's gonna mean that High Ground Rhinos are now up 2-1 over Women Love Us here in the VASUP Tournament 4 finals, and that just means they need one more map here to achieve victory, the final, most grandest victory of all. And I mean, what does Women Love Us do? Where do they take us to next? Because it's going to be, now that we're on through Escort, we go back to Control, right? And that's where they lost before.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky. I don't see very many good options from Women Love Us here. I'm just not sure what Control map they can pick that they think will even the odds against High Ground Rhinos. I feel like whatever map they pick, High Ground Rhinos will have some wacky, zany comp that they're going to run out with that Women Love Us just have no idea what to do against.
So really, Women Love Us, they need to break through the control barrier here, because otherwise it's looking pretty rough for them. I mean, they could lose it right here on the next control map. And yeah, they played Lijiang, so that leaves what, like Busan, Nepal,
Oasis.
Maybe Oasis if they wanted to play, but no one has played Oasis yet, right? So I doubt any team's gonna pick Oasis.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd guess Ilios. That's seen, you know, a decent amount of play here. Maybe Nepal, but like I said, I feel like whatever they pick, High Ground Rhinos, they've got some strategy in their back pocket. And Women Love Us seem like they really are best on that rush comp. And it's just not matching up well against what High Ground Rhinos is doing here with their double main tank, with the Genji, with the Ana. So I think, let's see, out of all the maps, I think...
Oh, it's Busan, by the way. I'm just going to let you know, Busan is the next map that they've picked before you go on the tangent. So there you go.
I was about to make a guess, but my guess was going to be wrong. So it's probably better I didn't make it. Busan, I feel like Women Love Us can definitely get something done here. Mecha base, obviously, they're going to have to play rush, and you know that might work to their advantage. And then downtown, maybe they can play some comp that we haven't seen from them yet. Maybe Karts can get up there on the Ashe or the Widowmaker, click heads. So I definitely see their win con being enabling Karts, letting him do as much of the work as possible and really forming the team around to protect him.
That could be very reasonable, honestly. I mean, there are some great maps here for the Rush if they are going to play that, but definitely building around carts and the sight lines that you're talking about, I think, are probably the win condition here for Women Love Us as they move forward on to Busan. And I mean, High Ground Rhinos, they're continuing to play what they've been playing, right? The double main take, they'll have Torb and Genji, they'll have all the maps on Busan, all the rounds are perfectly fine and relatively viable with how they want to play that, obviously, versus Women Love Us. So this is it. This is the deciding factor. It's either High Ground Rhinos achieve the grand finals, they get first place, they win sub-tournament 4, or Women Love Us continue onwards in the series, and there's still hope alive for fellow people that are also loved by women. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line here, I have to say.
Yeah, and the thing is, I have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure the last 2 sub-tournaments have been 3-1 scorelines in the finals. So, you know, if that continues on, then High Ground Rhinos definitely has the advantage of the superstition of the 3-1 final. You know, that's definitely not to be understated here.
Okay.
So, High Ground Rhinos, I don't think Signet's going to stay on the Roadhog.
Unlikely.
But he could.
Yeah. He could, but I don't think that's going to be happening, especially if they're on the Lucio Ana. Yeah, definitely not.
So now Women Love Us, they're going to be on their traditional Rush comp, which seemed to fare somewhat poorly against the comp of High Ground Rhinos. However, on Control, things could be very different. They're fighting over just that 1 point there, so May could do a lot more work here. Teams just sort of poking each other out, and now Women Love Us are going to engage on this wall. They find Signet, the lamps coming down from both teams. And now High Ground Rhinos is just being swept up in the charge of Hyper. Hyper coming in, gets stunned a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Another huge wall coming out from Yoshi.
They need to clean up some of these players.
Anybody off the back of it. Signet's already back.
I mean, they haven't cleaned up anyone here yet. I mean, they did the Danny DMAC, however, Cart's gonna find Protein Shake, but still, Drakey's there, building Blade. Wadded already has Primal, gonna pop the Primal. They need to get something soon. The window's gonna be messing for Fancy. They need to find more Shatter. Goes out, doesn't find anyone. Drakey, Blade available, however, Alwyn's gonna have the beat. Pops the beat, keeps everyone up as Cart's finding Drakey there from the flash. And Women Love Us, the fight's taking a really long time, and while this is happening, High Ground Rhinos, they flipped the point. This should be it. There should be a one fight here for Women Love Us, but this is taking so long.
Signet commits the Shatter and actually manages to find one, but I'm with Pirates by here. What is going on? This is just a chaotic fight. Drakey, the last one to stagger and die here. And Women Love Us flip the point, but High Ground Rhinos already has 30% of this point cap here. These fights are just going very quickly, very aggressively. May looking like she is caught out. Butters finding that pick.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That's brutal because they can't hold the choke. They don't have the mailed. Hyper needs to find something soon. Thani luckily going to be having the Diva Bomb here to look for the zone. Hyper drops down, doesn't find anything. Forces the lamp though, so that's great. And Waddit going down to Alwyn, but Drakey finding one, finding another. There's 3 down here for Women Love Us as High Ground Rhino is going to charge on in and get the cap.
Yeah, they just played so aggressively, kept going up on Women Love Us, not giving them any room to breathe, but Women Love Us, they have that crucial mail, they have the Baptiste ult, and High Ground Rhinos is going to have to find some way to answer them. Maybe going aggressive is the play here, but the mail is coming out. Signet already the first to fall. Protein Shake and Butters following soon after, and Drakey doing his best, trying to build up this Blade before he dies. Hyper getting all of these kills here, just getting really aggressive off the back of a fantastic mail by Yoshi.
So now Women Love Us in control of the point. This is where their comp should shine, right? They have the May, they have the McCree to control this choke alongside the Rhine. It's all just denying value for Drakey in this upcoming fight. Alwyn's about to have the beat so close. As Drakey getting up here on the high ground, looking for the poke. Sees them, but revealed their position. Gonna have to back on up, and now Alwyn's gonna have the beat. There's the window put on the corner. The lamp already out here for High Ground Rhinos. Counter window gonna go down for Butters, but 2 people down. Surely nothing's committed here for High Ground. They are not. That's just it. Women Love Us gonna pick up this fight. 61% and counting upwards now for Women Love Us.
Yeah, it felt like High Ground Rhinos just had no opportunity to commit there. They couldn't jump in. They couldn't give space for Drakey to use that Blade. But importantly, Alwyn did have to commit the beat. So now Drakey is free to pop this Blade with no threat of the beat to stifle that. And that's going to be the game changer, I think, for this next fight. A big wall coming out from Yoshi, though.
He got stunned out of the shatter. There's the blade too. The high noon up with the lamp. And I mean, and that's it. That's the fight. Brutal. Hyper, I like the read there. Because Hyper was hoping to just like shatter everyone through the wall. They had Signet split from the team, but it just got stunned. And just tragically, that's going to be the fight. 94% though for Women Love Us, so they have some time. They can take like at least one fight if it's a long fight, possibly two since they have speed, but not a lot in the bank.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure something out. Oh, Signet coming in with the shatter, but it gets blocked. He gets stunned up the wall, cutting him off from his supports. The beat coming out from Mint, keeping Signet alive. Wada popping that primal in the back line, monkeying around, but Hyper finds Signet. This could be the flip that they need. High Ground Rhinos is going so aggressively. Wada is still there on that main tank. Women Love Us backing up, trying to reset so they can get one final fight before this point ends.
If they can get the touch here, this is actually this is a very good situation here for Women Love Us, because Owen about to have beat. They're gonna have the male tier as well. They're gonna have shatter. They just need to be worried of protein shake here on the high ground. They need to get the zone. They have hyper. Point. Oh, okay. There's a lot happening, a lot going on. I'm not sure. Drakey finds another, but with the ults, it looks like High Ground Rhinos have definitely won the fight here, and Women Love Us gonna be losing this first round.
Yeah, I'm glad that I got to witness that last fight.
It was overtime. We knew that.
Yeah. The ending of it was really nice. We saw High Ground Rhinos win. They had the high ground up there, and they were able to just poke down Protein Shake and Butters, just clicking heads and making that work for them. So a nice job by High Ground Rhinos. They have the advantage here, and now they're going to be playing the same comp for this second point on Busan.
Women Love Us, it looks like are they putting Hyper here over onto the Winston? I mean, it makes a lot of sense. No, putting Hyper back onto the Ryan, so still playing that same comp. High Ground Rhinos on their typical comp here as well. Both teams going to be rolling out here. So High Ground Rhinos looking to set up this dive potentially. Drakey already up on the high ground. A lot of pressure coming out pretty early into Signet. Signet getting flashed, taking so much damage. They had to use the lamp there early, and Signet goes down. And Women Love Us pop that lamp a little bit later. They have so many good heals here. Cart's just playing tight to the team. Actually goes down to Protein Shake. Protein Shake getting such an important pick, but still the point presence is great here for Women Love Us.
Ooh, I'm getting a little bit dizzy watching these Reinhardt cams spinning around very quickly, but High Ground Rhinos is just going to try and get some last little ult charge here. That's sort of the win condition they're looking for, is to get these big ultimates, have an impact. So I think they're okay losing this first fight if they can make this second fight impactful, but Women Love Us are actually the ones with the ultimate advantage here. They have the window, they have the shatter, they're coming up on the beat. It's their game to win right now.
Great wall there on the choke from Yoshi, splitting them entirely. Signet's going to go down early because of it. And now all of High Ground Rhinos cut off from each other, going down. Alwyn finding one, finding two. Alwyn, he wants more. He needs more. He wants the third. He's not going to get it, sadly, but 40% here for Women Love Us now on the point. High Ground Rhinos, they're getting close to that blade, but not very close to the nano here as Butters. I mean, they made the swap, and they have to get through the choke into a mail, into a beat. It's a lot on the board.
Yeah, they're fighting into a whole lot. They have almost all their ultimates here. They're going to have to make them work, though. The Coom is going to have to deny any value from this Blizzard here. The beat coming in from Alwyn. They're getting aggressive here. They find Mint. They find Protein. They freeze out the entirety of High Ground Rhinos. And now High Ground Rhinos with just what looks to be maybe two fights if they go quickly. Drakey going to stagger here at the end, taken down, and now it's probably one fight territory. Women Love Us just cycling ults so consistently, so well, and now High Ground Rhinos has to make the last ults that they have here impactful.
So now High Ground Rhinos are stacking up. They do have the nano, but no blade for it. The High Noon invested for cards. Oh, gets reflected. Drakey now just going to dash on through the Coom. It's out the completion, as now High Ground Rhinos, they made it to point. The bomb invested for Thani, but it's not enough. And that's going to be the fight. Going to be maybe 99 here for Women Love Us. Yeah, hitting 98 actually. But still, a lot of fights on board here for Women Love Us. They have so much bank to work with.
Yeah, but what they don't have in the bank is ultimates. High Ground Rhinos is winning the war there. They have the Shatter, they have the Beat, and they're coming up on this Primal and Blade as well. So Women Love Us are probably going to have to just take a dry fight here. Probably don't want to commit too much. Make sure that they're still healthy for this next fight, unless they can roam around. Get this. Oh, Mint boops fancy off. Gets the Shatter.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. I mean, they get the boops anyways. Sure, great, awesome. They won that 5v6 pretty much. So great.
Yeah.
Shatter went out. So Women Love Us now coming in for another fight. 40% here on the board for High Ground Rhinos. They do hold on to the blade still. They have the Primal and the Beat. So a lot in the tank still for High Ground Rhinos. And not much yet still for Women Love Us, but getting close.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have committed the Shatter there, but the window coming down. Alwyn is the first to die. Drakey's coming in with the Blade, gets one before he even pops it, finds a second, finds a third, and Drakey with the Blade, the dry Blade, doesn't even need a nano to dominate Women Love Us.
So 70% now for High Ground Rhinos and climbing upwards. They have the nano for the upcoming fight. Hyper holding on to the Shatter. Yoshi about to have the Blizzard. Alwyn needs this beat, desperately needs this beat. Is there any hope for them to win this upcoming fight too? As Women Love Us approaching through the choke. Oh, you have to be careful there, Mint. Don't want to go down early, as now they're speeding on through to the point. Drakey farming a lot. The Blizzard's out, but Yoshi goes immediately down the mail. It zones the point here a little bit. They're going to lose, but look at this. Protein Shake finds one. The beat's out from Mint. Hyper trying to go for the Shatter. Doesn't find too much. Alwyn, the beat goes off, but it might be too little too late. As now, High Ground Rhinos, I think they've done it. I think they've just won.
I don't think anybody can touch.
They have High Ground Rhinos winning 3-1 here, becoming champions, joining the Hall of Heroes of those that have won the sub-tournaments before them. An underdog at points, playing comps you never thought you would see. Genji, full-time Genji, nearly full-time Torb at points, winning 3-1 through the... I mean, the double main tank? What a comp. What a comp here for the High Ground Rhinos.
And I think, importantly, we have to point out that Butters joins those Hall of Heroes, the fabled, the two-time back-to-back champion. Butters winning on Froggo mode and now again on High Ground Rhinos. I believe only Amir has completed that feat as well. So congratulations. Congratulations to all of High Ground Rhinos. They just went out there, played their favorite heroes, whatever they found most fun, and they won sub-tournament with it.
I mean, High Ground Rhinos, they've earned it. They worked long and they worked hard. They took the high ground when necessary, and a great run, a very great run from Women Love Us all the same. I mean, their branding, sadly, could not carry them through to the finals victory, but I still loved everything about the team. They had a lot of subs too, so some unfortunate circumstances. Who knows what could have happened if they had played with their full roster? I mean, it could have hurt them too. I mean, you know, they won some games with subs as well, so kind of an interesting storyline for them, I have to say. But High Ground Rhinos, they've won 3-1. The Andersons win again, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Some very good stuff coming out from them. And overall, Freya, when we look back at this, would we say this was I'd say that was a pretty good finals, all things considered.
Absolutely. I mean, it was exciting to watch. The compositions that they played were exciting. It definitely was close. It was a lot closer than that 3-1 scoreline shows, but in the end, High Ground Rhinos were just able to go the distance. They knew, you know, how to play their compositions. They knew how to use their ultimates. And really just an incredible group of players. So, you know, congratulations to them. And Women Love Us. I mean, they came out here. Nobody really thought that they were going to be able to, you know, make the run that they did. So to get here into the grand finals is definitely an achievement in itself. So congratulations to them as well.
And, you know, we don't do this too often, but I have to say, it's a Chad move that Fanny pulled there. Because Thani had to come in for Women Love Us not last minute, but had subbed in and out. It was playing from India. It was like 7 a.m. their time, and they pulled like a 3-day all-nighter, according to like so 3 separate days back to back of all-nighters to participate in the sub tournament here. So Thani 10, Chad move, actual Chad move there. Bro Daddy, thank you for the tier 1. They are High Ground Rhinos. They are simply goated. Shall we return to the desk, have some desk talk here? I'm sure we're going to have some interview as well, Solomon.
Yeah, I believe we have Signet, Rorschach, and Butters coming in for interviews. So here they come. To the three of you, congratulations. Just really, really well played. Butters, congratulations. You're a 2-time champion.
Thank you.
Well, let's start with some interview questions here then. So first of all, Signet.
Yes.
What inspired this double main tank composition is my first question. Why the double main tank?
Like I said before, it's just a comfort pick. I'm pretty good at Ryan. I like to think, at least. And Wadit is a god of Winston. He's very good. So we just, tried it out in a scrim. Said, why not just try for comfort picks? We popped off. We got the win.
Okay, well, let's go through some questions here because it seems our desk is all joining us. So let's start out with the person who was AFK and we saw their dad measuring their bed. Artemis, let's start. Let's start here.
Why are you gonna call me out like that?
What question would you like to give them?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, who do you guys think was a standout? If you didn't have to pick yourselves, a standout player on this team that carried you guys to victory here?
100% Butters.
Yeah.
I'd say Drake. Drake is sort of a god of Genji. You can't do Nano Blade without the Genji. He's super good. I think he was a main reason we won.
Yeah. Drake sacrificed a lot this tournament. He even admitted that maybe Nano Blade wasn't the play and let us Nano Wad it in instead. And as soon as it happened, we started winning more games. So he really sacrificed his ego for the team.
That's a huge sacrifice.
Really selfless.
Absolutely huge sacrifice there. Well, Invictus, any questions for our winners?
I have a question. Is there a reason why you guys insist on playing the Genji? Because I know you guys won in the end, but is it just because Drake wants to play Genji, or is that an actual strat that you guys?
That's literally it. It's just because Drake wants to play Genji.
Strategy of this team.
I thought so. You know what? I respect it. He won. Even without the nano, he got so many blade kills, which honestly in 2021 it's just crazy to see. And so I just want to say good job, Drake, and of course good job High Ground Rhinos, all of you. I was rooting for you as you may have seen. So I'm really glad you guys made it, and you guys did really well. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, Dryad, do you have a question?
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you guys, a lot of people were expecting the finals to be completely different teams, and we talked about it before in the desk, but was your team always confident that you guys were going to come up on top in the grand finals?
Initially when we started off at the beginning of the sub-tourney, the main goal for Roar and I was just to get a singular win, because we never got a single map win on any sub-tourney that we've been in. I've always been knocked out first, and I just wanted to get a win. But now that we won grand finals, it's just been incredible.
Yeah,
my team is amazing.
There was a point yesterday where we were on the verge of elimination, and then Sig made the call with everybody else, of course, to be like, you know what? If we're gonna go out, let's go out by having fun. And then everyone just played whatever they wanted, and from there on, all of a sudden it was like, wait, we're actually kind of good at the characters that we actually play instead of forcing ourselves into other things. And from there on, it's like, it slowly became a reality. I don't think anybody saw us getting a finals win at all, but I think it took us sort of realizing that we don't have to play what everybody else says to, and we could just do whatever we want. And then everybody was really comfortable and just confident in themselves, and just sort of went up from there.
Okay, well, knowing that you have now won grand finals, you've gotten not just your first map wins here and your first match wins, I should say, but you've won a grand finals here. Is there going to be a return, Signet? Are we going to continue to see more sub-tournament and BPLing from you and also from Rorschach? Because I believe, Rorschach, you were the captain, correct, for this squad?
I was the manager.
You were the manager. You were the manager. That's true. So, but is there going to continue to be some more iterations here of the Signet teams?
I think that's a possibility for the future. Yeah, I could see it happening again.
Well, that's good because you're a grand finals winner, so it'd be, and also we can't let Butters go to someone else now, right? Now that Butters has won twice, we can't. Butters is goated at this point. Solomon, is there anything that we need to mention?
I have a billion thank yous, but not to these guys. Well,
okay, not to these guys.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Rude. Well, you know what? That could be our closing ceremony then. Well, then, High Ground Rhinos, Signet, Butters, the 2-time winner. Well done. You guys are the champions. We're going to determine what we're going to figure out for the prizing and such for that, but really well played, you guys. Definitely a sort of an underdog story playing a non-traditional comp. And I appreciate you guys participating in the tournament and playing your style because it was really fun to watch.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, thank you for hosting. Always fun.
Of course. Well,
immediately.
It's not me. It's not me. You know, it's everyone else. But we have a lot of thank yous to get through here as well. So I'm gonna ask now, High Ground Rhinos, go bask in your glory in the Discords and on Twitter and such. But get out of here. Oh, they're gone. You got it.
Fuck is
Artemis is getting very green. Wow, she's really
I'm
angry.
green with envy. I'm so envious that they've won. You know, I wish I could share in that joy.
Solomon, would you like to start listing out some thank yous?
Oh my god, there's so many.
I know.
I know everyone is normally like, man, we couldn't have done this without you. And whenever I do all the thank yous, and like, and Solomon, it wouldn't have happened. But this is probably the easiest sub tournament I've done because I've had so many people around that helped.
Particularly me.
Mainly Abbas, yes.
Yeah.
From a manager level, we've had BP, Dryad, Invictus, Freya, and all of those have done so much that make my life so much easier. From managing talent to working out, scheduling, and everything else. God, it means I don't have to do absolutely everything, which is amazing. We've had staff that have worked through every single broadcast. So the producers on the B and the C stream, Pika and Joey, which actually made it so you could see stuff, and everything didn't set on fire like a normal B stream, which just made everything so much easier. We can do 3 streams at once. It's insane. All my observers and all my staff who worked out throughout the weekend. So that is, I'm not going to forget anyone. Mark, Liver, Invictus, Joey, Zusor, Toxic did some. I think that's it. Which have done so much work and spent so many hours on this, as well as all the casters. We've had so many casters.
Oh yeah.
So many casters. I'm sure Dryad is so happy to not have to deal with like 40 different casters now. So yeah. Thanks to Josh and kind of. It's been great. The casters have been great. The captains have been great. All the players. I'm sure. Like we've changed a bunch of stuff for this sub 20. We changed to group stages and we changed a bunch of the format. We did a bunch of streams. And from what I've seen, it's been really, really positive for everyone involved. So super glad that you guys enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun from this end. Not as tiring as the last sub 23 because we did like 7 matches in a row. Although we did do a full first to 2s and then a grand finals in one day, which is a little interesting. But
I think it worked out. There's a lot of thank yous to be given, and obviously everyone here currently on the desk. Dryad did desk hosting and casting and was a talent manager. Invictus, always a staple, being a desk host, setting up all the sorts of things, being a graphic designer whenever possible. Artemis, of course, has casted, has been on the desk here. Freya, my casting partner for the grand finals, also been hosting and casting and setting up stuff. So everything is not, pretty much none of this is possible without the community. It's not, we call it the Avast sub tournament, but it's not really my sub tournament. It's like the only thing, it's the community's event, and the community is really the ones that do everything here and are featured. So none of it's possible without the people playing and doing the captaincy and making all the graphics. And
oh yeah, we had all the graphics teams and
graphics
teams. We go to the BPL
social teams.
OW. There's a bunch of clips on there. We tweeted them out. So if you want to go and see some big bombs or the Signet flank shatters, plural, go have a look on the BPL Twitter. Haitian Homie's been heading that up. It's been great. Thank you all to them.
Yeah, we've had an incredible amount of people.
A few others as well.
So many people involved here with this. So also for everyone, as I'm continuing the tradition, if you participate in sub tournament and you were a part of a staff member, or if you won as well, you will be getting paid in some way. It will not be a lot of money because it is currently myself doing this, but I know that's everyone's invested their time, so you should get paid somewhat, at least. And we're gonna figure out that. We have like a sheet that we did last time, so we'll do something like that. I'm not gonna guarantee you're gonna get a lot of money, but you will get some at least. Maybe. So that's something at least.
$3 if you're lucky. I don't know.
Yeah, not too much, but that's okay because everyone deserves at least get some sort of compensation there. So overall, thank you guys for tuning in and for playing and for doing whatever you did if you were a producer or a caster. And of course, thanks to Solomon, who once again still is the big brain behind it all at the end. Like, obviously, there's so many people helping him out this time, but Solomon's still Mr. Salmon, continues to be the driving force behind it and doing everything there in a lot of ways, kind of the plankton controlling everything with his little robot arms and such. So you have to give a lot of thanks to
robot arms.
Yeah, like when he gets in SpongeBob's brain and he does like the levers, and he makes him walk around to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. That's for you SpongeBob fans out there, okay? That reference, but it's a really big reference. You have to be high IQ to understand it. But overall, another really good sub tournament. I think this was extremely smooth. In fact, compared to our previous ones and the marathons that were done, this was the best one yet, for sure.
Better streams, better
Yeah.
everything, better storylines. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I think overall
we
it's
missed
been
one
amazing.
person to thank, and that is Avast, as always. Thank you for bringing us all together.
No need to thank me. Once again, not my thing. It's the community's thing. So
I mean, you gotta take some credit, you know, a little bit, just a little
You
bit.
still casted.
we'll do
and
some credit
hosted.
there. We'll do some credit.
So-
Josh and I won't be thanking you. So sadly won't be having any thanks for Josh, but I'll give you some thanks, Josh, and because you won some games. You won some games. You made a good branding there again. But sub tournament 4, amazing. I think we're gonna have to do it again, hopefully, and continue. Now that we've streamlined it, I feel like we can go crazier.
Every other week.
No, definitely not. Definitely not that.
Weekly sub tournament. You heard it here first. Avast confirmed it. Weekly
Yep. Definitely not that.
Yep.
If we'll figure out if we can actually get some budget. If I once I find a new job or something, maybe we get some more budget or something.
Hey,
but,
this could be your job, Avast. You know, thoughts?
no.
I don't think you make enough money.
No, definitely not enough. I'm gonna have to, especially if I'm gonna be paying people with events, it's not possible. So overall, sub tournament 5, hopefully we can go even
Pay me
bigger
a ton.
and bigger than before. Yeah, only Solomon. Solomon's the only one to get money.
I get
Definitely
the
no
money.
one else. Yep. Yoink. But once again, a final thank you to everyone that participated and our people here on desk and everyone that you didn't get to see that were doing socials and graphics and observing, of course. Observing, God, that's a hard job throughout the entire tournament. We're going to be back. I mean, next week's Overwatch League starts up again. So technically my regular coach stream starts out, but I'm sure we're going to make a sub tournament 5 BPL. When does BPL return?
After Owl. Yeah.
After Owl. Okay, well, BPL will come back after Overwatch League is done. So be on the lookout for BPL, which is like
We might
essentially
do
sub tournament.
Yeah, we might.
Oh, you might do something before.
Like in the next break. We know that there's a lot of people in for both BPL and for sub tourneys. If you're like under like 3.2k, that don't get a lot of tournament time, so maybe we do something special. We'll
Okay,
see.
so a little Timmy sub tournament there, a little Timothy.
I was gonna say fleas, but that's not
Fleas. Okay.
The little Timmies, sure.
Timmy's. Yeah, I think Timmy's is a fine enough.
That's Timmy Tony. We can't have that.
Okay, not Timmy Turner. I don't know what we're gonna call him. It doesn't matter. Well, either way,
TBD.
Low SR Stewarts. That's the end of sub tournament 4. It's been a good event. We're gonna see you guys on the next one, hopefully on the companion stream too, and whatever else is gonna be happening on the channel and etc. BPL. Good event, everybody. Not possible without you. Let's send it off. Let's send it off here.
Goodbye.
We're done. Goodbye, everybody.
Hello everybody and welcome today to a ASMR shoe mukbang. You may be wondering why I'm making this video. Well, I said on the Fast Sub Tourney stream that I would eat a shoe if Signet did not pick King's Row, and lo and behold, he picked Eichenwald. So I don't want to disappoint anybody, so I'm here in lovely Costa Rica, and I don't have any access to any of my normal editing equipment or cameras or anything like that, so I'm recording this on my iPhone, and I will be eating this shoe. This is a white leather Johnson & Murphy sneaker that I have owned for 4 or 5 years, and today I will be devouring it for your enjoyment. So I guess without further ado, we can go ahead and get started here. So I'm just gonna doesn't really taste like anything, but